What we do here is go back.
Hello and welcome to today's Card Merchant Nelson Skirmish. We've got 20 players today, which means at least 4 rounds. And on our first feature match, we have Jed Lawless playing Dash, and Carl Wolf playing Dash. So this one should be, well, it should be pretty fast at least. I am your commentator for the day, Cam. I'm a long-time player, and I used to own the store that existed before Card Merchant and Nelson. So hopefully I'll have some understanding of what's going on. Let's cut over to our players now while they set up. Alright. Looks like they're getting started. Going through. These look like pretty standard lists for both players today. Hopefully that means that won't be requiring any judge calls or anything. These are both long time card game players. In fact, Jed himself was one of the first people I ever got a chance to play older card games with, a bit of Magic the Gathering back in the day. And Carl used to be the person who ran our local casual events, you know, our hangout place, as it were, before we even had a store. They're definitely gearing up out there. I can hear many happy players. You can even see them in the background there. Jed, you know. Watch them shuffle up and get ready. As you can see there, Jed has a whiteboarded Dash. I believe he is a huge fan of getting whiteboarded cards whenever he can. Not sure where the obsession came from, but I think he just likes to be a little bit different. Of course, we're getting our dice ready now. So, as I understand it, Dash has been an incredible force in the Blitz metagame recently, owing to the consistency, I think, of her blocking. Her blocking is incredibly strong. Every card, blocking 3, obviously, is just an absolute powerhouse, and the speed at which she can go off sometimes. I can see that players have been swapping to using Talishar, Lost Prince even, which shows that they don't really want to play maybe more than 3 attacks with their weapon in a game, because that's how quick it's going to be. Right, it looks like they're both shuffling up. We have a Plasma Pounder and two Plasma Pounders even. 2 Talishars, so okay. A little bit of glare on there, but that looks like a... Ooh, hard to say. Looks like Carl's going first, starting off with a Teklo Core and Arsenaling, not giving Jed a chance to mulligan here. Obviously listening to them discuss what to do. No Tunics today. Clearly nobody needs them. Shout out to even more whiteboarded cards on Jed's side of the field. We've got a Thrall coming through here. Getting 6 power, ticking up a Plasma Pounder. Coming in for a total of 8 power, boosting and hitting a 0 to 60, so of course that means go again, with 1 resource floating there at the end. Didn't feel the need to crack the Goliath Gauntlets there, obviously. Thinks the game's going to go a little bit longer than that. Maybe 4 turns instead of 3. Carl's deciding what to block. It looks like he's got, let's say, high speed impact in hand there at least. One in arsenal, and Teklo core really means that he has a chance to sort of block out with a few cards here and save himself a bit of damage, and still crack back with a potentially very painful turn. We have Jed coming in here, boosting a 0 to 60 into a zipper hit, coming in for 3. That means that any card here from Carl should do it, and he's going to sacrifice a T-bone. It looks like a red one, probably because he doesn't feel like he needs to be able to chain them together, as that is when a T-bone is obviously best. We have our first Talishar activation here. Only 2 more turns left in the game for him by the looks of it, and that was of course off activating a Teklo Foundry Heart. We're going to clean up the chain. Looks like we are passing the turn over to Carl here. 1 in the arsenal. We got in for... Oh, hopefully we'll see how much we got in for in a second. Unless, of course, Jed has taken 12 from his own attacks there. What's that? I believe we have a Pulse Wave Harpoon there. Or is it a Scramble Pulse? It's there we go. Scramble Pulse coming in for 5 there, +2 off the Pounder, chaining it into a Throttle. That is a lovely follow. I believe it is a foil there. As you can see, the boost no longer has any reminder text, which I think is a really lovely way of rewarding people who are into that sort of thing by removing unnecessary sort of rules text on foils. There are very similar things done in Magic a couple of times, one of the most famous examples being Time Stop from 10th edition, a card that is quite ridiculous, ending the turn with a lot of rules and text around that. Here we have a pretty big chain, 0 to 60, and a Talishar attack. And looks like a little bit of confusion here. We've got 2 pieces of block already. Crown of Providence, trigger here. I believe he's deciding what he wants to do. He's going to bottom the arsenal and draw. So that should be a full block. Crown is going to be destroyed. We're going to get 1 counter on Teklo Foundry Heart. Absolute cracker of a card there. Of all of the chess pieces that are necessary to try and beat Tunic, as it were, to be stronger than Tunic, that is definitely up there. We see Carl on a really low life total here, so of course Jed's going to start by cracking Goliath Gauntlets. In this way, with the Pounder, we might see something pretty brutal. There's definitely some questions to be had about the way in which to order hands like this. If he has, for example, the card that lets him dominate if it hits, cracking the Goliath Gauntlets and Pounder on the first one allows him to try and get that through. There we go, Combustible Courier. So yeah, see, here he's going to try and push this through to get +3 on the next thing, meaning that Carl basically has to full block out on this in order to save himself a little bit of damage. So we've got 2 3s and a 2 there. Excellent use of armor from both players now. But that was a pretty large amount to come through there and leaves Carl with very little to block with. So it could already be over for him in this round. Jed, we can see he's got a Spark of Genius in hand. That's probably going to be coming out as a blocker. Sorry, as a resource here. Because I think Jed might be looking to close it out by just chaining off a couple more cards and then ending on Talishar this turn. Of course, Jed still has his Achilles Accelerator here. So even if he doesn't quite have a boost on something, he will likely be able to come over at the end anyways. Of course, if he does that and it doesn't work for some reason... Ooh, wow, okay. He has decided to just play the Spark of Genius here, probably going for a Teklo Core. Yep, we see the Teklo Core coming out, absolute banger of a card there. Back in the day when all we had was Arc stuff, Arcane Rising, this sort of style of play was very, very typical. Matt Rogers, of course, a big proponent of Control Dash, as it were. Just 60 good cards. You know, most of that block for 3, and some that are necessary items to play. I believe, yep, Jed's looking for a draw here. Is he cracking? Yep, we're going to see the Achilles Accelerator come out here. It looks like Jed really wanted to find a draw there, see if he could cycle his Spark of Genius for something a little better. He won't get the resources from Teklo Cores, that is a start of turn effect, but it might not matter depending what he drew. So see the high speed impact being pitched there, activating the Teklo Foundry Heart, giving him 2 resources, and that's a zipper hit. Boosting, well, you know, it's a good thing they don't play any cards that are misses here. 5 is an incredibly difficult number to block here. I can't quite see what that headpiece at the top there, but it's probably a crown, if I had to guess. We're going to see 3 blocking, taking 2, going to 1, I assume. Oh, I might need to talk to my co-hosts at the end there, because it looks like we've got the life totals mixed around on this. My mistake, I've been casting as if Carl was on 3 and Jed was on 2. Jed was on 2, yes. But it looks like Carl is now on 2 and Jed is actually on 3 here. We're going to see a Teklo Core activating a Talishar here, just coming in for a cheeky 4. Of course, this still presents lethal though. We've got 1 block on the Teklo Foundry Heart still, but that's not going to be enough. We're going to throw on himself. Long-time player, probably one of the all-time greats coming out of Nelson. And he's going to be... You know how
I do all right.
Yeah, he's going to be helping provide some context on things that are maybe slipping me by. By the looks of it, this game might be over, though. That was the last activation on a Teklo Pounder.
What headpiece did Jed play? Did he play
Jed played...
Visitronic or Crown?
Crown. He played Crown. It came very in handy, obviously. Yeah, and it looks like that's game over there.
Nice. That took longer than it should have.
Well, I think that was the 3rd turn. I think we talked about already how quickly it would just be the 3rd turn, you know, the 3rd Talishar activation.
Yeah, you still got...
I believe the Teklo Foundry Heart had used all of its
I'm talking about the gloves.
Yeah, but he never even had a chance to get it. Carl was just a little bit too behind there, and I think that's a Visitronic there as his headpiece, which he obviously just did not get to. I would say in this matchup, funnily enough, the 2 life was what mattered. Off the Crown of Providence. It also allowed him to cycle a card, obviously very strong. You can see them discussing the ins and outs right now.
Yeah. That's a good, interesting round 1, Mirror.
Yeah, it was lovely to see.
There's only 2 Dash players in the room and they see each other straight away.
Really? There's only 2 today? That's crazy. I actually have the deck list here, so I'm going to be able to go through and have a look.
I can tell you what they are.
No, they seem to be pretty similar. I don't see...
No, they're mirrors.
Yeah.
I think there's 2 cards different than Jed's list. He decided to play Shockwave.
Alright, we're going to cut for a second here to be right back, because we need to get some things sorted. Welcome back, players. So, Carl Wolf and Jed Lawless, round 1 going to, by the looks of it, Jed. Unfortunately, we had a little bit of a mix-up with the life totals, I believe, but hopefully that'll be sorted by the next round. As Dane was saying here, they are playing identical lists today, but the key deciding factor there looked like the choice to play Crown of Providence over Visitronic. Visitronic obviously great for turns where you plan to go sort of all in and pop off, as it were. But I think sometimes having just a little bit extra life can really make the difference in those aggro matchups. As traditionally Dash is a deck that can't even play any defense reactions without giving up huge amounts of consistency and potentially losing turns that she otherwise shouldn't.
What do you reckon? Should I grab Jed to
Looks like we should potentially be having a interview with the first round 1 winner. Looks like he managed to clutch it out pretty fast, so it doesn't really leave a lot to say, but hopefully he will have some insight as to the choices that he made and what he hopes to get out for the rest of the day. Of course, today is being played at Card Merchant Nelson, one of the I want to say subsidiaries, one of the local stores that has been popping up over the last couple of years. Sure you've seen. Look at him, the man himself.
Sup, team? Where am I sitting?
You're sitting here, my man. Please. So, tell me a little bit about your choices in that last match. I see that you decided to play Crown of Province.
Yeah, Crown. Basically, it's because I'm bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think I was saying while we were streaming that was actually the reason you probably won that match, was the Crown block.
The Crown block, yeah, but we were talking, and he was on Visitronic, and I think if he popped Visitronic on the turn that he was quite aggressive, he actually would have gotten the max velocity. Like, I mean, you don't want to be results oriented, but he had the chance of getting it, and he would have actually got it.
Right. I think I had a little bit of a stream mishap here that I'm hoping to get changed. I think your life totals are on the wrong sides. So when I was playing, I was commentating one of the turns as if Carl was on 3 life when he was actually on, I think, like 8.
Oh, 8. Oh, okay.
And then he went to 2. Yeah, you went to 3,
yeah.
and he was on like 8 and then went to 2. So it was a little bit confusing for our watchers here. But
yeah.
But that just means that when we figured it out, it became very obvious that you had in fact got that game in the bag. I think the turn, even where he just had Talishar off like Teklo Core, it was like pretty obvious that it was like over there.
Yeah, it was a bit over there. He really needed to get that max velocity. But yeah, back to what you're saying on the Providence. Basically, I chose Providence because it's easier.
Yeah, it's literally just like, wow, I don't have to think. This deck is already too hard. Like, I played all my cards, and then I didn't have anything to block with. Like, it was really confusing. No, I can understand why that would be a consideration, especially knowing you are probably pretty sleepy there. So
yeah, pretty sleepy. Just the inherent value from it is kind of carries the thinking. You don't have to think as much. You just get 2 inherent block. And you get to, make it a little bit better.
I think I was saying just before that there is a lot of value inherent to having just a little bit of extra life in the aggro matchups. It's something that a lot of Azalea was playing back in the day when we didn't have as many good cards as we did before. That starting the turn with starting the game with Sigil of Solace in hand or something like that, a thing that's essentially free in a lot of that deck, was like the game changer a lot of the time. If you started with 43 life before they're 40 plus fridge, because obviously Azalea doesn't really have that ability to block.
Yeah.
Then you kind of can get outs in games that otherwise you wouldn't. It was really helpful into Katsu, and I think another deck I know you're a huge proponent of, big Katsu fan.
Yeah.
No choice not to play it today though?
No, I just haven't played much Blitz, so basically the dash just plays the same as CC, so I thought it just...
So it plays the same as CC for you, that doesn't make sense.
No,
not trying to mechanoid anyone today though.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Like Mechanoid Dash and Blitz. That'd be
seems like a bit of hard work though, eh? A bit of hard work.
Yeah.
I think I was saying to the viewers earlier that you and Carl were playing an identical list almost.
Identical? Yeah.
I particularly enjoyed your Spark of Genius turn to get the Teklo core. They're just trying to cycle a card.
Man, not just trying to cycle, but I was trying to get the blue to be able to go pitch 4/4 and then Teleshar after.
Right.
So I was trying to get the extra 4 damage because I really needed to push.
So you were basically trying to turn the yellow in your hand into a blue so that you could then
Yes, that's what
Yeah,
I was doing,
yeah.
because with the yellow you can't go 4-4-4.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So it was a big thing, and I think, did you draw a red off it in the end?
I drew a red, so I had to pitch the red into heart to do the
did
turn that I was
turn.
going to do. But the thing is, I had that fallback if I did draw the red.
Yeah. So no matter what, you always had that fallback of like
Yeah.
ending on the thing. But
Exactly.
if you had
So
drawn the blue, it would
my
have been an
turn
extra
wasn't
attack.
my turn wasn't getting worse
Right,
by
right.
doing that. So yeah.
No, well, thank you very much for coming in and talking a little bit about your match today. Here's hoping it goes well for the rest of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have to verse Oldhim's now, and that's going to be a good time.
Well, I've heard that he's been going a little bit more aggressive these days, so it's fine.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to fight against an Oldhim that maybe actually wants to play Fab instead of Brick Wall Simulator, as we call it. Who doesn't love a little bit of, I attack for 20, and he's like, well, I guess I'll take like 1. Oh, well, if you insist.
Yeah, so I'll just have to try and like make my turns big, big and small rather than just medium.
Yeah, you wanna try and spread it in ways that damage is hard to block out efficiently.
Yeah. Because
Awesome.
they can block like 14 damage or whatever, so you just got to try and do 20 and then do that 3 times or something.
Well, maybe that's where the mechanoi can come in. We're talking
True.
we're talking some undiscovered tech here.
True, maybe
Blitz
that's for
players,
next
Blitz
time.
players,
Next season.
they're thinking so hard, so they might not have thought of it.
Yeah.
Oh, let's.
Oh, GG's, yeah.
No worries, my man.
Oosh.
Well, good luck coming in the next round. I think we're having a lot of top table players on the stream, so maybe we'll see you again.
Might see you next
Might see
round.
you again. Come in there and just oh my god.
That's me again. Might see me all day.
Good to see you, my man.
Oosh,
Alright, welcome back. We're back here with Dane today, and he's going to take us through his thought decisions on playing Briar, of all things. A deck that's been a little underrepresented in the meta by the looks of it.
It's because it's. Did I see your channel? Yeah. Did I not? Oh.
The interesting thing for me is that you were saying that it was more of a fun decision. Like, you had been playing Dash all week. Dash, clearly one of the better decks in the format, but it was incredibly boring. And when you played Briar last night, rather, you went 4-1, pretty respectable in a little Blitz tournament before the Skirmish, and it was the most fun you had in a while. But I'm going to ask you why you decided not to play Chain or something. I know you're a historical fan of the deck. Probably one of the things that got you into Fab in the first place was the crazy power level of Chain. And it's standing as one of the best aggro decks in the format currently, making good use of Belittle and Minnowism to really ramp up turns and whatnot.
I just haven't seen it.
You just have not seen it. That's really... Is that an indictment of our local metagame, maybe?
Well, the thing is, like, I'm only here a small percentage of the time due to work obligations.
Yeah, no, we all definitely understand that. Work gets in the way of playing card games. Should probably be the other way around, but hey, what can you do?
Chain seems cool. I picked Briar just because yet again, I just played channels on first turns the whole night. It was amazing.
And I think
I had
today,
so much fun.
Today it didn't quite go so well for you, did it?
Round 1, I versed Ira and she tanked me and bleed me out, basically.
It's crazy in what are we, 2023? to still be seeing Iras. You know, I remember start of the format. You remember Flick Flack?
Yeah. So another problem is getting wrong mixture of like maybe too many attacks and not enough doggy. Otherwise, I think I could have bleed him out with the sword eventually. But no, he did. He played well. He played correct.
Do you think?
Stab 5.
Do you think? I suppose it's probably a lot harder in Briar to make use of that, like belittle minimalism engine. Obviously, Chain has so many inherently like 1 to 3 base attack cards because they're like low value.
Riftbind for 1.
Yeah, exactly. Like Bounding Demigon and all those sorts of things.
Yeah.
But both are obviously backed up with the incredible power of Rosetta Thorn these days. I don't even think, I remember when Duskblade dropped and everyone was like, oh my god, this card's going to break the game. It is completely...
I still played
Rosetta Thorn.
I still just played Rosetta.
I remember, I think my first builds of like CC Briar that were very bad. I was playing Earthlore Surges.
In red.
That card's a banger, but it was just
I almost put one in.
The inherent value that you could get out of going like non-attack, attack with the lightning into Rosetta Thorn was like the whole basis of the deck. You know, it was like, okay, well the non-attack and the attack and the Rosetta Thorn all have to cost like 3 total because I want to pitch 1 blue. I want to play 2-3 cards and then go from there. And that thing's a little bit harder to pull off in such a fast format as Blitz. You know, it's a little easy when you have twice the loaf total.
Yeah.
But hopefully we should be seeing the next round coming up soon. I believe we are running out of time in the round, as it were. And we'll be back in a few minutes with that and hopefully some other people to talk to after they finish their rounds incredibly fast. And welcome back, players. Looks like the next round is going to be going up in a very short while. I just wanted to have a quick talk about the breakdown of players and heroes in the tournament. Another great thing about these sort of local diverse sort of metas is that they're usually quite well represented with different kinds of heroes instead of being dominated by the one. It looks like we have 4 total prisms today, which is the highest representation of anything else. And aside from that, I believe a good 9 or 10 different heroes, including some that are a little bit spicy, depending on what your tolerance level is. You know, if you've got that white tolerance level of spice like I do, a deck that I'm particularly excited to see potentially on camera. Hoping don't know how he did round 1, but hopefully he'll make it. Is the Riptide player we have playing one of the coolest brews that's come out of Blitz in a while. A deck that is basically entirely wrapped around the concept of a single nourishing emptiness, replaying it as much as possible with codexes and memorial grounds and that sort of thing, and then just buffing it with some non-attack actions or trapping people and slowly pinging them out to death. That should be incredibly fun. Looks like 12 players. Aside from that, 12 different heroes. Aside from that, we've of course got some mainstays in Kano, Bravo, Rhinar, a deck that should be excellent if it manages to roll well for the rest of the day. But who knows with that sort of thing. As a long-time player, when we were just starting out in Welcome to Wraith, I was definitely a big fan of Rhinar. I remember when the spoilers were dropping and we were trying to like theory craft our way through decks. Absolutely excited to see that in a new game that was trying to be competitive, they were willing to do something like dice rolling, which shows that they understand that there is a niche for that sort of thing in players, and that's something that a lot of games fail to get, is that you do need to appeal to a wide range of player types. People who like to roll dice, for example, people who like to build combo decks, people who like to win, those sorts of things. If you're from Magic, you might recognize that as the Timmy, Johnny, Spike trio. And even later on with the Light and Shadow set, I believe, Monarch, we had a really interesting sort of story going on with the demons and the auras and all those sorts of things. Heralds with Prism and that came out to be something that Vorthos or the flavor players, you know, those who like the stories, really got to enjoy. Looks like we're still waiting on the next round to start up, but hopefully it won't be taking too long. Looks like we are cutting into round 2 here now. Let's get ourselves on. In this round, we'll see Jed on Dash again, and local legend himself, Jordan, on Ira. A hero that has fallen a little bit out of favor as time has moved on, but was definitely a terror at the start of Blitz, way back at the start of Blitz. I remember many a person who was eager to see Flick Flack or something banned out of the deck. Possibly representing one of the simplest concepts of value in Fab. 1 for 5 with 3 blocks. That was what was keeping our Ira alive. +1 and a 5, that's 6. 2 cards. Players obviously shuffling up. See a pretty standard layout there. Mask Momentum, Breaking Scales, Snappies, and Fiandel's Spring Tunic, with the single Zephyr Blade and the Harmonized Kadachi. Of course, waiting for Dash to...
All I can say for you to be like more careful for your sake is just make sure it's like before, because I know when I play with you sometimes. Yeah, I know. So just keep the banishing and make sure you came into gear.
Okay.
Alright.
I tried. I know.
The friendly fist bump. It's been interesting to watch, probably as a result of COVID, but potentially happened before, the change from handshakes and big events to fist bumps and other sort of ways of acknowledging that a good game is about to start. Alright, see that item flipped. Of course that's the pounder. We're going to start with the Kodachi Stab. For 1 with Go Again. I believe Zephyr Needle is going to do some work in this thing. He never has to worry about being overtaken, because he's always going to be blocked by, I believe, 3s. Looks like he's got a defense reaction in hand there, so I'll be ending the turn arseling that. He's got, what's that? 1 resource floating. We're going to see anything else. Of course, both of these decks playing pretty fair, just melee combat here, not a lot of stuff on the opponent's turn. But hopefully later on we might be seeing some interesting wizard decks. Alright, that's the easy block. That's pretty good. Getting a T-Bone out for a single damage on the Flusterfist there, setting a card and drawing back up. Looks like we maybe didn't set the defense reaction there. That's okay. I'm sure he's thought his way through it. We're going to start with... Ooh, that's a big one. Pounder obviously triggering here. coming in for 7. Crane Dance block 3 currently against 7. Looks like maybe taking 4. Ah, he did set the thing. He just drew the second one in this thing. That's okay. Looks like he's going to opt and take the damage here. Luckily, we don't have to worry about any Master Momentum triggers on the opposing side. It's going to break the chain here, activate. Oh, a little bit of dexterity error there. That's okay. No need to punish anybody for those. Remember, players, you really don't have to worry too much if it's an accident. And finish on Talishar. Teklo Foundry Heart, providing the 2 damage, providing the 2 mana there to activate that, really pushing that over the top. And like we were saying earlier, the average Dash player doesn't really want to go more than 3 turns anymore. Which makes the Fyendal Spring Tunic a little bit worse. Obviously a great card in a game where you can expect to reasonably get like 2, maybe 3 activations out of it. Great in like the Oldhim match, for example. But in this sort of thing, it's potentially true that maybe like Spring Blossom, giving you a single resource, might actually push you over the edge. Here we go, the classic Torrent of Tempo coming in for 5. If it hits, go again. And Jed basically deciding whether or not he wants to throw up maybe a equipment and a card here. Who's to say what's in his hand though currently? He probably doesn't want to just tank it. Oh, he is. I believe that's a draw there for this man. He's got no resources left on the other hand, so we could be seeing a pitch and activate activate the last attack in his hand. This is where we're talking about the Spring Blossom would maybe have come in handy there. You could have just as easily gone into that last attack, still setting the thing and still setting the Fateful Scene and not losing anything. Of course, the Tunic would be gone, but he's probably not going to get more than 1 out of it anyways. Alright, we're going to start off with a high-speed impact by the looks of it. One of those coming out in red. That is a big turn. The Pounder obviously on top of it, coming in for a 6 total. Banishing and of course hitting. A bit rough here because we have the Razor for 2. Reaction step, presumably. Wow, no reaction. Just going to let the next attack come in with Dominate there, I believe it is. And we're going to Fateful Scene that as well. We're going to opt 1, leaving it on top. Jordan might be starved on blues in his hand there. Hard to see from this angle, of course, but if he is, that's pretty much just... Wow. Yep. Let's have a look. Nope, he has the blue there, but I think he's probably going to be forced to block with it. Yep, Jed is going to starve him with the blue there. We'll see if Jordan decides to commit with another card there, mostly just to be saving 1 damage, probably not. And Jed, of course, cracking off Goliath Gauntlets, activating Foundry Heart, getting another 2 mana, and we're going to be finishing on the maximum velocity, and that's potentially game right there. A total of 12 damage. He can, of course, block. A little bit of a dispute about life totals there. A reminder that even when you are on camera and you do have an electronic life total, it is probably helpful to keep a paper trail as well. Yep, so we're seeing the full block there. The Mask, Scales, and the Flick Flack. Putting Jordan down to 3, meaning he does not have a lot left in him. But if he can weather this 1 more turn, he has the Tunic activation here finally. He's going to come in with Pounding Gale. That's 153. Ignore the rest of the text on it. It does not matter. I think Jed is probably at a comfortable life total here. He could even Crown, I think it is, to maybe cycle out his hand and make sure he can get a bit of damage out of it. He could just take the full thing. We'll see what depends on the quality. He also, of course, can Teklo Foundry Heart to block a little bit of extra damage as well. Yep, seeing the Crown coming up by the looks of it. Just a little bit of thinking there. It might not matter as much as it looks, but you still want to play optimally, even in games where it looks like you've maybe come ahead fully. And we are going to, of course, see the sink below effect there. Sinking a card, one of the greatest terms to come out of this game. I'm not going to lie, I love sinking a card. What are you sinking about, as it were? And it's probably a good time to talk about sort of that optimal play lines, as it were. It's a respect thing, really. You want to respect your opponents and to play suboptimally, to play in a way that implies that they're not good is, I think, a little bit rude. So it's really good to see players like Jed and like Jordan who play to their fullest and do so against everyone. You know, maybe that kid that you fight, he maybe deserved it a little because, you know, he's a good, strong player and you didn't want to make him feel bad, like he couldn't be worth going for all out. Of course, we have Jed coming out here again. We've got Tunic. It got its value. That was the most we could get out of it. So we're probably going to see 2 cards here out of Jordan, as 1 would not be enough. Hard to tell what color that sink below in his hand is, though, unfortunately. The white border messing it up a little bit. Oh, alright. Maybe we are not going to block with the Spring Tunic here. That, of course, being the last counter on Plasma. Yep, the A-Strike coming out, and looks like a red sink below there. A total of 7 against the 7. Of course, Jed doesn't seem to have... Go again? Sorry, I may be mistaking that first card there. T-Bone, of course, necessitating the block for 2. Potentially a judge call just coming through. We might have to go take care of that. We will be right back, however. Back again here, and thank you, chat. That maximum velocity did hurt. The clock timer is unfortunately something I cannot fix while commentating. It has to be done on the other end, and that other end is done by a player, so once his round's finished. Kind of doesn't make a lot of sense there, though. Back into it, we see a throttle coming out. Yep, hitting the boost, coming in 4-6. That's the big boy there. Two cards every time. Yep. Ooh. That's 3? No? 4. Alright. Zipper hit. Push the point. A classic limited card here. Really great in something like... and we see the Sigil of Solace coming out. Really great in something like Ira, because you really do get a lot of hits over time. It looks like he's still got 1 card in hand, so depending on what Jed has here. Zipper hit again. Hitting, of course. Block for 2, but that is the game. Alright. Well, the round time is up, at least for Jordan there. That maximum velocity turn, of course, was huge. But maybe we can get Jed in here to talk a little bit more about his gameplay. And welcome back. We are here with Jordan, unfortunately the loser of the last round, but a man who is dedicated to Ira. What made you play Ira today?
Honestly, being able to just block with 3 cards in hand, going stab, 5. It's really appealing to me. She's real mid-range. She can go quite wide if she wants to, and still forces a card out of hand each turn. So I just think she's an overall rounder.
Now, it's been a while since I read Zephyr Needle, but I believe it breaks if they block with something higher, is it?
Yeah. So with Zephyr Needle, it attacks for 2. If it's blocked with defense greater than its attack, it destroys it.
Right.
So with Ira, what the synergy is with Ira is your second attack each turn gets +1. So then Zephyr Needle then becomes a 3. So for them to destroy a Zephyr Needle, they have to defense react with a 4 or higher. So it just pushes a bit more damage. If they have a D react, you kind of just got to take it on the chin.
Right. I mean, you are playing, of course, I saw a Razor there earlier,
one
so
Razor
you can save it.
Potentially save it.
But the most important thing, probably, is that Dash can't do that.
Yeah.
Dash doesn't have any 4 blocks.
No,
because
they
it is a deck devoid of defense reactions. It's a class devoid of defense
Exactly.
reactions.
So I was just thinking, I know Control Dash can use Sync and they try and get them out, but
That's
I think...
really funny to think about, that they could potentially whiff on a important boost because
Yeah,
they were like
exactly.
syncs.
So I was like, he's an aggro deck, he's not going to be using D-React. I think I'm pretty safe with my Needle.
And let's talk a little bit about that maximum velocity turn. That was pretty painful for you, I saw.
Yes. I definitely... I didn't necessarily see it coming, but I talked to my friend earlier and I said, what's the best way to block Dash? And he said to me, don't care about the on-hits. The only on-hit to care about is combustible.
Right, because of the push for the damage.
The push for the damage, exactly.
You're not gonna respect, say, a high-speed impact.
Yeah,
Because,
so...
you don't care about the Dominate or anything like
no,
that.
100%. And I thought when he went into the high-speed impact for the Dominate, I thought, okay, I got 3, the next thing's it's going to be maybe a 6. I'll take 2 damage bumps.
Yeah, with
and then,
you had the defense reaction lined up and ready to go for that.
So then it worked out being perfect, didn't have to take any card out of hand. Which is really nice.
But ending on that was a pretty big one. It was rough.
It's definitely, that's a Dash player's
That's
their
line,
condition,
that's their line, eh?
It's what they want to smack you on the face
I
with
remember,
at the end.
it's interesting now because they've actually swapped over to Talishar most of the time.
Yeah,
they used to be Pistol. Well, Pistol was a more controlling, but Shotgun.
Oh, Shotgun, yes.
Shotgun,
yes.
was a thing that was quite big for a while there. People would love to just sort of even faster turn 1 or turn 2 before we had Plasma Pounder. Just like speed out the longest line possible and then finish on like maximum velocity, crack boots, pistol for however much, which was crazy.
And it's because there's also the T-bone line where you can go T-bone.
Yeah, that's a new thing we're seeing as well.
The magnetic.
Magnetic shockwave, I believe.
Shockwave, yeah.
And also that pulse wave harpoon, I believe it is.
It's a very card, a 1 for 4. It's got a boost, and it brings a card onto the combat chain. If it's
I saw that it took that snipe that blue out of your hand, which seemed like it was really, really important. So does that make you, I think, 1-1 for the day? That's okay. That's okay.
So gotta do good in the next 2 games at least, I believe.
Yeah, I think we should have 5 rounds today. I believe we've hit the 20 people, so 16 people is the 4th round, and so 17 is the 5th. So just win out.
I'm
it's
happy
as simple
I
as
didn't get
that.
a round 1 loss. That's definitely
that's definitely the losers bracket, as they say. Oh, that's a hard one. All right, well, thanks for joining us there, Jordan. Let's get it.
Cheers.
Hopefully for the next 2 rounds goes well for you, and we'll see you again. I believe you're the only Ira player today, so represent.
One of the only Iras. She's one of the first Blitz decks. One of them.
The one of the original Blitz decks was basically Ira just going 1, 2, 5, and we'll all remember that. We'll all remember it. We'll remember it forever.
Cheers, Cam.
No worries. Good luck. Welcome back again, players. Looks like there's 15 minutes left in the round out there. We've still got a few people going there. Some interesting matchups. We're seeing Riptide doing his best to slowly kill as many people as possible. If he gets on camera, that'll be great, because we'll be able to get an interview with him about his build today. A very spicy one. Aside from that, looks like we might be seeing Rhinar on camera next, depending on how he does. That'd be really cool. Rhinar being, as I've said before, one of the first decks that I ever built, one of the OGs, as it were. And great fun in Welcome to Wraith Limited. Welcome to Wraith Sealed, Welcome to Wraith Draft. Probably one of the best draft formats of all time, in my opinion. I feel it's impeccably balanced, like a razor's edge sort of thing. No decks are left behind. I do have a couple of complaints about it, of course. If you've ever played, you know that the best thing to do is usually to fill your deck with as many cards as possible, and it still ends up in like milled out stalemates occasionally. Drone of Brutality obviously tends to ruin it quite a bit, because it can end with both players who, like, if one player has one and the others don't, it's pretty much over. They are unable to win the game against a drone. And if both players have them, it's very possible that you end up in a scenario where you're both blocking out. But, you know, if you get rid of that, I believe they said they were going to cut drone from some of the things. I don't know if that ever ended up happening in the unlimited editions. And if you keep the deck limit to everybody has to play 30, definitely one of the strongest limited formats that we've had, especially coming out of FAT. Coming up soon, round 3. I would be very interested to see our Kassai player up here today, or potentially Azalea. For those of you who don't know, which you probably wouldn't, why would you? I have been a long-time Azalea player, probably one of the longest. And good test mates, I would say, with I Am a Papaya, the #1 Azalea player in the world. He has been really pushing Azalea in the last few years while I've been a little bit sick, to bring it to a place where it now, after the buffs from outsiders, it is clearly a absolute banger of a deck. And really, who could blame it? If you've ever read Red in the Ledger, you know that before, it's not that it wasn't doing powerful things, it's just that it wasn't doing powerful things often enough. With the buffs from Premeditate and the absolute busted power of Codex of Frailty, it really has started to come into the forefront. But who knows if those are the kinds of things that people can do in Blitz. And if our Azalea player gets on, I would love to see it. Aside from that, I would also be really interested in seeing our Kano player on. Kano, of course, is like the perennial Blitz deck to me. If Iris sort of represents the edge of like slow and steady control, I think Kano can represent the lightning speed at which Blitz is played occasionally. You're not really one-turn killing or first-turn killing. Well, I mean, not first-turn killing, definitely one-turn killing usually. But when it lines up, it feels like nothing else in this game. I think anybody who's played it would be able to attest. What's notably lacking from today is I do not think there is an Icelander here. I've checked through, doesn't seem to be anybody playing her. She's currently dominating the meta, as it were, but maybe no one wants to give her any more Living Legends points at this point. You never know. Hopefully we'll get some maybe in the later events, and we'll check out with some people who decided to not play her as it was. Let's cut back to waiting around for a bit while we go and see how the rounds are coming on. And welcome back, players. Looks like the next round's coming up pretty soon. Should be... well, let's not give it a time in minutes, eh? Let's just give it a time in feeling. Looking through these lists again has really impressed me with the diversity. Even amongst the, well, aside from the dash lists, even amongst the Oldhim lists, there's been a lot of changes coming through. Some of them deciding to go a bit more aggressive and actually play the game, which is crazy because most Oldhims are known for, as we say, brick wall simulator. But, well, hopefully we can showcase that kind of diversity with some of the top players, as it were. I know that I was watching a match just before on Table 2 with an Oldhim in it, trying to beat out a Phi. Difficult, but not impossible for either of them. Along with that, hopefully we should have some of the other little bugs fixed. I know someone mentioned that the round timer wasn't available, and that's okay. It didn't actually affect the event, but it's always nice to know as a watcher what's going on. Of course, where it says round 3 times up there, that's just proofing for a bit. Round 3 has actually not begun. I'd like to speak a little bit more about the concept of Blitz as a whole. It's very interesting, I think, that a lot of games that are made these days decide to really stick to one format as their like definitive way to play their game. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has this problem a little bit. It's really only Advanced that you can play to a competitive level at like 99% of events and local game stores and so on. There has been a little bit of a resurgence in what they call Time Wizard formats, that is formats from previously in the timeline. One of the greats, Edison, I believe that's from over a decade ago now, and Goat from Nearly Near the Start, where you play a lot of Scapegoat, a lot of, as we call them, DM staples, Pot of Greed, Delinquent Duo, Snatch Steal, Graceful Charity, those sorts of things. I think the decision by the developers, LSS, Legend Story Studios, to include a secondary format that was a little bit more casual in its, faster, right, in its execution, was probably a really strong one. And the fact that they have committed themselves to trying to add a multiplayer format, an Ultimate Pit Fight, and other multiplayer formats coming along. They talk about a PvE, a player versus environment format that they're working towards. Those show that they really understand how to make a game that is going to appeal to a lot of people.
Hello, good sir. That took forever.
Are we 0-2?
No, we got that one.
All right, so we're 1-1. We'll have to wait for Dane to finish X and 2, as we call it, just a little bit longer. We're talking a little bit about the choice to have Blitz as an additional format, along with multiplayer formats in Fab, to show that they actually do care about more players than just the most like hardcore competitive. I know you're a long-time Magic player. EDH was a really good example of this. So Commander,
yeah. Is there any Magic format?
It's just one of the only. I do play a lot of draft. I won't lie. I do play some MTG Arena drafts and go infinite on that a couple of times. But having that way to play, and especially different cards to play with, was always really nice. You know, the things that you would be using to play in your standard deck or your modern deck, aside from like maybe some lands, wouldn't really cross over into the things you would be deciding to do in Commander. I mean, these days there's a little bit.
I just like sitting at a table with a bunch of my mates, maybe a couple of sneaky beers, and just talking trash. It's a good time.
Yeah,
big fan of Commander.
And I'm really hoping that the because Ultimate Pit Fight doesn't. It's not quite hitting the same sort of thing.
I don't know if I just never played it. Don't know how it works, but I don't know if Flesh has
the biggest problem that Flesh has with something like that, a multiplayer format, is Magic is like at this point, like we're like 30 years, has just backlogs and backlogs of cards that are weird and bad but do something in like multiplayer formats. Yeah. And Flesh and Blood doesn't really quite have that yet, because we're only like 6 or 7 sets deep, really. You know, that's not a lot. Like, that's actually like nothing. And they, in those sets specifically, do not have a lot of time to print sort of nonsense cards that aren't aimed specifically.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, you know, like, there are a few. A lot of the promos that they give out, Go Bananas is obviously very funny. Shout out to Mighty Ape and their help early on. And a lot like This Round's on Me, and some of the Bard-based ones, Yurik himself, who shuffles all of the decks together and you play from one big pile.
Oh, that sounds horrible.
Yeah, no, I don't even think that one's even legal in Ultimate Pit Fight.
That sounds horrible.
But you definitely want to see cards that don't necessarily fit the mold of competitive staple, but do fit the mold of this is going to be fun to play in multiplayer.
Yeah, well, they'll do something.
They will hopefully we'll see more of that in the future. I can imagine.
Probably not my jam personally, but I'll definitely give it a nudge.
It's always worth trying. That's the thing that a lot of people fail to do. They'll see card games like this and they'll just play one thing. I was saying earlier that Yu-Gi-Oh has a bit of this problem where there's only one way to play it. But even now they have branching formats.
Turn 0 deck, that's it.
Well, the actual like format itself is like one format, you know, it's only ever all of the cards. But there has been talks recently of older sets where the card pool is from like, you know, released to like 2010 or something like that, and you're playing in an older sort of group of cards.
I mean, I could actually viably play Evo Swords again? Yeah.
I think Evils is a little... You might be able to. You need to find out where, I think, Primal Origin...
We shouldn't be talking about card games.
Wait, it's all card games though, right? Like that's the key part. Is that even though we are obviously playing Flesh and Blood today, one of the things they say is the common language of great games, and that's not necessarily always Flesh and Blood.
That's what cool thing I did. Read Plunder Run from Arsenal. Yeah. Command and Conquer.
It's a good. I was doing that in Briar. That was literally the whole deck.
Guess what was in his arsenal, and he didn't have enough pulse.
Ooh, it was bad. Oh, was that? I think I actually walked out specifically to see that thing. I saw a Pulse of Eisenloft. I think it was. Go to the graveyard. I was like,
I don't think any other combination of cards could have got me that game other than that happening. Because I got an Arsenal and I was like,
you were dead.
I was pretty dead at this point. Like, this was my last ditch effort. The Conk hitting and giving me an Arsenal got me back in the game.
That's crazy. It's
because he had 2 blocks in his hand.
Conk, and to a lesser extent, we could probably argue this point a little bit. Conk or E-Strike being these incredibly powerful generics that go sort of everywhere. It's actually something I really love. Aside from the fact that it's nice not to have to buy 60 new cards every time you build a deck. It is nice to sort of have these pushing it cards, as it were. Unfortunately for Command and Conquer, very potentially, we'll give it 2 more seconds. Command and Conquer is maybe pushing it a little bit. That card maybe doesn't need to, say, block 3.
I'm a big fan of that card.
Maybe doesn't need to block 3, but it's definitely up there. I know later on, now that we've seen like a Race Face and whatever one that is Amnesia.
I really like that one. Is it the one that makes them, if they got to try to keep a 5-card or Arsenal 4 cards, they get hit and they have to discard one? What's that one?
Discard one? Honestly unsure. We'll have to look it up.
It's a 2 for 6, and if it on hit, yet again, if they got 4 cards in hand, they have to discard one.
Interesting.
That's so annoying as a dash player.
Interesting. Well, I'll have to look that up. I mean, I've kept abreast of all the spoilers and stuff, but maybe I missed something. All right, players, looks like we'll be starting up the next round here, so we'll be transitioning to that.
Hopefully
See you
I'll be back
soon.
in like 3 minutes.
the man's fiending to go X and 2 and come and hang out and talk. All right, see you soon. See the players starting to set up on camera. We'll swap to it in a few minutes when everything gets swapped over properly. Looks like we might have Jed and Dash again. The man is undefeated currently. I mean, it's only been 2 rounds, but still, it has been quite interesting to see just how powerful Dash can be. Looks like coming on up, we have Kassai, presumably also at 2-0. A deck that has been a bit of a thorn in the side for some of the stronger decks in the format. Being able to go over the top of Oldhim, specifically with Blood on Hands, I believe it is, has proved to be very strong in this season. Blood on her hands, as it were. And it looks like our second player is going to be Mani himself, the owner of the store. Today, getting a little bit of time off to come and play, which is always, as a person who did run a store before, is always nice. Unfortunately, one of the things that happens is people tend to forget that you're on, you're on break, as it were. So you end up running a lot of things and doing a lot of work anyways. But hey, you don't work in a card store because you want to have an easy time. You work in a card store because you love it, and Mani definitely loves it. transition over to. There we go. Looks like they're sitting up. We can see 2 card merchant playmats here. That's very cute. We have the, I believe, Everfest Christmas themed one almost, featuring, I believe, Azalea firing some arrows, Deadeye as she is, and the mascots for Card Merchant Nelson and Card Merchant Auckland, I believe, on the other playmat. Alright. Currently no Marnie, but hey, sure he'll show up. Man doesn't want to lose his round without trying. Whether or not Marnie today has decided to play Brick Wall or has decided to play, you know, actually Flesh and Blood, it remains to be seen. But Kassai always does promise to be a interesting matchup. Looks pretty standard. Crown. Courage of Blade Hold. Such an incredible card for those of you who are maybe around for Monarch format. What do we call it? Bolton combo, full-on Luminar Ascension. What an absolute banger of a deck. Historically, never good, but definitely some of the most fun you can have in Flesh and Blood. Here we go now. Hopefully that's Marnie coming in to get on camera, as it were. We're seeing the Valiant Dynamo coming out. That's very interesting. It's repeatable block, obviously, but it's very difficult to sort of chain together a lot of attacks, and we'll have to see if it pays out for him over something like maybe Refraction Bolters, which, hey, it's potentially he doesn't even play. Unfortunately, waiting for his opponent. Here we go. We've got a handshake instead of a fist bump here. He's old school. You can see the lovely Fab Maniac t-shirts on display here. Well, you can see part of it. Hopefully it won't take too long to get himself set up here. Alright, here's the Oldhim. Looks like he's written down some life totals. Like I said earlier, people, even if you have a digital life total, it's very important to keep a track in such a way that it is easy to check for judges and that it contains a record. Looks like the Kassai is drawing up his hand there. And shuffling it up. Don't know if he's taking a mulligan or if he's just forgotten to let his opponent... looks like he might be having to take a judge call there. Again, another sort of hazard of being the store owner and trying to play in an event is that a lot of the times you're going to end up in the logistics. Alright, back again. Looks like he's shuffling up Kassai there. Potentially didn't give his opponent the chance to cut, so those 4 cards off the top probably weren't actually his real hand. That's okay. There we go, he's presenting. As a person who has been watching a lot of online simulators for games recently, it is very funny to see the ways in which we still have to sort of go through and get everything done manually when we're playing in real life. Looks like they're going to roll off here. Here's a tip for all you players. If you are going to roll dice, you can reduce the amount of times that you'll likely need to do that by just rolling a single dice and asking high or low. And then, you know, obviously the top half of the dice, you know, 4, 5, 6 in the case of a 6-sided would be high, and 1, 2, 3 would be low. And that way you only have to roll 1 dice. We see full fridge almost there. Of course, Creator Fist, card with a bunch of irrelevant text on it and a bunch of super relevant block. And that looks like the Stalagmite, which means, you know, obviously no Rampart. But giving out a couple of Frostbites over the course of the game really can do some work. Start out with a Driving Blade here into a Centauri Saber. And here comes Full Blocking Simulator, everybody's favorite. Of course, Centauri Saber there, getting a boost. Having Go Again, clearly. Face down card is presumably his copper token. Unfortunately, yeah, probably shouldn't be on the field until he has created one or anything like that, but we all play a little bit sloppy sometimes. Looks like we're coming in with a hit and run into the second Centauri Saber, reduced cost because of Kassai, and Marnie, of course, deciding how he wants to block this out. Let's go ahead and just guess that maybe it's 2 cards. Ooh. He was thinking about it. He was thinking about it. If he is playing, you know, not just full block simulator, then that's could be a very interesting match. All right, here we go. Looks like Kassai's turn is over. We got 2 cards out of Marnie, letting him basically mulligan here. Unsure if that was a good play or not. Not in that I think he was a particularly bad player there, but looks like he's choosing not to Arsenal, which is interesting. Oh, here we come. Big attacks. They're already here. Thunderquake. Having to read an attack coming out of a Oldhim doesn't sound too crazy when he's known for not putting them out very much, I guess. We're going to see 2 cards in front of this one. Presumably 6 block. And it's going to come over for 2. For 4. Wow. Obviously no follow-up there, but he does have the Arsenal card. Throw everything on the bottom and hand it back over to Kassai. He's going to come in with a simple 2 there. Don't know if we'll even see a block out of Marnie here. Sink below. You know, can always sculpt your hand a little bit better. Looks like he might be shuffling away a fuse card there, Endless Winter or something, trying to hit the pieces necessary for it. Yep. Fuse cards on release were, I think everyone was definitely concerned about how they were going to act, whether or not they'd be too powerful or too inconsistent. I think they've proven to be pretty decent for the game, which is always nice. We're making a Seismic Surge there. Looks like Cranial Crush Pitch into... That's the Endless Winter. Of course, no fusing, because it doesn't look like he has anything in hand, but doesn't feel the need to, obviously. He just wants to get in some big damage. Today's players, I believe, is 20, so should be 5 rounds in top 8. Gonna go handle a judge call just in case. Don't want the tournament too thick, so good luck everybody.
I am.
Alright, judge call handled. We got some blocks at the Endless Winter, but Lucas himself was a few L's there. Let's see what he's going to follow up with though. He's got a 3-card grip, so pitching the Quicksilver is probably it. 2 Spores of War, 1 of the power card. Maybe not quite the most powerful card, that's but definitely one of the strongest ones to play. Necessary to stop him being just say got Scorched Swans coming out.
react to that. So then you got
Sorry, Saber.
no blocks. Any reactions? Doesn't do anything. I have this chain link. This is a chain link. This is a chain link. This is the chain. So if I don't block from hand on this, you can.
No, the weapon, no.
You don't have to if you don't want. It's up to you. Okay, rid of it. Yeah, I'm gonna react. So Oldhim has a pitch of 3. I prevent the next 2 damage. So I'll pitch this as a reaction.
It looks like we didn't quite get anything out of there. There is an argument to be made for playing
It's for each one that hits.
pretty much no matter what. I don't think it's going to help. Just
I'll just pitch this.
Because had this in hand and Blitz and Awesome, I was going to break orange to attack that Blitz
How's that, guys? Please do let us know if the crowd or anything is too loud, and we'll do our best to fix the levels. Alright. Looks like we've got another Saber coming out. Pitching it out for blood. Classic 1 for 3 with a small upside. Reaction on reprise. The flesh and blood, if you will, of the warrior archetype. Marnie thinking here. I think the biggest problem that often strikes a lot of warriors players is that they are usually quite telegraphed. You know, if you swing in with your Saber, for example, with no go again, you do end up sort of saying, hey, I've got a card that's going to give go again here. It's like a Blade Runner coming out. Marnie, of course, taking the 2 from the Saber there. We've got another judge call coming out. Let's hope that someone has taken care of that, but we'll go check. Alright, back again. As I was saying about Marnie before, when you're, you know, sort of in the business of running events and all that sort of thing, it becomes second nature to work your way through it. And, you know, anytime someone calls judge or goes up to the counter to buy something, you're kind of automatically drawn over there. Alright. Looks like we got some good use out of those reactions today. We've even created a little bit of copper. Could be potentially very dangerous for Oldhim. If a big blood on her hands turn comes out, well, you never know. Alright, so we're still just pitching to make seismic surges. That's weird. I'm unsure what the Oldhim token is supposed to be there. Potentially a second seismic surge, but... here we go, a Tear Asunder. Wonder what we're going to be following up into with this. And we're going to see another Endless Winter. And fusing with the Pulse. Absolute brutality here. Tear Asunder into Oakenold. Into Fuse with the Pulse is... could potentially even just be game right now. He does have a big fridge there. Obviously, he can block with a lot of cards, so that's going to do something. But knowing that that Pulse is in hand... yeah, there we go. Looks like Marnie forgot his second Seismic Surge today. It's going to be difficult for Lucas here to figure out what to block with. Unfortunately, in this sort of situation, there is almost no good blocks, is there? I believe even a touch from Oakenold, doesn't it crush, it doesn't require to take 4 damage, is going to... Yep, so that's adding an extra... Deciding to add the extra? Alright, money helping out there, but who's to say if it's the best play? It's always dangerous listening to your opponent's kids. Discard 2 and put 1 on the bottom. Yeah, that touch from Oakenold there. What an absolute destructive turn that was. Poor Lucas might have to pass here. He's got 1 in arsenal, but it might not even be playable. I'm going to see Marnie here. No arsenal. Keep the pulse in hand. Fair enough. Looked like he's trying to fuse again. What do we got? So, he does still have Courage of Blade Hold here. If he's got a big enough turn there. He's definitely given it a read. Looks like it might be the game changer. But this is a very small amount of copper to be considering this for. Yeah. Looks like he might just be passing here. Marnie, of course, thinking pretty big. Oh, nope. Alright, he's going for it. Cracking those coppers off. Getting to pick and what are we going to follow it up with here? Unfortunately, looks like some discussion about how it works here going through. Unfortunately, I think even if it does go through in the way he's sort of anticipating, that shield there with the Frostbite might prove to be his downfall. On the first attack, blocking out with the shield and giving him a Frostbite effectively stops the rest of his turn now that he has no resources. The Tear Asunder gives Dominate to the Oakenold, and I mean, I forget, obviously, if Oakenold already has that inherently. It just guarantees that there's, like, all of his armor gone. Because without the Tear Asunder, he would have been able to fully armor and block out all of it. So the fact that it doesn't have to crush does mean that he just gets to take the whole hand instead of just taking all of the armor. And this way, he did obviously get the whole armor and the hand. But it's potentially true that maybe he didn't need to block with all the armor there. Yeah, cool. We've got the block, give him the Frostbite token here. It's going to make his next thing cost 1 more. And he's got no resources, so I think that might be the end of his turn there. Of course, Temper on the... Yeah. That's going to be a bit of a brutal hit there to Lucas, young Kassai player. Marnie, I think, is feeling pretty confident.
Hello.
Hello.
Oldhim Vs Kassai.
Yep.
That's some fire.
It's been
I believe Kassai isn't they favoured?
So Kassai into Oldhim, again, depending on what they do, it changes up pretty big. Unfortunately, Kassai has had some turns that haven't lined up, I think, the way he wanted them to.
Oh, is that a channel?
Yeah.
Oh, Kassai's a sad girl.
Yep, Kassai is not going to have a great time. Channel into Winter's Wail.
Is that a nourishing? Yeah, the nourishing.
Yeah, the single nourishing. Shh, that's the tick. Everyone loves the single nourishing in Warriors.
I'm a big fan. So what do we got here? He's playing. What headpiece is that?
That Marnie is playing?
Is that Crown of Providence?
That is Crown of Providence. Yeah.
So I almost thought it was the royal one. I was like, he's playing Ashes. That's some hype.
Royal Oldhim. He gets a crown. It used to be Crown of Seeds, but we all know how that turned out.
Oh yeah. I just versed Prism. It was Iris Prism of all decks.
Oh yeah.
It was very close until I saw a channel.
Oh yeah, game over when that hits.
Then he, after the turn channel, he's trying to waste it by playing an Arc Light, and I had boots.
Oh, spell
Creepers, yeah.
Creepers, yes,
and
of course,
then he just died.
Yep, that would do it. Unfortunately, channel buffing even on the block.
No,
meaning
because
that
I
you
mean,
can-
I instant speeded in a Plunder Run.
Oh yeah.
And then I played the other Plunder Run to get my embodiment, then I played an attack, draw 2 cards, and you know.
The fact that Plunder Run is still legal in Blitz is
Yeah. I've been having some fun.
yeah.
Have we got this kid's young man's deck list, Lucas?
We do have his deck list. I think it's pretty standard. I don't know if he's doing anything crazy. I was saying earlier that one of the biggest problems here is that you have to try and go for really big blood on her hands turns, and unfortunately
He's got no copper.
Yes, because he already did that turn and didn't pay attention to the fact that Marnie had the shield to give him a frostbite to stop it because he had no resources.
Oh no!
So he popped off his big turn and then only got 1 attack out of it, which was obviously very rough. And now he's got the nourishing coming in, and Marnie unfortunately has looks like what the whole
Oldhim? Oh, he has hold of Oldhim's everything.
yeah, he's got even a ice. Like a Pulse of Eisenloff in hand because he earlier did a tear asunder into dominated Oakenhold.
I don't believe he's going to use the Pulse here. I think that's going to...
No, I think he's trying to keep it in hand as long as possible. He's just deciding which one he wants to work with here.
Yeah.
I don't think, Kassai obviously didn't have anything in hand, so there's no reason to even consider the ice reaction. And we may see Marnie losing his channel here.
He's got two ice cards in hand. Is that an Oakenhold?
There is a Pulse and a Winter's Grasp in hand by the looks of it. So the Winter's Grasp can activate the Seismic Surge.
It's only 7.
Yeah, I mean he's going to fuse it, right? The Pulse is still in hand.
No, he didn't fuse it, so it's not in there anymore. Maybe he arsenaled it.
No, I think it is still in hand. I think he just chose not to fuse it. I could be wrong. It's well, it could be a very odd choice here. Maybe he just he said, "I've still got the Pulse. I don't need to show you." But that's bad gameplay, kids. If that's truth, don't do that.
Is he gonna block? Well, no, because he's looking like he's gearing up to block with multiple cards. Therefore,
yeah, the Dominate must not be on.
Yeah. He's given up a lot to do this.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting watching the decision making coming out of Kassai here. Unfortunately, you can't let Oldhim get to the point that he starts like fatiguing you with big attacks that make you block. You're kind of more inclined to trade sort of gently. 2? And is this the pummel?
And guess what? We're keeping channel another turn, boys.
Yep.
So there was no Pulse.
No, he must have tossed it earlier. I apologize. I must not have been looking.
Yeah.
I was checking on a couple of judge calls at points though, so.
Yeah, I had to judge call myself like twice.
Oh, is that what that was about?
Yeah.
Well, players, this is another very good example here. It is always better to judge call yourself, and not try to get away with anything, and not try to just sort of.
I just want to have a better experience for everyone, and it's just way easier.
Yeah,
don't take the responsibility off yourself if you hand it into the judge's hands.
Yeah, and obviously it's not always going to be the case because it does sort of have a case-by-case basis. But if you are judge calling yourself, the leniency is far more likely to be in your favor.
None of what I did was egregious. It was more I'm just double-checking because I want my opponent to have a good time. I want to have a good time.
Yeah, very big proponents of
is that a
playing
red?
correctly.
Is that a red here? He can't +2 to swing with that. Snow.
Yeah, I think that's a sharpened steel anyways, so...
That's a good place for it.
That is a great place for a sharpened steel. One of the best cards, I would say, in the game. Early on, especially, I remember 0 for 3, with like 3 block as well, right?
Hey,
Absolute cracker of
We
a
got
card.
your boy in his hand, the old shunt.
Good card, that one.
Many moons ago, this guy triple shunted me out of a draft.
Like I said earlier, welcome to Wraith Draft. Absolute banger.
Yep. Oh.
So... Wow. That's a bit of a...
That's the big daddy of all Guardians.
This man still has 2 ice cards in his thing, is he gonna...
No, that's not an ice card.
Is that the... it's the Glacial Footsteps, is it? The one that you fuse with the ice?
Yeah.
That's okay. I mean, nobody would ever expect to keep the channel around for the 3rd turn.
I kept the 3rd channel.
But,
it was green, though.
The, what do you call it? The Spinal Crush here is probably going to effectively channel anyways here. Good luck, going through multiple parts of your turn. If you don't have a bunch of reactions, for example, Oh,
He does.
yeah, well,
But it's going to cost him 2 to use them.
that's fine here, I think. He's pitching 1 card to play Steelblade Shunt here, so clearly,
Is
you
it
know.
red? So that's 6
It looks like, yes, it could be a red Steelblade Shunt by the looks of it. He's kind of sequenced this a little poorly. Marnie might call him out on it. But clearly he's, yeah, cool. Okay, we've just kind of decided. Relatively new, so I think Marnie's decided to be.
He's been doing well locally. I've seen him do some damages.
Playing on camera is always, it's hard for some, well, I say some people, but it is like a nerve-wracking experience if you're not used to it. Even talking on camera, as we're doing right now, it is not the easiest thing in the world.
Well, this is my second attempt at it, and last time we decided not to post it.
Wow, that's,
There might have been some whiskies.
Well, look out for, you know, Beers and Brawls, the future upcoming beer-related, fab-related podcast coming out of Nelson.
What's this attack?
I believe
so
that's
this is
High Striker, so if he hits for the rest of the turn, he makes, like, I think maybe 4 copper off that one. Hard to remember the exact numbers.
It's only coming in for 2.
Yeah, it is very unlikely to hit, but it does also, like, demand... I think he's just realized...
He realized he had a shunt. Oh... I mean, sorry.
Thing, which clearly, yeah. But you know, getting the sink's never bad.
But also, yet again, I reckon Steel might be better on a better turn. Like, it's still definitely salvageable.
Yep. Okay. Looks like we're just passing on, drawing back up to 4. Definitely, sort of just trying to look for that that good forward card hand here. I think that's another. We see a hit and run, a shunt, a sharpen steel, and Marnie himself is going to be coming out.
Hey, one will discard a card, I believe.
Winter's Bite. Good card, that one.
Annoying.
A shout out to Icelander, who we have not seen any of today. I do not think there is an Iceland player.
I don't think there is one.
Which is crazy. She's coming up on all of the Living Legends points that she could need.
Is there no Icelanders here?
I think there is no Icelanders here today.
Then we've got one Kano, which I think.
Okay.
One wizard in the whole
Okay,
room.
so he's fusing. He's fusing. Cool. So we were just shotgunning a little too quickly on the reaction there. Believe is that the Endless Winter I'm seeing there?
Yeah, so activating. Oh god, and he's a warrior deck, so he has to activate his weapon. So
yep.
Don't know if he
so
realizes.
we'll go with the block, and then we're going with the reaction block.
Does that block it out? Oh, but he still gets 2 frostbites for blocking it, correct?
Yes. I believe that's how Endless Winter works.
Oh, yeah, he's showing him.
Oh, so we're blocking with the 1 card, and he's going to give him the Frostbite here before we get to the reaction step, and he has a chance to Steelblade Shunt. However, I think he can still Steelblade Shunt here, because it only costs 1, and he's got 2 floating. Yeah, cool. So, you know...
It doesn't hurt, he gets 2 frostbites.
Yes, he ends up with 1 because he breaks the Frostbite in the middle of it here. So, yeah, I guess, you know... unfortunately, kind of are just sitting duck there.
Yeah. I was sad I didn't see that blood and hands too. That sounds rough.
Camping the loo,
Why did that frostbite go away? Shouldn't there have been another one there when he ended the
I believe so, but also he should be gaining 1 for actually activating. Oh no, it never hit. But he should have another frostbite.
Yeah, well.
Oh.
Arnie taking a little bit of damage there, looking to have a 4 card whole hand turn by the looks of it.
So what do we got?
10 plays 3 here.
And Glacial again.
It turns out, looks like Icelander may have already LL'd, but of course won't come into practice for another couple of weeks. So everyone should get in your free wins.
I don't mind Icelander, it's Oldhim's the problem.
I think Oldhim's been the problem for a while as well. It's difficult to have a deck that is so clearly the strongest when it comes to like fatigue control sort of things.
Or the ability to flex into any role that
yeah, definitely. Like Crown of Seeds as well. Like Crown of Seeds Rampart was just it felt miserable, even if it wasn't too strong. It felt miserable.
I was okay with it because I got to play Viscera.
I enjoyed the Icelander matchup into it, not gonna lie, because it did feel like a lot of this stuff wasn't thing. We can see the post-game commentary going on for these two here. Talking about the decisions and whatnot.
I'll pull Marnie in here so you can have a quick chin wag. Right?
Yeah, we can have a quick talk with Marnie and about his choice to play Oldhim today. Maybe a little bit what it's like to run a card store. Bit of clean up there. Remember, kids, it's always good to leave it the way you found it, or better if you can. With a short amount of time in the round, hopefully it means we won't have to look too much further. Gonna have to ask them to get less creaky chairs, maybe, or potentially just here we go. Bringing in the man himself, Marnie, local game store owner, and currently 3-0 on Oldhim himself.
Yeah,
Old Man Santa.
For the record, I don't play him really at all.
Yeah, this is beating the allegations. You're like, no, please. I promise, I'm based. Yeah. I'm based.
Nah, he's just the kind of deck that if I'm real desperate for points or whatever, I'll just whip him out.
And according to chat here as well, it seems like Oldhim maybe only needs 3 wins this weekend to get to LL.
Well, that's it. So I'm doing my part for everyone else. Hopefully,
fix the format.
If I can get there, yeah.
Looked like you were pretty in control of that game. I know, from what I understand, Lucas, your opponent, is quite new, so seeing him at 2-0 at that point was impressive.
Yeah, a few of our guys, we helped him out, like just add more good level Kassai cards to his deck.
Right.
He has been playing Kassai for a while, but I wouldn't say he's au fait with the full strategy and the blood and the matchup.
It definitely. I want to ask a question there. So obviously you fuse the Endless Winter, is it?
Yes.
He blocks with the card. He gets a Frostbite.
Yeah.
He then plays the Steel Blade Shunt.
Yeah.
And obviously that reuses thing. Does he get another Frostbite after that?
Oh yeah, I guess he would have.
Yeah, so he wouldn't have been able to do the Sharpen Step. That's okay. So for people who
I tried to slow him down.
Yeah, no, definitely.
As correct as I could.
I saw
he had the 2 for the shunt, but by then I forgot. About
you were like, oh, the second Frostbite.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, it didn't change the outcome of the game, unfortunately, but it is always correct people to try and play as well as you can.
Yes.
We saw
we
saw out of you there an absolutely destructive turn of Tear Asunder into what was it? Oak and Old fused with the Pulse of Eisenhold.
Yeah.
You're a dirty man.
I know. Well, I
just
mean,
a big meanie, really.
I saw, I drew the hand, and it took me a few seconds because I don't play Oldhim, and I was like,
don't worry. Oldhim is known for taking a few seconds.
And then I was like, oh wow, I can actually push for this. So seeing how his turn goes. And there was a specific, it wasn't just like a Hail Mary. I realized counting his armor, right? He had 6 armor, and then a 3 you assume at least. So I'm like, this is my chance to push over.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about it with the chat, whether or not it was necessary to even play the Tear Asunder, but because you counted up the armor and you obviously helped him, you were like, hey man,
I'm going to get 1 through here.
Yeah, probably want to use all of this.
Hopefully take the momentum.
I think unfortunately, because so he blocks out there to save himself some life, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's potential that because he was never going to be able to block it anyways, unless he had a sink below or something in hand, that would have been crazy. He may have just been able to save it and then use it on some other attacks because he was going to lose his full hand anyways. Yeah. So
I didn't know at that point. I don't think that.
No, I think
it's either as well. So
if
it had a sneaking shunt, it would have been bad.
I mean the shunt. It does at least let him turn it into a 2-card block effectively. Like if he's pitching a card and then blocking for 6, that's 2 3s. So that is at least big enough. But unfortunately, he didn't quite get there. And the turn where he went to blood on her hands and hadn't noticed the frostbite from the thing, that was rough.
I said to him, if I hadn't blocked with the Bastion already, I would have let him change his mind. But the fact that I'd already done it and given him a frostbite,
it's
part of the learnings of
unfortunately, I was saying this earlier. It is important to play each game with respect for your opponent, and to me that means playing the game as best as possible, even if it even if it feels like maybe a little bit like bullying sometimes. To treat someone like they are an opponent not worthy of playing to your best is it's definitely one of the ways that you can really sort of throw out some disrespect, some bad manners. So that puts you at 3-0, like we said earlier. I think got some other players up there, maybe Dash still.
Kano as well, I believe.
Kano himself up at the...
a newer local who's just dedicated himself to Kano, and he's getting pretty good at the
Marnie and I are both, I would say, long-time Kano players. Even in,
But
even in CC and stuff like that.
I'm ready, so hopefully I can win that game. Because
Yeah, I think looking here, I can see some.
I threw out my Icelander. I just hedged on not playing against Icelander, and I put an extra spell frame.
Yeah, you got the Arcane Lantern and the Spell Fray. A lot of people, a lot of people sleeping on the Spell Fray, but against specifically Kano, being able to hold cards is so good.
Yeah.
If you're playing Arcane Lantern 1, what's the other two though?
Nalrune Robe and Nalrune Arms.
Right, so you've got the tiara, and then you've got
the
leggings, and then you you've got 2 pieces plus
and
the
Nalrune
arcane.
3, yeah. So I think it should be. I'm hoping it should be pretty.
How does it feel to be able to play Winter's Wail again?
Yes. Well, I mean, I played it once. Second Nationals or something.
Second Nationals, but just in general, it is a hell of a card. We were talking earlier a little bit about the danger sort of represented by Crown of Seeds and Rampart, and Winter's Wail was the other half of that, obviously.
Yes. So I get half. I better run because
it looks like we're going into the 4th round, I think.
Thank you, Cam.
No worries. We'll do our best. We do our best.
Wish me luck.
Good luck to Marnie. Good luck to everyone out there. But we do love to see it. As a store owner, sort of trying to get out your last turn, your last game. Sometimes you're not going to make it, and it feels so bad because you just don't get to play. So watching Marnie is very cathartic. You know, being able to be like, yeah, you can still get in there. Don't feel too bad if you beat up all the players. It's fine. And we've got a real treat coming up for you players here. We're looking like Jid's going to be back again. Mr. Potentially 2-1 now. But on the other side, looks like we have the one and only Riptide playing one of the coolest brews to come out of this format. It's not my personal cup of tea, as it were. I'm a big time Azalea fan. I basically, as I said earlier, been testing and playing, especially with I'm Papaya, Levi, to some of you, one of the best players. But we sort of codified, like, back when she was bad, back in, like, Monarch, playing a bunch of traps, sorry, not traps, defense reactions to block out really well, and then, like, try and just fatigue Chain and let him kill himself through, like, Remorseless and Reading the Ledger, causing blood debts to be a little bit more painful for himself. And Riptide feels a lot like that. So we're going to cut over here to the round. Looks like, of course, Riptide starting on 19. And as Icelander showed, you know, if you're down on that, you might as well play, like, bad cards. By bad cards, I also mean Wounded Bulls and, I don't know, maybe Scar for a Scar if you're crazy. But I think what we'll be seeing out of David here on Riptide is no attacks like that, to say the least. Let's go ahead. Looks like we're cutting. Gotta say, Dragon Shield's really gone all in for a lot of those, for a lot of the sleeves in this. You know, I don't think they make a lot of magic themed ones. Maybe I'm too out of it and haven't paid attention. But they really did go crazy on fab related sleeves. I remember for some of the older events, the Fiandel Spring Tunic sleeves, for example, and lately the Prism sleeves. Not Prism, sorry, but the Prism Legendary, I believe it was. Very, very impressive. Alright, here we go. Unsure who's won the dice roll here, but looks like Jid has won the dice roll. And the man is just going to... Hell yeah, brother. So this is the mask here where you crack it and you just go all the way until you hit an attack. And with one attack in the deck, well, you'll see. There it is. And this is really the basis of the whole deck here. We are finding Nourishing Emptiness. We're going to play Nourishing Emptiness, I assume. That was, of course, the Mask of Malicious Manifestation. Oh, we're starting out quick. 8 damage, Nourishing Emptiness. Get a hand of 5. It looks like he did choose not to put anything in his arsenal. Jed's just going to take the 8. I mean, what does he care if his opponent has 5 cards in hand? He's going to do dash things. He has 2 items. He's got a full grip. This could be, you know, maximum velocity, maybe the second maximum velocity. If he goes 0, 0, 0. Let's have a look. What have we got? Big swings. I've known Jed for a long time, and sometimes he's just sleepy. Alright, let's go. We're starting with a zipper hit. Obviously had no need to pitch there because of the Teklo core coming in for a bold 7. Looks like we might see a trap. And, yep, he's going to take a damage and put a counter on his thing. Yep, that's the Pitfall Trap. Very strong trap in my opinion there. I'm a very big fan of that one particularly. We're going to see a second trap coming out here. And he's going to be given a Frailty token by the looks of it. Put a trap into Arsenal there. Alright, so he's taken 1. Oh, that's a good start. Jed is just 18 more. Alright, let's go. T-Bone here. So that's T-Bone for 1. Gonna get the Perch Grapplers out of it. That's okay, that's their job. You know, if you hear a little voice telling you to crack Perch Grapplers, that you'll have a really good turn if you do. That voice is the devil, and you should not listen to it. Alright. So, we've still got 1 resource floating. We're going to pitch a blue here, while Jed looks for his thing, into a throttle by the looks of it. Yep, cool. It was a blue throttle, so the sink below will, of course, do all the work here. Into Talishar. In for 4 as well. 3 because of the frailty by the looks of it there. And we're going to get a Pitfall Trap, is it? It does indeed look like a Pitfall Trap. That's very funny. A very, very long time ago, that was some spicy, spicy tech against Chain. Big turn out of Jed there. Taking counters from Teklo Core and from the Plasma Pounder, but he did get a Perch Grapplers out of it, leaving his opponent only on the Trench. We're going to see a Talishar Retaliation here. Jed can probably going to have to throw some blocks in front of that. Unfortunately, the damage from Riptide pinging you down, the potential of more Pitfall Traps if you were, you know, unlucky, really means you can't sort of just tank 4 damage there. However, I think if he doesn't want that Pounder in hand, we might see the Crown come out and shuffle it to the bottom and maybe try and go for a second big turn. David looking pretty happy there, I think. The game's really gone his way. Jed, of course, making a big decision whether or not the 5th card in hand is going to make the big difference here. It looks like we can see a Zipper hit and a Spark of Genius, a 0 to 60, and a Pounder. So no maximum velocities, which is probably what he needs to get back in this game here. And since he's not playing Visitronic, it's very unlikely that he'll randomly sort of hit it out of nowhere. So we're still staring down 4 damage. Crown of Providence? Nope. We're going to put a 0 to 60 in front of it and take 1. That is fair. 0 to 60, very easy to be blocked out, sort of, overall. 2 mana, we're going to see the Teklo Core die. I think Jed's probably looking to have another turn. Okay, 0 to 60, that looks like a red one. Alright, we're going to see a trap coming out of here. He's going to see a second trap. Cool, so that's a block of 6. taking 1 damage there for Jed, of course, giving him the frailty again, setting a card. Of course, Jed is coming in with a Spark of Genius here, presumably going to go find another Teklo core. Doesn't look like he's paid into it at all. Yep. So, hey, he could potentially be looking to go even to turn 4 here. Probably unprecedented for him today. The unfortunate thing about the traps here is that sometimes they will just not trigger. It is a deck that is definitely filled with lots of different... I can see it here. There's a lot of 1-offs and stuff. Definitely a spicy brew. I don't think we're seeing a follow-up with Achilles here, but we could. He has boosted. Whoa, there we go. Alright, action point back. Let's crack into, I assume, the Teklo Foundry Heart here. Probably trying to go up to 3 mana total. Of course, he would have had to pay the mana to get a Pounder here, which doesn't really help him out. But, depending on what he's got, it could have been a thing. Actually, the Pounder's in his hand, I think we know, right? So, there was never a chance for him to do that, as it were. We're going to see Zipper hit. Looks like a... Come to fight, another early Azalea staple. Blocking for 3, it turns out, is really good. And when you're pitching a blue... Okay, yeah, we're seeing the Pounder out of hand there. So I think that was probably about as well as it could go for Jed. Like we said, he's probably looking to get to like turn 4-ish here. He's got a full grip again, and having the Teklo core and the Pounder really does mean that if he can avoid just the most damage here, most of the damage, he should be fine. Of course, David, unfortunately, if he doesn't see like a Memorial Ground or something like that, really does struggle to recur his only source of actual damage.
Hello, how does this go? This looks hilarious.
This is the spiciest deck we've probably got here today. If players aren't aware, as I've been saying, Codex of Frailty, Memorial Grounds, and other such things to recur Nourishing Emptiness.
Is that all he's doing?
Pretty much. The rest of the damage is coming out of the fact that Riptide does just ping like a bunch of damage. And as we can see, it's kind
Talishar too, that's cute.
Yes, you don't want to play the bows, because why would you bother? The Talishar obviously helps you close out games and whatnot. Looks like Jed here is about to go for it. I think it is a go turn for Jed. I do not think he has much more left in him. Yep. Jed is, I think.
I bet you wish he played Visitronic now.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, he's not... I suppose it stopped the Nourishing.
Yeah, it didn't though, was the thing, because the Nourishing comes in for like 7 on the first turn, dominating, so there's like no good way for him to block it out. I mean, he can use both of his pieces of armor, but... Alright, so we're seeing an 11. Sorry, you'll know this one.
Scramble.
Scramble, right.
So
right.
all armor gets neg 1 on this combat chain.
Yes, which doesn't really do much against...
a guy who has no armor.
1 piece left. He already had to T-boned off the Perch Grapplers.
Nice.
Yep.
Was it blue T-bone?
Maybe. I honestly don't think it matters. I think it was...
Scramble to blue T-bone's one of my favourite lines.
Spicy. Jed's taking 1 for the trigger of the trap there. Looks like we've got a card set. And we're adding another 4 from a Fateful Seed. Of course, we're going to opt looking for whatever we can. How much of a go turn is this for Jed, do we think?
If he's got the max.
He cracked the Goliath Gauntlets, which is obviously...
He's got the max. He's got 2 maxes. Oh no.
He's definitely got...
No, I think... maybe not.
No, that is 2. That is definitely 2 maxes. And he's already used his Achilles Accelerator. And you don't play High Octane anymore.
No.
There is no time to High Octane.
No, he mathematically... No, he doesn't have enough... He can't do it.
Yeah, it looks like he's not even going to have any resources left either. So it's potentially...
I'd almost do that shitty the attack from Arsenal, then I'd Talishar, to be honest, and Arsenal maybe the max.
Well, he's getting the last piece of armor, and it's not even going to block, because it's -1 on this chain link.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate.
It really does suck.
Good on the Riptide player, this deck is cool.
This is very cool deck. It is, Yeah, all those reds in hands, unfortunately. It's crazy to think that he started that with Goliath Gauntlets, though. Pitfall Trap unless you pay 1, and he's not gonna. I think he has to almost pay 1.
Nah, because if he doesn't kill him next turn, remember there's also the fatigue factor. He needs everything to try and. He's got one more turn. I don't know how many. This has been a few turns, obviously, so he's boosted quite a portion of his deck away.
This is like turn 3.
Yeah, no, he's still boosted his deck away.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably like deciding to pay 1 here.
I believe not. I don't believe so.
I think the thing is that he dies. If the trap triggers, he dies if he doesn't pay 1 here, right?
Oh, does he get a blood rot?
No, it's a Pitfall Trap. It deals 2.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. No, he's never not paying the 1 there.
No, you are correct.
Yeah. No, he's never not paying the 1 there, unfortunately.
Oh, that's alright. Oh, is there any way? Oh no, you don't want chest activate either. Like,
Alright,
I guess you didn't know about the pitfall. Oh, this is gonna get armor.
Yeah, this just I think gets like Crowd of Providence and a card, maybe not even the crown, maybe just the heart.
Heart in the card.
Yeah.
But that's just still falling into what Riptide wants to happen anyway.
Yeah, so the thing is that Riptide has managed to play, I think, as many 5-card hands here as possible, which obviously means that he's not using all of his cards every turn anyways. Alright, we're just going to do 3, and we're going to shuffle a card away, not even going to bother with the card from hand by the looks of it.
Oh. So I'm not really familiar with traps, because they haven't actually seen this in action, but can he prevent the damage most of the time, or is he just always...
The traps, the new ones, they will always trigger if their condition is met. There is no chance for Jed to pay to get out of it, but they don't always meet the condition, depending, because they're like, if this card has increased power, or if this card has go again, and stuff like that. So it's potentially true that he draws the wrong ones. However, he is playing, looks like, Tripwire, Pitfall, and Rockfall, all of which always trigger. And Jed will have to pay into it.
After this game, we definitely have to get Dave in here for a combo.
Yep, David will come in, I'm sure, and give us some insight into how it's been going for him. The thing is this deck is a known quantity, like worldwide. Like, this isn't his own like spicy brew. I mean, he could have come up with it independently potentially, but it is definitely a thing that a lot of players around here were probably unprepared for.
Oh, by the way, I got Oakenhold pummeled, and the next turn he hammer pummeled me. It was a good time.
So did you lose?
Oh, I lost.
So you're what, X and 2?
I'm X and 2.
Oh, the man's out. He's gone.
Nah, I can make it. I can't make it.
I do not think you can make it. Well,
I'm gonna give it a nudge.
Yeah,
Also,
somebody on 3 and 2 might make it.
It's still points for nationals, but no, I lost first round, so I'm screwed.
Yeah, no, you're out.
But I'm still gonna, play some games. Why not? Enjoy it.
2 resources. Let's see how it goes. What the hell just happened?
Maybe I should have thrown to Kobe so he could have killed the Oldhim that I got. Damn Oldhim players.
Well, the strategic usage of losses is frowned upon.
Yeah, I would never actually do that. It was just a joke.
No, I think it's...
Tick down your pummeler, please, Jed.
Yeah, I think he's feeling the pain here. I think this is 2 unpreventable damage, potentially. And then a trap that he will have to pay 1 for. Yeah, no, Jed.
Right.
As out. I think that might put Jed at 2 and 2 if he lost his last round. Because
I think there's a lot of us there, to be honest.
Yeah, I think David is potentially 2 and 1 here.
I'm gonna go grab David.
Yeah, no, definitely. That sounds like a judge call as well. You might want to go handle that.
Okay.
Well, what a round. Riptide really Yeah, so the traps that have the payment trigger are always on, I believe, but the other ones aren't because they're not always meeting the condition to do so. Hopefully we'll get David in here in a few seconds and he can come and give us a big old talk about this spicy brew that everyone has been talking about. Looks like he had the codex at the end there and just didn't even feel the need. He was just ahead enough and was going to play traps. As I understand it, this deck, the trap deck, loses pretty much immediately to Islander, as there's just not enough usage for your traps to actually get through, and recurring nourishing emptiness just doesn't do enough. Good cleanup out of these guys. Really doing a bang up job. Yeah, classically Ranger, Azalea especially, was definitely struggling into Prism. I believe the Icelander matchup for Azalea, pre-Outsiders anyways, was winnable but difficult. Probably favoured to them a little bit. But Prism and Drakai, the dragon chick. Yeah, for sure. This guy definitely got lucky. No Icelanders today. And here we have the man himself.
Kia ora team, how are we all?
We should be doing pretty well. Yeah, we're good. So welcome, David.
Good to be on board.
Good to be on board. Tell us a little bit about the list today. I assume I was saying that this is a known quantity, sort of around the world. I assume you didn't come up with this independently.
No.
If you did, props to you, man.
I mean,
well done.
I'd love to claim that I'm that smart, but that would be a blatant lie.
Yeah.
It's been about over the last week or so that I've discovered Teleshar, because we've got a relatively small community in Blenheim with the shutdown of our LGS, and so sort of trying to find any ways to play online has been great. And before coming to Skirmish, I was throwing down between a Channel Mount Heroic Briar build and an aggressive Dash build. So testing that aggressive Briar in Teleshar, I got put against a Riptide, and he threw the Nourishing at me initially, and I took it straight to the face and just didn't care. And then saw him grind me down over the course of the game, and I don't think I did more than 5 damage.
Yeah, no, it was pretty impressive. I believe we were discussing in the chat how many of your traps are actually applicable to Dash specifically, and it seemed like most of them.
Yeah, so there's a really interesting way that you actually work out the decks themselves, is that you've got 4 conditions to be triggered on your traps. The first one being a buff, a reaction, go again, or being played from Arsenal with the Crucible traps.
Right.
And so the ease of the matchup for the Riptide trap depends on how many of those conditions your opponent fulfills.
Right.
So I got put against Marnie using a Oldhim round 1. That is a really hard matchup, especially because you've got Winter's Wail as opposed to Titan's Fist.
Right. They're not buffing it like they would be otherwise.
Because Guardian doesn't have go again outside of Rouse. They don't do much in the way of buffs outside of pummels, and they very rarely react outside of pummels as well. So you have to rely on a greedy Guardian opponent to basically be willing to take those hits from Nourishing to be able to grind the traps.
And I think we saw in this match that you didn't even have, you didn't even, if you had the chance, but you didn't even choose to use Codex of Frailty or anything to try and recur the Nourishing Emptiness.
So Dash is she's the most aggressive hero in the game in my eyes. She's got sort of the most raw damage output. The way I see
really
it.
funny to think about. We're in a world of ninjas and Fi, and
meanwhile,
and then it's just she's just pew pew pew. Oh, I've got a little rusty sword. Stab, stab, stab.
But she's got the highest sort of just raw numbers in the game.
Yeah, one of the things that really kept her going in the control era was that every card just blocks 3.
And that's what was my motivation for her as well. Because Fire and Briar, you lose your embodiment on Briar and you're gone, and Fire only blocks for 2 with about 75% of his cards anyway.
0 on the rest of them.
And so with the Dash matchup, Riptide's got to be really, really careful of the fact that if he does get greedy trying to hold onto a hand to play a Memorial Ground or a Time of Frailty, that you're probably going to be taking 10 plus damage and won't be able to come back if you want to do another turn like that.
It was interesting. I think Jed got incredibly unlucky. He had that hand where he had 2 maximum velocities in it. And if it had just been we were discussing that if he had decided to play Visitronic, he may have had a little bit of a better time going through it. But it is such a... we had Jed on camera earlier talking about how it's a bit more thinking, and he's really sleepy. He is a really sleepy boy. I feel him. I'm a sleepy boy too.
You see the gears turn when you've got sort of your state of play where you've got 3 items on the field. You're trying to think about your trigger of Sparky Genius and the Achilles.
The funny thing about that as well, even is he had to play out that pounder from his hand, where I think if he had been able to search for it, he might have had a better chance as well. He was definitely trying to get the value out of his items that he could, but that Dash deck doesn't want to go to
Absolutely.
turn 4. It doesn't want to see the second Pulse Pounder or the second Teklo Core. What are you going to do with these cards?
And that was a thought about my sort of game plan going initially, was that I wasn't ever going to try and use Memorial Grounds or the Tomes or things like that and think that he'd be willing to take the face damage in hopes to pump up. And when that sort of play goes down, then Riptide's just taking a little bit of chip damage each turn, but dealing equal chip damage and traps.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think it was very funny to see the pitfall traps at the right time, which is always nice. Obviously, Riptide has a much easier time getting them into the arsenal than anyone else.
But yeah, that's been one of the things I've sort of emphasised with learning the build, is that learning in Teleshar, I was playing against a guy where I baited out his last pitch with the Rockfall trap, and then when I hit him with the lethal pitfall, the Rock Slide rather than that, but when I hit him with the lethal pitfall, he then undid my turn, refused to pay out to the Rockfall trap, and paid into the pitfall instead, and said, "Nah, I'm doing that the whole time, bro."
Well, you know how Teleshar is. Warning to anyone playing online: don't read the chat. It's never good.
Oh no, it's a lot more wholesome than a lot of the other sort of online TCG things that I've seen.
Well, it's unofficial, which is always a difficult place to be. Some of the other unofficial simulators, stuff like Dueling Book, which is a Yu-Gi-Oh unofficial simulator, is a manual one though instead of a automated one. Can get pretty toxic. I mean,
let's not get started on Tabletop Sim then.
Yeah, I played a lot of Tabletop Slim earlier on for a lot of the charity events and a lot of the back when we were in COVID and we really couldn't get out and play. And it was all right. Usually, if you can get a voice chat with people, they really do have to slow down and be a little kinder, because what else are they going to do? Sit there and abuse you in voice chat? Like, who does that? Anyways, it was really good to see that game today, David. Does that leave you 2-2, or does it leave you 3-1 now? Yes, and that leaves, I think, Jed then 2-2, which is a bit rough for him, but he did win his first 2 rounds, so maybe he can win out in the last one.
Yeah, it's always sad pushing people out of the competition.
That's what it's all about. Of course, after that, you have to then take it through top 8, which is another 3 rounds on top of that.
Hey,
so
I'm happy just to be in top 8. I sort of I come here with humble expectations, everything from here on is a bonus.
For sure. For those of you who don't know, I believe the first place player today gets a Young Azalea Cold Foil, and the other people get a choice of Cold Foil heroes or what they want.
Is it not just a smorgasbord? I thought it was everybody got a set of the rainbows. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. Unfortunately, I wasn't scheduled to come into play, so I didn't bother checking out the prizes. It seems like you're going to be quite lucky today, as it doesn't seem to be any Icelanders, so hopefully you'll be able to pull through and...
No, I think the curriculum calls for me. It seems there's going to be a lot of Prisms and Oldhims here, and that's a bit of a death match for me, but I've had my fun.
Rangers have been losing to Illusionists for many years now, I think 2+ years.
But I got my fun. I got to see a couple of Warriors. I've seen a mech now, so it's all a win for me at the end of the day.
Good luck for the rest of it.
Thank you very much.
It was lovely to see. Everybody in the chat was very happy to see that spicy brew.
I feel like I'm also quite redeemed. The last time I played on stream for you guys was the Pro Tour in January. Where I bought
Pro Quest.
Pro Quest rather. And I bought my Mount Heroic Briar and turn 1 took a whole lot of damage to hold on to the Mount Heroic and drew a second one. And from that point, the game went downhill. I saw my death.
Hey, what? You can't have 2 Channel Bound Heroics? Come on, guys. Put some work into it.
Absolutely.
All right. Good luck, my man, and welcome. Welcome to the rest of that.
We'll see you guys in the next rounds.
Yep. Alright, chat, we're going to have a small break there, stretch my legs a little bit. It may not, well, maybe you can tell, but I'm in a very small room and it heats up pretty fast. So we'll see you guys soon when the next round comes up. Hopefully shouldn't be too long. I believe there was maybe like 5 minutes left. Maybe a bit more than that, but you'll see. Welcome back, players. Looking like we've got another 5 minutes or so left in the round, but most people do seem to be finishing up, so maybe we'll get out a little bit earlier than that. Going out and checking out the faces out there, seeing how everyone's doing. They are big smiles. Looks like the next round coming up, the matchup that we have for the camera, should be a good one. Like we were saying earlier, with the diversity of the field, there's been a lot of one-offs. So that means that when anybody makes it into the top, it feels like a real achievement. Unfortunately, some of the decks we didn't get to see so far, but maybe I haven't checked the records for them. We've got an Azalea player here. We have Kano coming up in the next round, I believe. We saw the Ira, and we've seen some of the Oldhims and Dashes. We haven't seen a Prism on camera yet, though, so maybe we'll get one of those for the top 8, because I just assume they'll have made it. Prism. Probably one of my least favorite decks in the format, in the game rather. Just absolute bastard to have to beat when you're playing Ranger. But hey, we also haven't seen a Fion, and we haven't seen the Dory, or the Bravo, or the Rhinar. So if any of those have made it into the top 8, hopefully we'll be able to do some footage of them, maybe get some interviews with them or not. Remember, folks, if you like this kind of thing, please comment, subscribe, like, all those sorts of things. This is just a very small local store trying to bring a little bit more to their community, so that people can, you know, as they say, enjoy the common language of great games. And hey, if you like me particularly, maybe I'll come back and do it again. But we'll see. Like I said, I'm a sleepy boy too. I feel for Jet. He is also a sleepy boy. Of course, later on in the year, I believe a lot of the people here especially are gearing up to go to Nats. One of the problems of living in a really small town, I'm not sure how many people can sort of relate to this, because I know America, even their small towns are a lot bigger than we are, is that there's not a lot of chance to play armories and events and those sorts of things. We do our best, obviously, you know, we go to an armory every week. And it means that the people in the bigger towns really have a chance, who have a chance to go to multiple events, really do have it easier for getting points to go to Nats and that sort of thing. But that, of course, means that when these things come around, it feels really special to everyone who participates, and that's really great. And I encourage you, if you're a person who maybe, you know, has a lot of local events that you can go to, or you know, is in a bigger sort of place, to appreciate exactly how much you've got there. And if you're in a smaller place like us, commiserate maybe with how much we are sort of pushed into attending all we can and all those sorts of things. But you know, that's no one's fault in particular. It's just kind of the fault of the system, of the way that we've distributed everything. Looks like next round 5 final before top cut, obviously, is going to be coming up pretty soon. I can see and hear the ways that everyone is starting to change those things up. I think I would love to see the Kano. I think he is undefeated up until this point. Single Kano, brand new player as well. No, maybe not brand new, but pretty new. I think like only a couple of months maybe. But Kano is definitely a deck that you can occasionally stumble your way into wins, but it is so much more rewarding to feel like you have really earned them. You know, they say that the difference between a master and an amateur of something is that the master doesn't accept wins that come from luck. Something that really shaped me when I was growing up and learning to play cards was learning that, hey, if you wanted to be truly good, you had to win on purpose almost. You know, you can't just win because, oh whoops, something bad happened and my opponent messed up. You got to win because you played the absolute best that you could. And that's something I encourage all the rest of you to do. Looks like it is coming up very, very soon. Round 5. It's funny, me. This is the first time I've had to do live commentary like this. I've done a few videos, of course, with the rest of these people, just sort of you know, going on camera, playing through games and stuff like that. It's a very different feeling on that sort of thing. It's a lot easier to sort of have someone to back and forth with, to bounce energy off. And I was supposed to have that for today. Everybody sent a shout out to my poor sickly co-host, who is currently, I believe, at home in bed, dying, as he puts it. I do agree that Wizard and Blitz is hello. Oh, somebody forgot his play mat. Wizards and Blitz definitely do have the feeling of like, like my opponent can bring equipment, right? Like they, you know, Marnie was saying earlier, he's got the equipment spread he feels that is necessary for Kano. So this could be obviously a very hard matchup for the Kano now, as we are about to see Marnie versus Mate, I believe his name is. But the life total difference when you are playing something that is like a, you know, the power of doubling, you know, like Blazing Aether, especially the power of sort of going into a multiplicative instead of an additive realm of damage is just almost unbeatable. I was there for like full power Kano with snapbacks and that sort of play, and that deck felt very, very silly. These days it is obviously a little bit harder, but it is very rewarding still. I very much enjoy CC Kano. That's a crazy one. CC Kano. Sometimes you just get it, you know, Aether Wildfire. That's a hell of a card. And then when you start using that power to like Aether into like a spell, into Blazing, into maybe a second Blazing, you feel like a god. You really do. You feel like you are the best player in the world. And I think that that's a really good thing. You should feel rewarded for, you know, executing your lines in such a intense and meaningful way. Sounds like the players out there are kicking up. Last round starting up. They're I don't know how much of it you guys can hear. Obviously earlier we had some issues with the background noise. That was my mistake. Accidentally clicking buttons in OBS is a bad idea. People don't do it. But now you might just be able to hear them coming through the door back there. As I said earlier, you can't see it as well, you know, even hiding behind these curtains, very much in a small room. Not much soundproofing. Maybe we'll have to work on that. Let's go and transition over here to the Fab camera, as it is called, and we'll show Mate setting up. It looks like either he knows his opponent is Oldhim and isn't worried too much about, you know, he knows what he's going to bring in for equipment, or maybe he just doesn't care and it doesn't actually change anything for him. I'm going to go ahead and grab out the deck lists. It's always important to have a handle on what these guys are playing with, see if there's any spice hiding around. Yeah, especially with the potion of, is it luck, is it? Whatever one it is. Deja vu, sorry. The one that lets you stack it back. It can feel real silly. Ragamuffin hat as well, obviously. Just absolutely bonkers. There's been a few games where it's been like, oh, hey, how do I win this? I've got this Blazing Aether in hand. Oh, wait, like, never mind. Pitch this card. Activate my hero power. Activate Ragamuffin's hat. Put back the Blazing Aether. Just, you know, go off and win the game anyways. It's sad. I don't think Mate, as a brand new player, has really had a chance to play with snapbacks, for example. But, you know, he seems to be doing pretty well for himself regardless. Just doing a quick pile shuffle there. Fun fact about pile shuffling, it's not really shuffling, is it? You know, especially he's counting in a divisible pile of 5 here. If he doesn't follow it up with a riffle, it's actually really bad, because, you know, if he for some reason knew going in what his cards were, coming out when you're doing divisible piles like this is very easy. You know, and since essentially this game does encourage card counting, you know, pitch tracking as it is very important to make sure that you do full randomizations and all those sorts of things after you thing. See, here we go. Nice doing nice quick overhand shuffles there. I'm a big riffler myself. I wouldn't call that maybe enough shuffling there, but it's about to get cut, so you know, as someone who has been shuffling every day, I'm shuffling, has been shuffling pretty much every day for the past like 20 years or so. It's a really fun skill to sort of bring out. This is going to sound incredibly weird. It's sort of a fun skill to have for like parties and stuff. It never fails to get a wow, to elicit sort of a wow, how did you do that? You know, even if you're doing the simple sort of riffles or like overhands, or if any of you have ever watched Yu-Gi-Oh, they've got a very specific way of pulling from like the middle of the deck with like thumb and like a middle finger, and then like stacking on top. Legitimately, I have never done that at like a place and not had someone be like, wow, that's so cool. You know, it's very sad to think of some maybe, but hey, what are you gonna do? I believe we've still got some time looking for Marnie. Mate going to get up and stretch his legs a little bit as well. I can't blame him. Now, this is definitely going to be a bit tricky for him, I think. It's not an unwinnable matchup, but Marnie bringing 2 spell fray, as we heard earlier, plus the 3 arcane barrier and just like tons of blues, you know, that's gonna make it hard, especially because the spell fray doesn't need to be popped until you are like lethaling, you know, until you are going to go off and use it to kill someone. This is a good time to talk about, I would say, in between rounds and before very important rounds. Take a break, you know, go outside. That's always an important one. Get a breath of fresh air. A lot of card players are smokers and stuff as well. That's lovely story there, Julian. I'm a big fan of the Kano versus Icelander match. It feels hilarious to play. Have you ever had to play like playing under a channel like Frigid as Kano feels like the worst thing in the world. So always enjoyable to sort of, you know, be on one end and absolutely horrendous to be on the other end. As we were saying though, it's important to go outside, important to take a break, use the bathroom, you know, drink some water. A lot of people in these sort of big day events will forget that these sort of basic human needs need to be fulfilled. And, you know, you can't live on a diet of like caffeine and whatever you're putting into your thing. I'm a big fan of banana chips. Banana chips are, you know, lovely to me. They're crunchy. They last ages because they're already sort of, you know, cooked. And they feel a little bit better than, you know, just eating something... a little bit better than just eating something that feels like regular chips, maybe. Alright. Looks like we got some pre-game banter going on there. I think, did this man just shuffle, or just offer to cut and is shuffling again? And hopefully offers to cut again. Alright, cool, yeah, there we go. Maybe a sleeve was found to be broken or something like that. I'm, as I was saying earlier, I'm a bit of a, obviously a shuffle a lot, but I'm a real rough shuffler as well. I get a lot of corners breaking because of it. We can see the Ragamuffin, Metacarpus, Spring Tunic, and Stormstrider's there, so it looks like he's probably going to be going for maybe 2 activations of Tunic in the long game. Marnie is rolling a 4. Got the Winter's Wheel and the Crucible here. And here comes the Arcane Barrier. You gotta love the inventory of Blitz, really letting you play those flex spots. I think Mate might be reading these for the first time, unfortunately. Well, probably not the Null Rune. Null Room. I mean, hopefully, if he's reading Null Room for the first time, then his opponents have been massively disrespecting him. But the Spellfray, I can definitely see some people not noticing it and deciding to avoid it. I think my favorite thing is that the Light and Dark, Light and Shadow heroes get to use the Spellfray 2s, which is just crazy. That seems like an absolute banger of a choice. It's really funny to me. I remember when... Yeah, no, 2 Spellfray. He's got the hat and he's got the shoes. And it's really funny to me when they printed all those items, I think in, I want to say Everfest and maybe earlier, they were really like the talismans and all those sorts of things. They were like, no, you know, these will see some use somewhere. And so far, I don't think we've really seen much of them. But Spell Void 1 on the talisman and like Monarch maybe, that was pretty funny. So we've banished a Sonic Boom here, obviously. Assumedly, we're going to try and use it, but it's just going to take blues out of his hands. So I really I can't quite see what's in Mate's hand, so we're not quite sure what he's thinking about here, but it may have been correct to just leave it on top. Sonic Boom doesn't feel like the most necessary card in this format, because obviously you're just going to get... Obviously you're just going to get like a card out of hand for the Sonic Boom. So at best we could say... Is this 4? I guess it is, right? We're gonna take 1 and banish. Sap. So obviously, he's deciding what he wants to do here. I think any more spell playing is probably just letting Marnie. It's just letting Marnie cycle more cards. Yeah, there was a lot of Heart of Ice going on. I don't know if Marnie made room for it in his list today. Looks like he didn't. I think he just put in Null-Rune Robe instead. As he said, he was kind of just throwing it together from folded cards. Seems like we are passing the turn here. He got 1 damage through. That's, well, that's something. And I will say, it looks like there might not be any forked lightnings in this man's future. Alright, and that's the Potion of Deja Vu. No Arsenal on the first turn, always a contentious sort of spot to be in. Do the Spellfray gloves exist? That's a good question. I feel like all of the pieces do exist. And I think the recent printings were helpful for that, because previously the tiara didn't exist, because in the Blitz decks, they were replaced by the Spellfray 2 Light and Shadow headpieces. So for now... Welcome back, Dane.
Hello, hello. How's it going?
Well, we're watching Arouse the Ancients being played, which is pretty interesting.
I thought the trick... Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Has the Kano blocked or done anything yet, or has he still got a full hand?
The Kano on his first turn managed to push through a Sonic Boom for 1. And play out a potion, but he ended with no arsenal because of it. This Rouse the Ancients is now coming in for 7 with Go Again, obviously. And Marnie has... Sorry, I was not paying attention enough to remember what he showed for it. But it's definitely... I mean... You really hate to see those tomes in hand. Ain't about their life.
Nah, they're always on top of the deck, right?
Yeah, they should just be on top of the deck.
It's interesting that he's prioritizing Sonic Boom over the Ether Spindle.
Oh, because he's got 1 in hand, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the Spindle's base 4 damage, right?
Yeah, so it's 5 damage. So you'll get 2 over.
Yeah, so we pitched that, so... Looks like, are we pulverizing, is it?
You know, we're heaving.
Yeah, heaving. Pulverize, I think, is the card.
Yeah, no, we're heaving. I like it.
Are we?
We're going to Sonic Boom for 4, which is kind of average.
But... I mean, it pushed through 1 damage last time, so I think that's literally what he's hoping we'll do again.
Yeah, the Spindle would be 1 more.
Yeah, no, I do agree. And I don't think...
Or maybe he's just trying to, like, do God tier Kano things we don't know. Oh, Sneaky Tunic. Ooh.
Whoa. Hey, you know...
he's doing pretty well. Kano's his first year. He's only been playing maybe a month. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. We've been a little bit kinder to the newer players this week. Some of us more hardcore players are...
Oh, I would say hardcore, just a little bit. I generally tend to punish myself on that one.
Yeah, it's definitely one way of learning. You know, you can punish yourself repeatedly for failing, or you can reward yourself for doing well, and it's really up to, you know, how it works. I don't know.
It's just a skirmish.
No, exactly as well. It is just a skirmish today. It's funny. Is this a hard thing for Marnie? Is he like considering whether or not he pitches one of his 5 million blues to block 3 damage? Yeah.
Maybe he's trying to like order his blues on the bottom so that
that when they get there,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's going to take 1, and we're going to see the off the top. Is that a potion?
It's a potion.
It doesn't work, right? It has to be a wizard card.
No, that's a wizard card. Potion does not come in.
Does that mean he doesn't banish it, or?
Oh, actually, I'm actually starting to agree. Maybe you can play it.
No, it has to be a wizard card. I'm pretty sure. I don't think you can get a potion off it. But I cannot remember whether or not it means you have to banish it or not.
No, stay.
We'll have to, in future setups, I'll have to have a little tablet or something so I can look up cards real quick. Because the specific wording on some of them, it's been a while since I had to read any of them.
Yeah, you've been on a little bit of a holiday.
I have. It's more like a sickness vacation, you know. That's why, as I was saying earlier, my co-host that was supposed to be here today is currently just in bed, dying, as he puts it. So,
yeah, and I should have dropped 2 rounds ago and come hung out, but I was.
You were having fun. What happened to you last round here?
Well, let's not go there.
Well, you know, we'll have to talk about it. Yeah, why not play Briar? Like,
nah, she's. You roll the dice. You see a channel, you win the game. Generally, if you don't see the channel, you don't win the game.
All right, hell,
looks like the Briar, die by the Briar.
Looks like the heave coming out here.
Yeah. No, I got rigged by Dash. Dash dig I built.
Right.
Yeah,
heave. So the heave, and now we're just looking for the hose.
I really like this heave mechanic. It's pretty gnarly. Is that comes in for 10, I believe?
I think it is just like 10 dominate or something like that. It'll be.
I don't even know if it's dominate.
Thunderquake, I believe, is the card. Yeah, it must not be dominate. Like, looks like he's just blocking the 2. It's just those first turns needed to be like, play some energy potions. You know, and the combo kill is so hard to pull off on. There's the energy potion. The combo kill is so hard to pull off, specifically into Kano as well.
And he completely missed his tunic.
He did miss his tunic by the looks of it.
Yeah, again, that takes a couple of months to get your head around.
Yeah, one of the biggest things at the start for me was like I would always just be looking to draw a card and then I'd be like, but that's very like magic and stuff like that. And this is the Endless Winter, I believe. Does Endless Winter come in for 9? 8? Hey man, you don't even need to block.
Go to 1.
It's not even fusing.
Marnie's being a bit greedy here.
Marnie is telegraphing a pummel is what's happening.
Yeah, he is. No blocks, no
blocks, force the pummel, no resources, and go off. If he has no resources and you go off, like, that's 9. Surely it's 9. Well, hey, look at that. Crazy that pummel would. If this man flips a like sink below or something here, I'm going to.
I don't know if he plays defense reactions.
No, no one does. So I'm just like. I can pitch it in response to activate Kano. You know, no, you can just pitch it in response to activate Crucible. If it's a
red. It's red.
Just activate the Crucible.
This is fair.
Like, there's no reason to discard the card. Especially that card. Like, Aether Flare is pretty
I think that's pretty much his kill. I don't know. I'm still on forking people because I think fork's awesome.
Yeah, no, fork in his list. I know if people are like...
my list was still on fork.
Yeah, I know people are not like the
really
wildest on it. This graveyard maybe needs to be a little bit more tidy. Is that an Emeritus Scolding? That's an important card.
Yeah, it's a red too.
Yeah, no, it is probably one of the most important cards in the deck now.
I believe I saw him go Scolding into Blazing Ether earlier.
Yeah, I mean that'll do it, right?
That'll
That's like what 24 damage or something silly without like any extra buffs.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like Marnie is so far ahead here, he doesn't have to like push large amounts of cards out. Oh, there's a thing below though, and that's a Staunch. Yeah, okay, those cards aren't doing anything. This is a Oaken Old, no fuse by the looks of it. One resource floating.
What do you reckon? Another pummel?
I don't think this is the second pummel actually. Legitimately, the problem is that like he's missed a couple Tunic triggers now, so he can't even like. He's really
He's under the gun.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think patience is obviously a very big virtue to have in the Kano match. But bleeding out is one of the scariest places you can be in. And
you got no reds left to kill them at the end.
Yeah, exactly. If you're just tossing reds, you're not going to end up with a like lethal line. It's not dominated. I don't think if he blocks 2, the pummel's a kill if it's a red pummel though, right? Because it's like 8 base on an Oaken, is it?
Shout out to Marnie's hat.
Real. That's the face down. That's how you love it. This is the calculated. Just start tapping the like in front of him and like lifting cards up and down. Make him think about it. Yeah. That's what we.
Can I kill him again?
Nah, with one card in hand, he's pitched. Yeah, no, I think this is if the card left in hand is.
I believe I saw a red Ether Spindle.
Yep, that would help. Well, there we go. I think the best thing he could play here would be a potion. If he could get the second potion out.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We have tidied up the graveyard a little bit there.
Oh, was that a red?
A red Scolding Rain, I believe. It's 1 for 4, and he was just tunic down. Oh my god!
No, he's just.
I know it's necessary, but it just feels so bad.
He's got to strip him. He has to strip him. Otherwise, you can't. You don't want Oldhim coming in with another 5-card hand.
Yeah, but Oldhim doesn't have to not take this. You're not in danger of dying to Blazing Aether in response to this.
The very few times I have played Gun, I'd pay for this, to be honest. Just like you have no reason not to.
Yeah, no, his hand could be good enough that he doesn't need to, but he also could just be good enough that he doesn't need to. So yeah, he's just going to take 4 because the chances that he goes fuck it, blue, Tome of Aetherwind, draw blue, pitch, make a potion, it's just...
No, so you blue, and you get the Tome off the top, right? Because you're good at the game.
Yeah, no, oh, clearly this is a Tome of Fiendel hiding in the back. I don't think this guy's playing Tome of Fiendel. Looking at the list here, I think that's actually, I am the world's #1 Tome enthusiast. I am Tome's strongest soldier. I have played Tome in... just about every deck you can put it in. I played it in Rhinar because of the ability to get extra actions.
What tome?
Tome of Fiendel. I played it in Briar because of Channel Lightning.
Yeah, Mount Steppe.
Channel Lightning Steeps or whatever it is. I played it obviously in Kano because I am a big fan of gaining life and drawing cards. Funnily enough, he doesn't care about this at all. Aside from the fact that the crush means...
Well, to be honest, he must be doing something right, because he's 4-0 at this point. This will be his first
Yeah, no, it's not like he clearly doesn't know how to play. It's that it's... maybe we can't see the same lines that he's been seeing. You gotta love the face rub.
Right, can I kill him?
The face rub of, oh man, this is too much thinking. I know that one well.
That's the reason I didn't play Kano today.
You didn't want to think too much.
I didn't want to think too much. She's a big job, Kano. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes
she's pretty big job.
I think he's thinking about pulling the trigger by the looks of
this. I think this is close to pulling the trigger here, even though that looks like that's 2 blues. So
one in Arsenal,
one floating, one in Arsenal.
He's got a defense reaction in hand, right? This is a. He's going. Is he going? Is he going?
Right, he's about to just flip Tome of Aetherwind off the top, eh?
Yeah. We've seen one go to the grave.
Take a sneaky peek.
He's blocked with one.
He's Kano.
Oh, he's got the spell void as well.
Yeah, no, the Spellfray,
yeah.
is doing the Lord's work here.
Oh, okay, yeah, money's pretty
Looks like he's shout out to the little kid in the background just coming in to check up.
Is that, I believe that's his son?
Yeah, it's probably his son. Actually, it's a robot he built to feed him information. Alright. Alright, I think we can sort of... Is that the 0 damage zaps there? Or the new 0 damage zaps?
Oh, things are moving.
Crack it with a... Yep, Aether Dart, sorry. So this is 2 floating here. Going to pitch... Gonna let the Crucible resolve fully, I assume, here. Going to pitch the second Aether Dart. Yep, so we're still on 2. We're going to activate Kano. I don't... Oh, is this on the stack?
Yeah, no, so he's going to flip Ragamuffin with 2 Kanos on the stack.
Yeah, 2 Kanos on the stack.
Or he's not going to flip Ragamuffin?
Oh, no, that's the Ragamuffin there.
So he's got to physically break the hand.
Yeah. He has said he's doing it. He's just, yeah. No, for sure, that's how we do. I thought it was potentially the potion here, actually. The Deja Vu putting Emeritus on top. Because it's still, like, it's still 4.
And blue.
Yeah, obviously. Well, you don't... Do you have to put all of them on top?
I believe that card... Oh, yeah, he hasn't resolved his banishes yet. Oh, he's better. He's better.
He is better. Well, that was the card in hand, right?
Yeah.
So he's still got 1 left.
So this is coming in for 7?
This would be 7. He still has to pay for it.
No, he doesn't. He had 2 floating.
Is it 2?
Yeah.
I thought it was 3.
Nah, it's 2, bro.
Nah, good broken card.
Good card. Broken card. He's still got a Kano on the stack.
He does still have a Kano on the stack.
Maybe he's pitching...
Metacarpus, I assume. Yeah. So it was 6, then it was 7, then it was 8. Yeah, so, yep, he's got 2 floating, he's got the thing. So he's 1 activation, and it's funny because Marnie's now like, I don't know what that second activation is.
Neither does he.
I think Marnie pretty happily, like, full blocks this, right? Like,
well, so I'm going to go into like, so only maybe what you can prevent up to 5, so 3's going to hit, so 3 blazing might get him.
There's a blue Aether Flares.
Because he's got.
What do we know what's in the arsenal at all?
I reckon it's a blazing.
If it's a blazing, this could just be game, right?
Yeah, and then we can just cut Tomb of Findel from all our wizard decks.
Yeah.
Because obviously he.
It's interesting. This is a big Emeritus here.
I actually stopped playing Potion of Luck because it was too gigabrain.
It is the Potion of Deja Vu, you mean? The
Yeah,
one that...
yeah.
But yeah, no. It's definitely like, I don't want to think this hard. It's really good for, turns with the Gaze the Ages, is it? Yeah. Or, well, not Eye of Ophidia, but, those sorts of things. I think... if Marnie has no blue in hand, this is like probably game. I mean, he still has to have the blazings, but
I don't think he'd go that ham if he didn't have the blue. Otherwise, if he does, he deserves everything he's about.
Yeah, that's actually very fair. If you did this and didn't have the blue, then I don't know what the hell you were doing. You were just like, I need to play a big attack.
Well, you don't as Oldhim.
No, he had Cranial Crusher's there and stuff, but Spinal Crusher's the red, so it is the one you want to play.
Maybe he thought, the Kano would maybe try and wait 1 more turn before he pulled the trigger.
That's funny, because I don't even know if we're at blocks yet.
If what, sorry?
If we're, at blocks. This seems to be on attack declaration.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Kano's all in now. If it doesn't happen...
I think there's no reason not to Spellfray, right? Because you're not seeing Aether Wildfire.
Well, it also saves you 3 health.
Yeah, exactly.
If it's blazing.
And the blazing, can't respond, so... Yeah, no, I think Marnie's really thinking this through, but I don't know if it's actually as hard as he's making it.
We've got 14 minutes. He's got time.
Yeah, you still have to play at a reasonable pace as well.
Yeah.
Shout out to everyone who has ever felt like their opponents were slow playing. If you feel like your opponent's slow playing,
oh, he's eating it.
Oh, this is game. This has got to be game. There's no fucking chance.
Language.
He's cracking the potion, put everything back on top, and go for the second Emeritus.
It's blue.
It doesn't matter.
Oh yeah. I suppose if he's got. Well, this one won't connect, and
then he's got 2 resources. Resolve Kano, activate Energy Potion 4 resources. play Emeritus for
Five. It'll be 5 because of the Metacarpus.
He's paying into the Metacarpus.
So he's going to have 1 left over. And then the Blazing will
the Blazing from the thing should do it.
We don't know. Can't confirm it's... Oh, it is a red.
Oh, you were greedy.
Greedy money. Greedy money.
Yeah, you were greedy.
Greedy money. Sorry, we shouldn't be so harsh.
Yeah, it's not his fault. He had like a handful of Wait, is that in his arsenal there?
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like.
Shout out to old mate Mate, I believe is.
Yeah, Mate.
Yeah. Shout out to him.
5-0 today with Kano. Really good showing.
That was amazing.
Yeah, well.
He I think he smelt it. He's like, I got you, bro. I got your number. Come in.
No, definitely did not do.
I mean, we did question a few things he does, but
no,
yeah.
I think like he slept on the Blazing for ages and stuff, and that was all well and good. A few things that were like technical play mistakes, but they didn't matter. But that doesn't mean they weren't play mistakes. I feel like at the end there, Marnie did just draw a hand that had like four reds in it or something, like 2 blues.
2 blues, 2 reds. Honestly, you probably just hammer and pass. Like you had, and he took that 4 from.
I honestly don't even know if you hammer like. Yeah, no, was it the 4 before where he was just like take this?
And I was like, don't take it.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
I kept in hindsight with the power 2020.
Yeah, the power of 2020 vision is very strong.
Yeah. Well done, good sir. I'm gonna. Would you like another water or?
Another water's probably good. Yeah.
Maybe you want a candy bar or something.
Nah, just water's good for now.
Sweet.
But I think I'm not sure how long it'll take us to get to the top 8, but hopefully not too long, and we can get through the rest of today. Very impressive play there from the Kano player. I'm still Tomo Fiendel's strongest soldier. Don't get me wrong, but you know I can see why you would cut it. Obviously.
Yeah, more burn spells. Who needs to draw cards if they did?
I am literally always saying this. Call me a light warrior, because I am always Bolton, as they say. Long time burn player in Magic. Alright. Let's swap back. Well, what a game. That was crazy. Hard to say at the end how much Marnie needed to hold back a little bit more, maybe. I do agree with Dane. His idea that taking that 4 damage probably got him killed there. It's interesting because not cracking on the first Emeritus baits him into playing like the full combo, and hopefully you can hold it. But it just doesn't matter there at the end. He doesn't have the ability to pitch to block out. Like if it was 2 more blues in his hand, obviously, you know, he would. Well, I guess 2 more blues in his hand. If he just like had a handful of blues, he could have played for his arsenal and then maybe been able to keep it. But the hand of 2 reds and 2 blues wasn't enough. And I suppose he really didn't want to go in, giving Kano a turn to have 4th thing, but it is what it is. Very big, impressive plays from Mate there. Good for him. I can see why, you can really see sometimes why they were like, oh, we have to take Storm Striders out the back, you know, shoot it in the head, because we really don't want to deal with that. Very funny to me that the Potion of Deja Vu, like, obviously, you know, guaranteeing a card on top is very strong, but it feels sometimes that it's so such a big cost where you're like, man, there's like a lot of blues to draw. But you know, hey, we use them once to get cards off the top and then go from there. Draw more blues next turn. That's not bad, right? We always want more blues. That's the whole point. It is impressive to see the level of play coming out of some of these players. I know it seems maybe simple to some of you, but it actually does straight up encourage to find in these local places people who play to the best of their abilities. A lot of people get tempted to sort of phone it in or to, you know, just play a little loose because it's just the locals, you know, it's just a skirmish. So it is incredibly cool to see people who are really putting their all into it. You can tell that Mate especially was sweating his way through that game, and Marnie even that last thing, trying to figure out if he was dead or not. I mean, a shame that he was like pretty much dead more than not. Honestly, like we were saying, it was the first time sort of doing the setup, so I think maybe next time when we get a little bit of a lower angle, you know, in the frame, we're not obviously not filmmakers or even professional streamers or anything like that. Who knows, maybe in the future, but I think there are a few things that we could maybe do better, and if you have some ideas on what we could do better as well, we would love to hear it. Shout out to, of course, Fab Maniac, the channel which I'm sure this is streaming on. They have other content as well, and are contactable. You know, you can put a comment down and be like, hey, I think you should change this, or I think, you know, this was bad. Get Cam off of here, he sucks. Bring Dane in more, he's lovely. Something like that. Whatever you've got, we would love to hear it. And maybe we can get going further ahead, a bit more of an interesting vibe like that. I think I personally learned today that just doing it by yourself is it's not the easiest. You know, chat obviously helps very much, being able to see. I think it's the Heart of Ice there. Does it save him? Really? Because Kano in response still tries to go off and kill him. He gets the 2 blues, doesn't bait out the Blazing Aether probably, and then doesn't do anything as well. So Kano just gets another turn to like go off because he just, you know, draws up, keeps Blazing Aether and attempts to go off again. He doesn't need to pop Energy Potion. He doesn't need to pop Potion of Deja Vu there. So Heart of Ice pitching doesn't really do much more than like stop his plays effectively. You know, that was the reason that hand was dead, was because the attack had to be like lethal in order to keep the game like in his favor. You know, he couldn't present like not Titan's Fist, Winter's Wail for 4 because it would just put him to 1, and he'd just be like, well, I don't care. 1 is still enough to kill you. And he couldn't, you know, play any of the other attacks. Like I think it was the Glacial Footsteps in Arsenal wasn't going to be able to be. Look at that. We have the man himself, the what do we call you? Producer, director. Yeah. Coming in to talk about.
I'm stealing a seat.
Well, I'm a terrible co-host.
Oh. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm sure you're fine.
We've just been talking about the ins and outs of the last few turns of that game. I don't know if you saw it. Yeah, it was
I forgot to put Heart of Ice on my list.
Oh yeah.
We're actually chats.
He owns a shop. He has no excuse for having.
It wasn't in his folders. It wasn't in his folders. You know.
Yes, it is.
I think he was just so excited to be like, oh, I've got the tech, the Nalrune robe.
Yeah, Nalrune robe,
and
like
double spell void. And he's like, oh wait, there's a.
So the last part of that was we're discussing whether or not Heart of Ice would have really even affected anything. The Kano player has like the red Emeritus in hand to Ragamuffin. He has all of the blues, so you know he's always going to be able to go off. He has an Energy Potion save, Metacarpus still available, and Blazing Aether in Arsenal. And Heart of Ice, at best, with that hand of like 2 reds, 2 blues that Marnie had, doesn't do much more than like force him to do most of his combo, but not Blazing Aether. Like he doesn't have to Blazing Aether if it's not lethal. So you're not actually saving much more than like, oh cool, you know, like, well, I probably like block out 5 out of that red Emeritus, and then he, you know, maybe just like goes off the top looking for like some extra damage and stuff like that. But he doesn't present lethal after that. Like he can't just swing with a hammer because the
he's used all his pitch up.
He's used all his pitch to block out, obviously, and the hammer isn't lethal. And if the hammer isn't lethal, the Kano doesn't care.
Yeah.
You know, because Oldhim's never going to present damage that you don't see coming. And if that is the case, then when we get to the next turn and Kano has had a turn to cycle back, maybe like, you know, depending what he had, play something out. If there's a potion in hand, even worse, you know, like, I just think like, there was a turn earlier than that where Marnie took some damage that he probably just shouldn't. You know, he probably needed to pitch a blue on that turn and prevent 3 of that damage and go to like 17. A life total that is maybe a little harder to kill. I think it was a little bit greedy.
I've I basically gave Marnie the Oldhim list, but he decided to change things up because he's Marnie.
Yeah, he
And,
does that. He does.
I really, I'm going with against a Kano. I've got the tiara. I've got tunic on the body, and then null 3, which is the boots, legs.
Yeah, boots, gloves, and the Arcane Lantern. And so you're also not on the Heart of Ice.
It's kind of
train.
like the Heart of Ice. Yeah, as you say, it uses a pitch, whereas Tunic has a pitch. So
I have been Heart of Ice's biggest hater. Like,
you have a resource sitting on your Tunic, like, okay, cool, I've got some blues in my hand, I've got this extra little resource on my Tunic to pay for things.
Even in like Icelander, people were starting to like, oh, is Heart of Ice like good against Iceland? I was like, no, it doesn't do anything. I don't care. Everything I do is in response to you anyways. Like, how's it gonna matter? You're gonna Heart of Ice. I'm gonna be like, cool, do my thing, and then you're gonna be like, well, now I get to like attack you, and I'm like, well, sure, like you have some frostbites and stuff already.
If anything, it just gives them a window to respond to you before you get to attack.
Yeah, no, you're like you can hide maybe like what your attack is, and chat was saying it's like hiding like a heavy red hand, but I think the heavy red hand, you're dead no matter what. Yeah, like. Unless the Kano is afraid, and I don't think you should bank on the Kano being bad, as it were. We should never be playing like our opponents are going to make mistakes. If you think that's your only out, then, it's something that happens occasionally. You're like, oh, I'm never going to win this game if this person is playing correctly. I will do the play that means I win if they do misplay, or like, can make them have the biggest opportunity to make a mistake. Yeah. But in general,
a very good Kano player. So
yeah, no, he's definitely improved. It was really funny. I was in here a couple weeks back when I think he was just sort of starting to get into it. I borrowed his deck to like show him a little bit of like what Kano was like, and very much like fell into like lethal in the actual CC build. I was just like, oh, I see the thing, pass like turn 2, and then I'm like, wait a second, hang on. There's Aether Wildfire, and then like this Blazing Aether. Oh, I won the game. Whoops. Yeah. And it feels a little bit sacky when you do that.
Hello.
Hello.
They're about to do a random generator.
Oh yeah, so we're doing a quick giveaway of the Cold Foil Azalea to the field outside.
Oh, is there a spare one for
spare one for participation?
It's that's lovely. That's always great to know. It's really great to see as a person who played like a lot of Magic, the level of commitment they have to providing decent, at least, like promos and stuff. I know that for a lot of the, I would say like, not quite like the highest tier like GP or Pro Tours or anything like, but below that, your what do you call them, PTQs and stuff like that did have pretty decent promos in Magic. Yeah, exactly. They gave decent promos, but there was a lacking space between Friday Night Magic and like PTQs that skirmishes, for example, fill, and a lot of Road to Nats I think do fill because they are more prevalent throughout New Zealand, especially. That Magic was really just underfunding, because like when you were getting your F&M promos, they were great. Usually they were fine. Sure. I remember a lot of them. Stoke the Flames. There was a Serum Visions. Like Path of Exile. Those were probably some of the better ones.
And those got some pretty big numbers. I remember back in
when
it wasn't like, I don't know, something bad. Like
let's not discuss the downfall of Magic and Standard and Friday Night Magic at this time. But definitely, slightly up from that, we have these promos in Flesh and Blood that for judges especially. One of my favorite things is that judges do get compensated relatively well in Flesh and Blood, where for a lot of my lifetime playing card games and as a judge, compensation was dead. You weren't getting judge promos. Like you just weren't. There was no way for you to get them because the whole system was rigged against anybody who was just like a local judge at like a one-off event. If you went to a PTQ, you had to have the other judge write a thing for you, and then like you would write one for them because you were just trading it back and forth, and then hope that you got picked for it. Was a dead system.
Yeah, and then they turned it into a subscription.
Hooray!
I should have played Dash.
Can you grab me a list of who made top 8?
Yeah, so I believe what we have is obviously Mate on Kano.
Yep, Mate on Kano.
So Kano in first, Oldhim, Marnie.
Yep.
Oldhim James, me.
Oldhim James.
Yep.
You got 4th. Hayden Brown got 3rd on Prism.
Right, a Prism.
And the 2 Dash players.
Yep. Wait, so that was
Carl and Jed.
Carl and Jed. Cool.
Carl and Jed, and David Ellis on Riptide.
There we go.
Our boy. And lucky last, I believe, was George Rose on Brook.
Ah, so the Brute made it in. Can we get the Brute on camera? We haven't seen him all day.
George
If he's into it.
George versus Brute versus Kano.
Brute versus Kano. Oh, he's got that arcane skull horn. Let's have a look. He's got the skull horn.
Just a slammer jammer matchup.
Yeah, that one should be fun. I will say, looking at it, I'm not sure that's enough blues. I've played a lot of Rhinar into Kano. And obviously, you know, you're playing as many as you can.
Turn 1, triple barraging, let's go.
Yeah, you're just like, what if you didn't have a hand and I killed you? Like,
well, you just go like, barraging beatdown, any color, and they're like, ooh,
yeah. And they're like, banish your like second one, and they're like, oh, I gotta go off with one of these card in hand now. I think you draw the like red barraging, yellow barraging, like blue barraging, and maybe get to go, what do you call it? Is he playing? It looks like he's playing Romping Club. So what's that like? 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 3. That's lethal, baby. That's 15 points of damage.
Could happen. We could have a 1-turn game.
Get the one. Oh, that's what Kano. That's what Rhinar's for, right? He's for high rolling people. He's even playing high roller.
It would be worth delaying one of the top 8 matches just in case. Have like 2 top 8 matches on stream, one after the other.
I mean, yeah, it depends how everybody wants to get through. I think that one is going to matter a lot on who wants to get through and go home to their families, maybe.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but we'll see.
Cool.
I'm sure if we've only got like 3 more matches to put up, it'll be fine. Especially since it's no time in top 8, so they've got a little bit more like leeway for thinking.
Yeah, true.
Of course, we do still have to play, as we said before, at a reasonable pace, people. That's a very important one. Like I said, if you feel like you're getting slow played, you probably are. If you're bored, it's not great. Like, that's literally one of the best ways to figure out if you are being slow played. If you are not enjoying yourself because you're just zoning out, they're probably not just quick enough. And it's worth calling a judge over and being like, hey, can you maybe like watch? Maybe like tell them, because it always feels awkward to be like, hey man, I need you to make a play. Because if they're just like, okay, and then they don't, you're like, well, I already asked you, so what's left?
Yeah, the Brute and the Kano player are keen to do, they'll be on camera.
Awesome, we'll put Brute and Kano back on.
I'll probably head back out.
Yeah, you need to go. You need to start.
Unfortunately, Riptide's going to be versing Prism.
Yeah, it's going.
That's going to be hard. Lost in the Swiss, Prism.
Nourishing.
You can get, back nourishing. Cheeky ping damage at the end.
Yeah.
But also, all those auras, good luck.
Yeah, no, for sure. Should be fun.
Does he have any other alternate weapon other than
Talishar? Well, not to give too much away, but let's have a look.
You could just Talishar.
Oh, yeah, look away, James. Look away.
You could just like, you can just Talishar some auras maybe to save yourself some time.
He is playing the weapon. By the looks of it. So
just the Lost Prince.
No, he's playing Barbed Castaway. That's the bow, I believe.
Yeah.
The Riptide bow.
Right.
I will say that James, you probably need to get out there and start setting up the stream for this sort of stuff. Like I said, he's the producer and director, so that's a very busy job.
But before I go, I just wanted to say to the stream, like, it's really cool to see some good numbers watching, and like, we want to do this a bit more often. We've been a bit dead on the channel recently, but I just want to produce good content because I went to the Auckland Calling and watched that live stream and I was like, man, this looks bad. I want to make.
Oh yeah, was it? I have not been paying attention.
Phone on the table, no graphics, no commentator. Sorry, Steve, you're a great guy, but I think you can do better.
That's okay.
You out.
Well, hey man, it may not be me, but it's worth giving a try.
Looking forward to having some great more content for local New Zealand play because we're the makers of the game.
You get a real sense of national ownership as soon as anything happens in New Zealand that like goes anywhere. Everyone's just like, that's ours. That's our thing.
All right. Well, I'll leave.
Sorry, we did our math wrong. You're playing the Brute player.
Oh, I see. Oh well.
Well, we can always
figure it out. Surprise!
I told you that in the wrong order. I forgot that he. Yeah. No, Carl Wolf will be versing Kano.
Interesting. That should be a great game.
I'll have a look at this game.
Don't put the Riptide player on. I don't want to watch that. You make me sad.
I think that means that you're with me for the rest of the
yeah, I'm here.
Rest of the day, is it? Well, we can watch the stuff and be like, man, sad.
Looking honestly, like Hayden's pretty well positioned in this meta, to be honest.
Man, yeah.
Like, he has good matchups all around. I'm like kind of.
Yeah, I mean, was it just the one Prism?
Oh wait, no, there's dashes.
True. And a stream that always seems to reduce his chances.
Yeah,
anytime he's on stream. Crazy that.
I think his only bad matchups are the dashes.
So we've got, what is this? 2 Oldhims, 2 dashes. and then 4 unique decks. So that's 6 different decks in the top 8.
It's good. It's good spread. Good
that is a good spread. Like good
to see a new hero in there.
It's a little bit easier to do when there's like only like 20 people. You know, you don't really have to worry so much about all of the different like 50 people showing up playing Oldhim or whatever.
Yeah, I don't need that in my life. I killed one Oldhim and died the other one.
What can you do?
Not get pummeled to death.
It was pretty funny watching that pummel in their last game. Marnie is addicted to pummel. So is I want to say Carl as well. Carl and even like Jetta, just all big pummel enthusiasts. I'm just like, I just never want to play this
and
card.
also
like,
shout out back to Steve. Like I watched his streams. He's good. It's fun.
Is that Sushi Night?
I've got the wrong streamer.
It's Sushi Night, lovely local gamer up in, I want to say, Lower Hutt. Really good.
Energetic dude, real cool.
Yeah, Steve, I believe that's his store. I think my preferred New Zealand streaming usually comes from Dice Jar Games. Big shout out to them. Dice Jar is a very well put together streaming source. I feel like Greg is leaving. Greg, he has been like the number one. It's his store, and he was like the number one guy for a long time in other stores and stuff. And I think he's stepping away. I'm not sure why, but it'll be a big loss for the community if he's not going to be there anymore. But sometimes, you know, it's a hard life. People they tell you like, you know, do something you love, you'll never work a day in your life, but it's not quite true. The answer is do something you love that makes a lot of money really easily, and you probably never work another day in your life. But do something that barely scrapes by, and you feel like you're dying a lot. That's a bit bleak, but
Well, we don't go to Zine. I don't know the state of it, but yeah, anyway, good.
No, I think the state of it was fine. I think like it was going well. It's just a lot of work, you know, and sometimes you have to accept that it's more work than you are capable of putting out. That's why it's good to see Marnie playing today and making top 8, because it could be, you know, it'd be very likely that he could have just been burnt out and didn't enjoy anything anymore, and that's a really sad place to be as a store owner, where you were like, oh well, I don't even want to play.
Oh, we're gonna Oldhim versus. George is favoured in this matchup, but then also like James.
Favoured is a hard word when you're playing Brute, right?
Take your hand, smash your head in.
It's a hard word when you're a brute to say you're favoured. Are you favoured by the gods? Does Lady Luck smile?
Well, also, but I've also seen James's versus James. And I actually look at his list, but from what I'm understanding, he has no defense reactions in his deck.
It could never be me, guys. It could never be me. I'm the biggest defender.
We've got his list right here.
Yeah.
I believe he has 0 defense reactions. Well, I didn't see any. All I saw was pummels.
Well, that's weird. I'm not a pummel fan. And, I like to play dangerously, and Rhinar though, so I like to give myself the best chance to play dangerously. Well, he is playing reckless swing. Nobody was leaving.
I'm not talking about George. I'm talking about Oldhim.
No, Marnie.
James is Oldhim. I believe it has no defense reactions.
Crazy. I really saw Marnie had like at least a.
Standard Marnie.
He had a single. Loves
that mid-range stuff. 0 defense reactions. 0 defense reactions.
That's pretty sneaky there. Playing some Enlightened Strike. That's cute.
0 defense reactions.
He's connect Cold Snap on. That's all good. He's got is it Pulsar?
It's just a resource fusey thing.
Yeah, for sure.
If he's using that as defense reaction, something's gone wrong.
Well, he used it to very cruelly.
I like the 2 Sotomoros. That's cute.
Oh, that's putting it back on the bottom draw card, is it?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's probably hedging the mirror match, maybe.
Yeah.
Being able to recur something might make the difference in that game. I remember, I want to say Briar versus Oldhim and CC had a similar sort of thing going on.
I played 3 Sos.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, you can't play Codex, so you get a lot of value out of that.
When people play Codex, you just put your CMC back in here.
Oh, good times. Man, I
have done that. It's a good time.
I haven't really had a chance to because the price of it went so crazy so fast.
Yeah, it's like $50-$60, isn't it?
Yeah, something silly like. Plus, you need premeditates, which are like really silly. So I'm not gonna play like Azalea like that in anything.
If I pick them up, I'll let you know.
Yeah, I mean maybe you'll open them or something and just keep them and then use them. But it's just so much investment. But it is really funny because man, have you seen those cards? Have you read them? Have you had the person play them against you?
Yeah.
It's funny because the only sort of semi-frustrating part doesn't make it feel like Azalea is really strong. It feels like these particular cards are very strong, but it has made people complain that Azalea is too good, and those people can just go to hell. I remember when Azalea was literally the worst.
Yeah, I've been my head blown off by Jed once or twice.
Yeah,
I tried to mech it. I tried to go like mid-range control dash into it. I found out my only option is actually just to go full noise aggro, and hopefully he does damage to him with no on hits, and that's my only way to win.
You've got to block out those combustible couriers. Oh, sorry, other way around. He has to block out the combustible couriers. Yeah. But
well, I don't even think his list has defense reactions.
I think they were still playing maybe 6. Down from like up to 15.
You were on 15.
Yeah, because that was the only. It was good. Play your stuff, see the defense reaction, like draw a card, see the defense reaction. I loved it. You know, biggest defender over here of bad play.
I'm gonna go get a drink actually.
That is a good plan. I'm sure we'll see you back before our top 8 starts up. Looks like they are still potentially pulling it together.
I think they're having like a 5-10 minute.
Oh, one of those chill periods. I see how it is.
I'll go rock them up.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they're not doing too poorly. It's funny, store as it was is not so empty today of anything else either. There's some kids playing Pokemon out there. They can hear going hard, and it's good to see them playing. So many people who will just say, "Oh, I love Pokemon, but I don't play. I just collect." And it's like,
I got a borrowed card.
Yes. Don't play it, just collect, and that's a little sad, you know. Like, if that's your thing, and who can blame you? But Pokemon is such a good game. Pokemon is like an incredibly good game. It's crazy. People do not realize this because they all go, "Oh, I don't know how to play it." Like, but it's.
Shout out to Ryan, let me borrow his cold foil Vixen Quill.
Pretty. Yes, good card that one. I remember getting smacked with a little bit of extra damage at the end there.
Yeah,
but yeah.
You mean when you broke your chest piece with Viscera and you kill people because you snap this as well?
Yeah, exactly.
Time more retired, let's go. Bring it back.
Skeleta was a silly card. I love Skeleta. But yeah, Pokemon is such a good game. Like, it legitimately is so hard to express how much it doesn't, like, not deserves, but like, people just don't realize, I think. If you've ever played Magic, you'd be like, yeah, Pokemon, it's like a silly kids game. No, it's like one of the most well-balanced, like, inviting, like, it is inviting to new players, it's inviting to people who enjoy, like, depth and complexity. You know, it has a little bit of RNG, so it's not always like the most skillful player wins, which people will tell you is a great way for a game to be, but it does tend to exclude new people getting into it. There does need to be a chance that sometimes you can beat the better player. And you know, lots of people don't like that, but it is true to have a game that goes in the long run. It has an aggressive reprint policy. It has an aggressive like balancing policy, you know, one that they haven't had to use very much over the years, but if a card is problematic, they will be like, hey, no, we're getting rid of that. It has multiple decks viable all at the same time. It has counterplay built into it. So if you've never played Pokemon, I would really think about giving it a chance. I know that there is a simulator, Pokemon Live, I think now. It used to be Pokemon TCG Online, but they changed it recently. And even on that, it has one of the kindest and most giving like economies. People talk a lot about how gross and like predatory and like just bad the MTG Arena economy is. Like trying to build a deck and then getting it rotated out is just how, and Pokemon does have rotation as well, so you know, you're not immune to that sort of thing, but they give so much more that it becomes this very sort of easy to build, easy to learn, very hard to master gameplay, and it's just really fun. And if you like Pokemon, you play your favorite Pokemon. You could probably find a deck involving your favorite Pokemon and play it, and it's good. You know, I've built decks involving Glaceon, my favorite Pokemon. I've built decks like Alolan Ninetales, big ice type fan. And you know, back in the day, I had some very aggressive Flareon. Like very, very back in the days, like black and white. Aggressive Flareon decks, you know, that were super fun as well. These days, you know, I think we've just come into the Scarlet and Violet era. One of the best decks is like Gardevoir. Obviously, lots of people love Gardevoir. Big fans. Looks like they're still going out there with their little break. But that lets us just keep talking about weird and different games. Have you all played Marvel Snap recently? I mean, it's not like brand new anymore. It's pretty well known by this point. Made by Ben Brode, one of the big sort of minds behind Hearthstone for a long time. Not so much a card game to me as it is a board game. But, you know, I was giving it a go for a friend who had a sponsorship by them. You know, I was helping them out by trying it out. Surprisingly good. I mean, surprisingly good is a hard thing to say. It's not like I expected it to be bad. I did think it would be a pretty fun game. But it was quick, it was snappy, and it felt really easy to pick up. That's sort of a hard sell for a lot of people who don't inherently play a lot of card games. If you're watching this, you probably do play enough card games that this sort of thing is very, you know, actionable to you. You understand a lot of card games inherently. Once you play one of them, you kind of play a lot of them. But yeah, it's good fun. I'm surprised. I think I'm surprised because I expected myself to just get really bored of it really quickly, you know. But I stuck around long enough to get through 30 wins, and that was pretty good. Aside from that, if you're a big board game fan, you probably already heard these ones, but Dominion, that's a big one. Available on Steam. It is a bit expensive because you are buying effectively a board game and then like expansions for a board game, but probably the greatest, still the greatest deck builder game made. It is a lot of the time could be described, if you're a Magic player, this might sound familiar to you, but you are all building storm decks against each other and then playing them on your turn almost uninterrupted to see who can storm the best. And in the case of Dominion, that means generating enough gold to buy victory points, which then put bricks in your deck because they don't do anything, and you know, that sort of thing.
So the Prism player is the only one actually underway. Everyone else is sort of fluffing around a wee bit.
Oh, is this what you got?
Yeah, that's my promo.
Okay. That's cool. Everybody seems to...
Got this sick Riptide Rainbow Foil. Trade it for a cookie? Nah.
Yeah. Ooh, I might do a cookie or something like that. I might get some food or something at the end.
Yeah, I was meant to do that and I didn't. I was playing games. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine. And at the end is where the important part for the food, but do start to feel it when someone mentions it, eh?
Yeah, I may have had food delivered to me.
We're doing a little bit of a talking about some of the other card games that exist, both digitally and otherwise.
Can you're chatting with the chat, right?
Yeah, the chat's here. I mean, they can hear me.
No, but I mean, are you communicating with them?
I'm not chatting in here, but I am talking to them through here.
Oh yeah. But I mean, they're responding here.
Sometimes I think Julian, this Julian fellow. Sorry if I know you, Julian. I don't think I do. But he has been watching and enjoying himself, or they have been watching and enjoying themselves. Oh, here we go. Let's transition it over real quick now to James and George getting into it. So this is a matchup of Oldhim Vs Rhinar.
Angry Oldhim? It's not what you think it is. Like,
yeah, no. So there has been a change recently, which isn't going to matter in like 4th of May, I think somebody said, of like Oldhim going more aggressive in order to deal with certain things. But obviously not going to matter because he's going to Living Legend out and no one's going to care. But yeah, it has been a change for people trying to deal with certain things. So let's see how it
James
works
is the highest seed he'll be starting, which is actually a bit unfortunate for the root player.
What if he opens Reckless?
Yeah, but I mean, you can't do that big 9 dominant, double intimidating turn on the first turn. Those are cool. It happens.
Yeah, no, it is fun to be like, what if you didn't get to Mulligan? Yeah, I mean, I assumed you were on the other side of the
You don't get to Mulligan?
It's fine. It's we're a very small channel, a very small part of the community, but we like to see it grow. So having anyone in to chat and talk to is always lovely. And your insights have been, pretty useful. I don't say I'm not sure I agree with you necessarily on the Heart of Ice.
No. Marnie was like raving to himself.
Yeah, no. Obviously, the Heart of Ice is strictly better than the Null Room Robe.
No, but I mean, like,
I just don't agree that it would have won him that match.
He seems to think the percentages are quite high, actually. To be honest, like, it definitely helps. What's this deck you board and shuffling?
Oh, so I borrowed a deck to shuffle, as I was saying to the chat earlier. It's something I do to like.
Yeah,
fill in time. It's a comfortable motion.
You have been in here by yourself most of the day. I apologize.
No, it's honestly been fine. If we blame anyone, we blame my co-host who is dying in bed. Even if he's dying, I got up. All right, so we're seeing Crown. We're seeing obviously
Icy Shield.
Icy Shield. Yeah, no, Icy Shield.
Question: are we going claws or are we going club? Claws. I'm hoping for claws.
I think that's claws there. By the looks of it, those look like 2 claws. I love the bark bone strapping.
Claws.
I love the bark bone strapping here. Are you not getting to 3 turns, bro? Like,
Oh.
I'm also like, you know, Tunic's strongest soldier.
I also think it's interesting that I've seen this quite recently. Maybe is Gambler's Glove just not worth the effort? And
No, Gambler's Gloves is like it's just expecting yourself to like roll and then be bad.
So
you want to not roll. You want to not be bad. What was I used to play Gambler's Gloves. You play it for very specific reasons. I think George though is playing a High Roller, which is interesting.
Without Gambler's Gloves.
Yeah, but you know, pitch the beast with him into pulping. All right, draw and discard. Let's see if we hit the dominate.
Why? Maybe he's got. Oh yeah.
The classic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so we're going to discard this. This card is a Massacre, which does not trigger here. You are not going to get the Massacre effect. You are only going to get 1 Intimidate because obviously it was not discarded for a cost. It was discarded for the effect of pulping rather.
Interesting.
Yes. So Massacre specifically has to be discarded for the effect of an attack action. Are we going to see a second Intimidate and have to go tell some people to play better, or?
Nah, he's not rolling the dice.
Yeah, no, they're not rolling, so it does seem fine.
So my only defense.
The man himself coming to tell us all about his Heart of Ice problems.
My only defense is that you now genuinely know I never play Oldhim because when I slotted in the Null Rune and in
You were like,
Spellframe,
my god, I'm literally
I
so
forgot
big
that card
brain.
existed for that.
I think it. We've had a little bit of.
Dash.
We've
So
had-
Carl or
G. So it'll be hard.
We've had a little bit of an argument in chat about whether or not the Heart of Ice would have even changed the game.
Yeah,
I don't think
well,
it would
I wouldn't
have.
have died on that turn.
I think he can kill you. Sorry, I don't think he kills you in response, and you don't die. I just don't think you present lethal back, I think he kills you on the following.
we were
turn.
like talking about how like you shouldn't have eaten that 4 damage.
Yeah, the
Nature,
4
you
damage
had
earlier
no
probably
reason to
killed
eat
you
it.
more.
That's fair.
You
Yeah.
had no reason.
You know,
You're so far ahead.
Learn it.
yeah,
We all
it's fine. All right,
Back to the action.
Back to the regularly scheduled. Looks like we had a shield pop up with a frostbite there, and now we're coming with Thunderquake. Does Thunderquake have any text on it, or is it just heave?
It has. I'm gonna hit your face off.
It looks like it's got.
It's got heave. I don't believe it has any other nodes.
Yeah, I don't think it does anything else, right? It's just a efficiently costed heave card.
Well, yeah, here's 10.
All right, players. We
we got a reckless swing in the Odal. You don't like it?
No, this is the best card. I love this card. All right.
Findel's Fighting Spirit.
Yeah, Findel's Fighting Spirit. My absolute go-to pick in early Icelander. When I was trying to actually, you know, occasionally block out illusionists. Why bother? Just lose the match. Go have a smoke.
Diaries are bad. Oh, he's giving up the 9 power. It mustn't have the blues.
Yeah, I mean it's often the worst card in your hand.
Or he can just do more damage going wider. Wider might be better. But then you got the old ice react.
Yeah, if he has no, you can beat the ice react. I think that was one of the things I was reading is that you do have a decent way of beating the ice react.
Where are we going?
Yeah, here we go. This is the Blood Rush Bellow. This is exactly why.
Claws.
Interesting here, because like clearly the Alpha Rampage was never necessary, but sorry, that's swing big, of course. Yes, there's an additional cost, so this is on top of the stack here currently, and then we're going to resolve the Blood Rush Bellow and draw 2 cards.
Into other Blood Rush Bellow. Go.
Oh, I see a Smash Instinct in hand. We've definitely got 2 resources floating. So
the claws have go again at this point, don't
yes,
they?
the claws do have go again.
You just go claw a thing?
I'm always sad when I just go claw. If you can go claw something else, definitely.
Yeah, claw a thing.
Yeah. But I always like I'm just always looking for more, you know.
Is the Blood Rush Bellows this turn?
Oh, let's go. That's the barraging. Yep,
let's go,
cool.
Georgie. Let's go. Big dams.
All right, now he plays Smash Instinct.
No, you break the chess piece.
He honestly might do.
Because this is these effects like till end of turn, or are they?
Yeah.
So they're not break chain.
No, they're not on the chain or anything like that.
Cool. So I've only played Brute for like one event, and then I got not really my jam, but I enjoyed it. Your next, okay, cool, sweet.
Yeah. So if he can get one more card out, he might be able to keep the barraging on here. It's interesting because, like, how much have we got to read, bro? Like, oh yeah,
that doesn't have go again.
That does not have go again.
And intimidates.
And it does intimidate one more, but
maybe that's why he did it.
Yeah. I mean, I
probably
almost agree that you crack the
chest
piece here to try and get like. If you roll the 6, like, you win the game, right? Like,
yeah,
you straight up win the goddamn game on the 6.
Yeah, that's not happening. But I like it. So this is
channel.
8.
So it's 6 plus 4 is 10 plus 2 is 12.
That's 12. Big damages.
Big money.
It's a shame we couldn't get one claw in there.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he was like valuing the block on the armor too high just to break it.
Yeah, I feel so. It is the chances that like you just miss entirely, like roll a 1 and don't get anything. But it does feel like the claw here would like always get so much value.
Yeah, but yet again, I can see like valuing your armor a bit higher, maybe like.
Could never be me. I don't care about my armor. I also don't know if I actually agree with the block there. Like, there's no on hit. You're just throwing up 4 block because you're scared of the damage. Like.
Well, I mean,
I just think you have time. I don't think he's going to like kill you.
Also, having a 12 power fridge, like,
yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, no, I can see what you mean. 12 powers, including the shield. Yeah.
But then yet again, maybe
that would be 9 damage from the claw still.
Maybe he was just like
the claw would then still be 9 damage.
Yeah, but he'd have 2 cards in hand because he wouldn't be intimidating.
Yeah, but you'd still be coming in 9 damage. He would still get rid of 1 card to ice react.
Oh yeah, here comes the fridge.
Because that's what Les Mal is saying
6,
here.
7, 8, 8 blocks 9 on 9. I could potentially see him taking 2 damage and maybe.
Did he crown? Did he actually like use the crown, or did he just throw it?
I don't think so.
Interesting.
Maybe his hand's good enough.
Yeah. So if you ice react on the mandible there, the part that matters is that like you have the 1 card in hand, but you still came in for 9, and
yeah, he'd eat more damage.
He would have eaten more damage.
Oh no, we're just good at the game.
Oh yeah, no, okay, whatever. We'll just win the game. What if we were just always
massacre?
That is massacre. That's massacre for an action.
Good thing we have these cards right in front of us.
Yeah, if it's in there. That's one big.
You keep watching this. I'll find the card.
It looks like we're intimidating right now.
I haven't found any massacres.
No.
Whose brute dig is this?
Cards.
Okay. Yeah, looks fine.
Yeah.
Alpha Rampage.
Les Mal.
It's the claw.
He's still got the extra 2 resources here, so the ice react obviously won't matter as much. Coming in for 5 is still.
Yeah, 5 and 5 is like.
Yep. Ooh.
Oh.
That's what 4.
No, it's the frostbite.
Yeah, 4 in the frost, but the frostbite doesn't matter.
At least we got the shield out of the way.
The frostbite just doesn't matter here. He can pitch the card if he wants.
Oh,
so
he's paying 1 to break the chest.
Yeah, so he needs to.
Do you think he almost would have like Arsenal?
He needs to roll a 4.
Do you think he almost would like want to Arsenal the barrage and come in with a 5 card hand? Like,
oh, that's just paying for itself.
Hey, you got the frostbite off him.
The frostbite's gone, right? Yeah.
So he's got. What's this breakneck bit?
No, Wild Ride.
Wild Ride.
Coming in for 8.
Oh, games go again, but like.
Yeah. It's very funny. The problem is on the backswing he gets all those cards back. Is it Crown of Providence here? Sink a card, maybe?
Yeah.
I believe the chess piece is an instant as well, which means that he didn't even have to like break the chain. Not that it would matter because the shield is already used up both its charges. What do we got? 1 left from hand. Crown of Providence, sink the card on the bottom. Again, like It's just damage. Alright, cool. Well, that's a 5 in front of 8. 9. Oh, sorry, 6 in front of 8.
Well, we've got most of his armor out of the way, so that's always
Yeah,
good
no,
time.
I mean...
We're getting it done.
George,
I don't have a bias in this at all, by the way.
George...
Death to Oldhim.
George does not have any Blood Rush Bellows left.
Is there remembrance on his list? No, probably not.
It's interesting, right? Like, he could have cracked the Goliath
be
Gauntlet
honest-
on overplay here, but it just doesn't matter,
I
think.
get
Like,
it.
it's going to be 2 damage every single time.
I get him trying to pressure, but like I can definitely see a world where the brute player actually maybe arsenals the Brothers Bellows and waits for like a
Yeah, no, I
potential
definitely...
That's not fused, is it?
I don't think it is. He played the Winter's Bite and pitched the Autumn Touch, so clearly not. Is it a blue one?
It looks blue, I believe.
When am I ever blocking with Barraging Beatdown? The best card in the deck.
It's
The
blue.
best card in
It's
the
blue,
game.
It's fine.
He's
So
got another one.
we're looking at probably, I'm guessing, just a fucking sorry, language. Just firing a 6 into his face, I believe, is what's going to happen here.
Pack Hunt. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's a card you play because it's just like...
Pack Hunt. Intimidate.
Yeah, just 6 for 2 with Intimidate.
Block 3 brute card, yeah.
Yeah, no, literally, right? Like, Brute also has the thing. A lot of the first heroes did. Well, it's like every card blocks for 3, right?
Yeah. Like, most of the arrows block for 3.
Yeah, exactly. Literally, we were just like, yeah, the card's blocked for 3, it's fine.
And they sort of started fixing that in Mono.
Yeah, they were like, maybe some cards don't need to block for 3. Why is a Race Face block for 2? Terrible card. It's no CNC.
Not Monarch, Aria was... There's a lot of 2 blocks in Aria.
Yeah.
Made my bride day sad.
Aria was not a great draft format. Winter's Grasp. Beautiful.
My favourite draft's almost still would probably have to be Welcome to Wraith.
Welcome to Wraith is the best draft format.
It's so fun.
It's no contest whatsoever. Did he not Arsenal?
No, because remember he lost a card to pitch for the ice, and then he lost for the pay 1 or discard.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, I thought
And
that
then-
barraging.
and he
I
threw
thought
up
that barraging beatdown was
And he threw up a card to block.
So he's still got 1 block out of his thing here. So he could
Right.
technically like.
Honestly, he's on 8. Do you honestly just like take this?
No, well, you just take this as 8 coming in. Obviously, you could block if the full hand is good enough.
No, he's gonna give up a card.
Yeah, obviously, I don't see any reason not to, unless that you think that like the backswing is like that powerful here. But he still has Crown of Provenance to go through, so clearly not. If he's got a swing big and a blue in his hand, he could literally just like Goliath Gauntlet, swing big blue, you know, and then like coming after that. But we can't quite see what's in George's hand, so it is hard to say. There is the that's a new one from the
Well, so Brute has a few more non-blocks in the deck lately, I've noticed.
Yeah, Pulping doesn't block. I want to say Wild Ride doesn't block, yes. He is playing High Roller. That was a pack call, so when you defend with a reveal the top of it has 6, you put it on the top. Otherwise, you put it on the bottom, so that way it always guarantees that there's a 6 on top of your deck. But that's not super helpful unless you're like specifically already... What do we got?
Yeah!
Here we go! Yeah. Oh, okay. This is an interesting one here. So he's going to draw and discard here. And if he hits it, it's going to get Dominate, which will prevent...
him stopping it getting go again.
Yes, exactly. So this could be a big turning point. If he's got another blue in hand, it's... Oh, wow. Okay, so it has Dominate here. It's coming in for 8. He's going to Intimidate a card. If the other card in his hand is another 6 attack... Oh, sorry, just another blue... Claw could potentially come out here. Obviously, you probably won't get Claw. Oh no, you will, because he won't be able to Ice React out from under it. Oh my god.
So if he wants to Ice React, probably now's the time.
Yeah, cool. So this is crowning. Yeah, Ice React here is definitely...
I don't see any ice cards in his hand.
No, it does not. So he could crown here to put a card on the bottom and look for the Ice React.
He's choosing not to.
Wow, I think this could be game. Well, maybe not, because he already took his damage.
Yeah.
So this would be... Oh, no, it would be 6. It would be almost lethal here.
Well, you'd get another card out of him.
Yes, you would get... Oh, it was the red, not the blue. Oh, that's such a shame.
Sorry, I still think we get another card out
No,
of him.
no, I'm not taking the thing here. Yeah. There's
Am I converting to a brute player? This looks kind of fun.
It is fun until you don't draw the cards, and until you miss. If he had hit that what do you call it? Sorry, Savage Feast instead of the Wrecker Romp there. Oh baby, it would have been a massacre. Yeah, I mean this is lethal, so you have to put a card button in front of it. It's a Reckless Swing. No, he put Reckless Swings on the bottom. We're not quite there yet. Just a Pack Hunt in front of it probably. Depends what you.
It's not icy, so you don't need.
Is it not? Oh my god, it's not even icy.
No, it's not an icy hammer. So you're giving up our card.
Yes, that's the Reincarnate. Sorry, I believe it's whenever you discard it, it makes a random resource.
It gives you a resource.
Yeah, it makes a resource. I forget what it's.
Yeah, it's quite handy having this deck right here.
Yeah, no, it is actually. But asking everybody to have 2 copies of the deck might be a bit much, eh?
Yeah.
Skullcrack. That's right. It's named after one of the best magic cards.
Oh, that good.
I don't know. I've won me some games with Skullcrack. All right. So is second? No. Just Just big thing. I'm gonna intimidate a card out of your hand, and you're forced to block with the last 2 cards in your hand, unless you want to lose. This isn't actually that great. This is like the worst situation out of barraging beatdown for sure. Where your opponent, like, it just doesn't matter unless they have a card that does not block.
So do you reckon he's probably better off just doing one of the attacks and Arsenal?
I think I could have Arsenaled the barraging beatdown.
Oh wait, we're versing Oldhim, so you can't really reliably rely on an Arsenal.
Why not?
Because they have this ability called Ice React. Wait, I haven't seen James use that once. Does he have actually much ice in his? Oh look, did you see the pummel? Oh, James, you salty.
Let's have a look. So he's got, I want to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so about 9-ish ice cards. What do we got? Is this just another? No, this is a Seismic Surge in Past. Pulse of Eisenloff in hand.
I couldn't comment. I don't know why you would pass.
Pulse of Eisenloff in hand, pummel in the thing.
No, but you still need to fire a hammer to get a card on him. He's got 4 cards.
Nah, you just hope he's drawn a bad hand. You also don't want to go to 2. Real funny hand.
No, but I mean, you don't just do nothing unless it's another red and he couldn't even pay for the hammer.
Yeah, it's very potentially true. Oh, that's a good start. That's a good start.
Death to the Oldhim. I don't have a biased opinion at all. Georgie.
I think that's my co-host waking up for the day. Hopefully feeling a bit better.
Oh, morning, Riley. Get off your No, I'm kidding. Sorry, bro. Sorry you couldn't make it today. I hope you're feeling better.
Yeah, he's a sick boy. He's just a little sick boy.
Oh,
that's the big card. That's the big one. This is the, like, full 3 block here, right? Oh, maybe not. Maybe just Pulse of Eisenloffs from hand. Sure.
This one has Go Again, correct?
No. This is just the one that makes a Quicken token if it misses. It's just the biggest card.
Oh, this is coming in for a lot.
Yes, this is coming in for 12, but it's always going to eat 2 cards, so it's coming in for 2.
He's going to 1.
This is recklessly swinging here, baby.
Is it?
Better be. The thing about the Reckless Swing in Arsenal is you can basically block, like, full out, and then just, like, whatever he does, you're just like, yeah, Reckless Swing kills you, like. Oh my god. That's a Wrecker Romp.
I hope they can't. Do you reckon they can hear us in the other room? I hope not.
I don't know. I hope not as well, but you know. Let's go! Popping off in the Yep, that's when the hammer is icy. I think you block with the beast within here because there's no reason.
It's not icy. It's evergreen. It's earth.
Yeah. Okay. So I think you. Oh no! Wait. We know.
Oh no! This is his.
This is like make or break.
Does he respect? He's got yeah. Oh, George, I don't want to watch.
If the other card in his hand is not a blue or like a yellow at least, he can't even activate the pummel. So maybe. But if that card is reckless, it's game. If this card is blue, it's game. If these cards are,
do you reckon you throw 6 in front of it? Oh,
I think you always throw 6 and lose. Oh no, is it because?
You take 2.
You block with beast within 100% because you cannot afford to be.
Please give up 2 cards. Please give up 2 cards. Or just be a god and have the reckless.
Yeah, I mean, have the reckless in your have the reckless in your arsenal, bro. George, you poor boy!
George!
There it is. There's the reckless. A few turns too late. Oh, what a game! That was lovely on both of them. I don't think that I saw anything that I wasn't happy with there.
I'll go drag James in here. And I'll go hug George repetitively and cry with him.
Oh, what a poor boy. It happens. It happens. Yeah, there are. Oh, what an absolute banger of a game that was, guys. That was a great one. Hopefully we'll have George or James in here in a second to talk about that match. But the hidden pummel is the deadliest, right? Like, I think the biggest difference there, right, is that George is always representing a reckless swing. Like, you know it's in his deck, 100%. He's not playing without it, though. Might be a bit spicy Rhinar Bruce to be doing so. But as for Oldhim, the Oldham's not always playing pummel, you know? Like, it can be there and it could not be there. What a game. James, how do you feel after that one?
I feel like I stole that one.
You did, because he could just block you out for 50 million turns and then reckless you.
So I pitched the Earth card. I had an Ice card in hand. I pitched the Earth card to the Hammer to make him think, oh, I don't have to block the Frostbite.
He would have double blocked if you had pitched. So that isn't it. That's a very, very heads up play right there, is pitching the Earth to disincentivize blocking. Chat's saying that block until reckless is a strat, and it is probably true that he should have just done what he did.
Yeah.
And even 2 cards was always the play there. Like, always throwing 2 cards in front of that. So, because even then the red pummel is only to 2 and, like, takes a card out of his hand. But unless he's, like, literally sitting on, like, 3 Beast Withins in hand, you know.
Yeah.
So I do think that one may be a little bit under the rug. But, hey, the rest of the game was very well played. I think... there were a couple of moments where Rhino got a little bit unlucky, discarding that Wrecker Romp instead of the Savage Feast. As much as I love Savage Feast, if he had that blue, I think he would just, like, dead, right? Yeah. Like, it was just nothing. It was over. He would have been like, yep, cool. Claw at the end, and it just would have been, you know, it just would have been a thing. It was very well played. Very, very heads-up games from both of you there.
I mean, after I took the damage from the thing and went down to 1, I was like, man, maybe this was wrong. But I was like, I'm just gonna pummel him with my hammer. That's my out.
How's he gonna beat that? He can't beat that. He's just gonna lose.
I could have gone to 3, and then I could have just stayed at 3 for the rest of the game. Probably that was probably a good strategy.
Yeah, I think I appreciate that you guys did not do that.
I wouldn't recommend playing like that if you're gonna play Oldhim.
I think we were saying earlier. I don't know if it was you, if it was someone else. Been a lot of people in my room today, but definitely, you know, play with respect to your opponent and expect them to play as well as possible. And if that's not going to win you the game, if there is no out where they play play in the way that gives them the most possible chances to make a mistake, and that's what you did. You know, you played in such a way that he got to make the mistake.
Potentially, I stole that one.
It's not just. Oh no, you got it.
No one likes Oldhim. That's what it seems like here. No one enjoys Oldhim.
Was it like a turn off reckless?
Yeah.
No, he literally. I think top 3 cards.
The next turn would have had reckless in hand.
Chat's correct in saying that if he just blocked with your opponent at 1, there's no reason to like not full block everything.
Yeah, I probably should. Yeah, I definitely should have just like. Blocked the thing, stayed at 3, and then I can hammer him, and then just rinse and repeat. Block 3,
because the hammer is always going to get 2 cards out of him.
I thought I'd lost the game,
and if it gets 1 card out of him, he loses. So, I will say, because I'm not as familiar with these sorts of things. Are we expecting pummel in every Oldhim match?
Nope.
No, right? That's what I thought. I assumed that pummel was a bit of spicy tea, because I was saying that you
are, but like blue ones maybe.
Blue ones
right? Okay. Because you are always expecting against a Rhinar that they have the reckless swing. Maybe.
So you're not really ice reacting as much as I thought you would.
There wasn't really an opportunity.
Yeah, no, there was like 0 good opportunities to ice react in that game. Anytime that he could have done it, I think was probably better off just putting the card in front of the card and being in front of the block and being like whatever. But yeah, because if you're not expecting the pummel, obviously it's like much stronger, and the reckless swing is a well-known quantity, and so you're playing with like a next level of information than what he had basically, and that really can just get you.
But the thing is, like, I thought I'd lost. I think maybe what put me in the mindset of I just need to choose the pummel win is I thought I'd lost the game when he banished 2 reds and made me block with 2 blue 2 blocks.
Ooh.
in order to yeah.
We were saying there was a couple of turns where I was like, man, like just like barraging Beattown, pump. There was one turn from him where I think we were a little confused. It was he had a chance to. He ended on I want to say the Smash Instinct on the barraging after like the Blood Rush Bellow. It felt a little weird. It was like
potentially just double clawed.
Yeah. We were like, well, it feels like the double claw's better here. But was he playing like?
I think did I still have the shield, Frosty Shield?
Maybe that was it. Because I saw it as well. It was very potentially like that turn where he
used it on the other...
No, this was early. I'm pretty sure you did still have it. But even then, there was a turn where that he could have cracked the chess piece and like potentially made his way through it. So it was a little unlucky on his part that he only got the one resource back out of the chess piece. If it had two, I think that game also goes to him. So a lot of things lined up for you to. A lot of things lined up. Where you live by the dice, die by the dice.
Cursed playing against me. I've beat 3 brutes recently where they've just had terrible draws.
I
draw was fine, but...
remember a game at Nats. I want to say maybe not Nats, maybe just one of those like battle hardens.
I think you get Hayden. Do you get Hayden?
I think I'm playing this Prism next round, so I think that's my tournament over.
Cool.
Thanks,
Can we watch that? I want to watch that. I want to
Yeah,
feel a
sure.
bit better about what I just watched.
You can go watch me get my just desserts and karma for that last play.
But yeah, at a battle harden, I think I took Livia when she had like just first come out. And everyone was like, "She's bad." I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm playing Hexagore. Like, watch me."
Everyone's done, by the way.
Oh,
yeah,
sweet,
cool.
we should
Okay.
probably go.
Yeah, I was playing Hexagore
So
and
the other Oldhim got through, and one of the Dash players got through.
I really want to get to that last round for an Oldhim mirror. That would be fun.
lovely, great things to put on deck.
So I guess Prism Vs Oldhim.
Yeah, so that means well, Marnie just beat one of the Dash players, and now he's going to walk into the next one.
Yeah, we'll do that.
All right. Well,
Did he get destroyed?
yeah, go set up the thing real quick, and we'll transition over once you're done.
I'm keen to watch it.
As I was saying, yeah, I was playing Hexagore, and I played into probably the most unlucky brute player that I'd ever played. He just like rolled like 4 ones in a row, hands where I was just like, yeah, I mean, do you lose? And he was like, yeah, I do. And he was just like, I'm dying. And hey, that's the experience.
Yeah, the guy
the shuttling guys.
The guy in chat just brought up the point that we were making of cracking the chess piece, trying to get that extra claw going.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. I don't know if you talked to George out there. They brought
I didn't. I just sort of gave him a hug and he's happy. He made top 8.
Yeah, no. George has been playing for a while, and I think it's interesting.
He's dipped out a bit.
He did dip out a little bit, but he's gotten better, and that's really hard to see for some people. I, for example, I don't get a lot better at things. It's very hard for me to tell when I'm improving at something.
Yeah, well, so...
But some of the people, they come from a place where they're like, oh, I don't feel like I'm able to do this in any way. And then as they play more and more, they really do get to realize, like, oh, wow, I, like, topped that event. I, like, won an armory, Like, I have visibly understood more and more of this game. And that's always really cool. Yeah, this is why... shouldn't hand me decks. I will just bend them and drop them, apparently.
Well, you got your own Brute deck, you can replace them.
I do. It is great. I do love Brute. I think if we get more Shadow Brute cards.
Nah, chain.
Yeah, obviously we get chain, but if we get more Shadow Brute cards, so close,
Imagine,
so close.
I get to Soul Shackle again.
I don't think you do. I don't think
Yes,
they just
I do.
let you Soul Shackle.
I do. It's already I've decided. That's how it works. I want a Soul Shackle.
I want a Soul Shackle.
I want to get. Give me back Seeds as well. or
Seeds is like the dumbest card ever, right?
Or a balanced version of Seeds, at least.
What's a balanced version of Seeds look like?
It deals 2, okay.
Yeah. It costs 1. Seeds that cost 1 could do more, but it would be fairer because you would not just be able to chain all of them off as easily. Like the turns that chain really like hurts is where they're like full block. Anyways, seeds, bounding. It's got to go again.
No,
like
you're doing it wrong. It's Riftbind.
Yeah, I mean they had no cards in hand.
No, you kept the blue, right?
No, you didn't need to. You didn't need to. You literally didn't need to. All right. Looks like we can transition here over to the 2 players sitting down. We've got James on Oldhim and
Hayden versus Prism.
Hayden on Prism, rather.
I believe he's on a heavy aura build.
Let's have a look. Today we have... Did the Riptide lost as well?
Oh, he got murdered.
Murdered by...
Hayden on Prism.
Ah, yes.
He, I think there was one of his losses in the Swiss, I believe.
Yeah, it was. We were talking about that. So I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Crazy. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah. Oh, if you got the... Oh, yeah, 12.
So, like, 12-ish rounds? That's pretty crazy.
That's a lot.
One of the few places you can play Luminaris still.
Hey, James, we can't hear you. He's like...
He's just talking, you know. Eclipse was fine, was the funny thing. Like, the Livia one, I think, is, like, actively bad a lot of the time.
Hey, Eclipse. That's a very good point. I love that guy.
Yeah, I have a really sad story about we had Monarch First Edition and Monarch Unlimited almost the exact same time because...
Is this your cards that went into water?
Yeah, it was sad. A whole chain deck into the
language
sewer, like, because, and this was the saddest part, it just, like, hit on the exact angle, like, on the concrete that caused the deck box to split open along its seam.
Was it one of those? It was one of these ones, I believe.
Yeah, no, it was a worse version. It was a worse version of Oh, they can't see. Obviously, we're not looking at them right now. But yeah, it was a worse. It was like a I want to say ultimate guard. But
no, they're good solid boxes. Was it just that one angle?
Yeah, it was just the angle. Also, it was a slightly bigger build than these like little 60, 80 card ones. It was like a tall boy, and it just cracked right along the thing. It was absolutely devastating.
We managed to rebuild Riley's chain deck.
We did, and he did all right with it a couple times.
Yeah,
I always did. I had some pretty fun games. It's not a particularly hard deck to play, in my opinion.
No,
Chain was
you're wrong.
You're
wrong.
Nah, Chain was like
There's
easy.
some levels.
There was levels. There's levels to every deck, but people that were like, Chain is easy. Wrong. Chain is the biggest brain deck ever. Well, you're just pitch stacking, like. You know, every deck does that. Appreciate this man's abundance of spectral shields there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
These gloves are interesting. Pretty much a shield when you need it.
Is that what it does?
It's a ward, break 1, makes a spectral.
So it has ward, and when it breaks, it makes a spectral?
I believe.
That's not very interesting. So it's like 2, because ward 1.
Well, it's better than Iron Rock.
It might not be better than Ironhide, though.
Who's Pan? Oh, I guess he is.
He very much can be. Ironhide is... I remember playing Ironhide gloves in Azalea. You needed something to cast with blue.
Do we have that red that makes 3 spectral shields?
No, we do not.
Interesting.
He's playing 2 soul shields, 2 sync blows, though.
Yeah, that'll come in handy.
Nothing in the world greater than sync blowing a hammer. Just like 1 card blocking out an icy hammer.
Yeah, Dash versus Oldhim is going to be rough for the Dash player. You can never really get the velocities off.
Yeah.
Because they're always just like, well, here's some attacks, or here's some ice react.
Looks like we have some people.
What's the question, good sir?
Hi, sorry team. Jim switched up the things. We're still going to have Oldhim vs Prism, but it's going to be Marnie playing on.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Why did that happen?
I don't know.
Because Jim is the worst.
Jim.
Jim, I am not a fan, definitely,
so
of
just to
Jim.
make sure the camera can't see me right now, can it?
No.
Sorry, stream. We tried our best. I have to die instead of James.
I'm okay with it. They can't see you.
What's that?
Sacrificing them on the altars. Yeah, I've always had a bit of problems
Close
with
the door,
Jim's.
please.
Let me just grab it if they haven't. Yeah, I've always had a bit of a problem with Jim. It tends to create tournaments that have...
some random pairings.
Yeah, just some outcomes that don't make sense. As a person who used, like...
the cool thing is we have 2 very different Oldhim lists coming in now.
This is true. They are quite different. We've got a pretty peak standard James Oldhim list, and then we have whatever Marnie threw together.
It'll be some mid-range.
Some cards he found in a dumpster, presumably.
Yeah, but it wasn't that good of a dumpster because you couldn't find a hard device.
Yeah, there was no hard device in it, so the dumpster was not very good. But yeah, Jim definitely has made some nonsensical things, and I used MTG's, I can't even remember the name of it, it's been so long, Reporter for like years, and that was at least consistent. Like, anytime something happened, I understood why it happened. And Jim, sometimes I'm like, I don't know how you got here. But I will say, and this is really funny, shout out to MTG Arena, but not the like game, the searchable top bracket maker for like Swiss rounds and stuff like that existed before MTG Arena the simulator, and still got to keep its name because of that. I think it's legitimately the thing I've used to run tournaments without having to go through software so many times. Just really funny. Why is it so small and purple?
That's adorable.
It is.
That's because it's got the best flavour.
Fair enough.
I've got a big discussion about it. It's probably not something the streamers want to hear about. Oh, so also, you know I versed an Iris Prism? And I think he came like 9th or 10th.
Well, it's clearly not this guy, but he must have done it right. There was, I thought, was there 2 prisms? There was, right?
2, yeah.
Just the 2.
There was 3, I believe.
3.
2 Lumi, 1 Iris.
Yeah, 2 Lumi, 1 Iris. Yeah.
Iris came 9th.
Iris came 9th, I thought so. Yeah.
Hit them for 4, you know? What are they going to do?
Well, so he uploaded me when I had a channel out, and then I went attack it. Oh yeah, it's all activate boots, plunder run. Blah, go off, you're dead.
Unfortunately, it won't be good luck James. It'll be good luck Marnie in this particular match, but I'm sure James will have a good time against Dash. Is it?
Yeah, and it's really favoured.
Yeah, so I'm sure James should be fine. It's Marnie we have to
hate on.
Yeah,
I mean, sorry, non-biased,
completely fair gameplay.
Commentary. Yeah.
Anybody could win.
Yeah,
and we feel like everybody should win.
Except the older
we're
guys.
actually we're actually just going to cut the tournament here, and we're all going to hold hands. It's going to be great.
Good luck, James. So says the chat.
We'll have to tell him afterwards.
Yeah, good luck, Marty, bro. Sweet. What about the Dash player? No. Yeah.
Good luck. Was it Carl?
It's Carl the Wolf.
Ah, yes, the cannon himself.
I was this close to actually, if I was to play Dash, I was playing Talishar, but I was this close to actually just playing Shotgun, just so I could say I'm playing Shotgun Dash. What's going on over there? Recycling by the sound of it.
Yeah, ignore the sounds of construction behind us, chat.
I'm gonna give Marnie a kick up the bum.
Yeah. Ignore the sounds of construction. They're building a whole new room for us to live in.
Yeah. Bigger commentate room.
It is probably going to be Oldhim versus Prism if the matches go the way that they suspect that they should. I think for my money, I'm thinking Dash versus Prism. Don't ask me why. I just think I think James might miss a step, I guess. Like, not on purpose, but I think he might just like draw a bad hand and be like, oh fuck. And then of course Dash will just capitalize. So if that ends up being true, then we can all happily say that I'm a genie. I'm clearly a wizard and everybody should respect me. Yeah, I mean, it's not, you know, it's not fun to watch Oldhim. I actually think that today's has been a really, really good example of what it's like to watch some interesting Oldhim play. But it is, you know, it would be nice than seeing the same match twice in a row, I guess. We'll just go out there and tell them to, you know, to throw some games and whatnot. It'll be fine. Ooh, looking at his shiny stuff while he's waiting. Oh boy, this looks like we're finally getting started.
Alrighty then, we're underway.
There we are. Lovely. Get set up real quick here. The key is to, you know...
Play auras?
I mean, in general, to get set up real quick. Love that. Love to see a well-used pad.
I'm all about pen and paper.
Pen and paper.
I use it all day, every day.
My favorite go-to is to just pick up like a random piece of paper, fold it like 4 times, and then just like write real small on
So
them.
we got those Dragon Shield little notebooks, right?
Yes.
And I'm the reason he had to order refills because I burnt through those things so quick.
Yeah.
Even in casual games, I use pen and paper just to. I like to be able to track where things happened.
Yeah, I mean,
Which actually came up today, believe it or not.
Every casual game we have, I just end up like flipping cards off the top and Kanoing you, but you know, that's just how it is.
Pretty sure I killed you, eh?
Nah, I'm pretty sure I Kanoed you.
I killed you. I think I was playing aggro dash and I blew your head off.
Nah, I'm pretty sure I just like, look at this, look at this. People, I'm telling you, ask high or low and roll 1 dice.
I like odd evens roll too, but like I don't.
That
mind.
it's just yeah, it's the same thing. It's
But
just
like, I feel better about 2 dice. This is like an age-old debate I've heard a million people have.
well for me the very thing is you need to roll the least number of times. If you go who high rolls, then you have to roll each once at least, and you can tie. If you can't tie, that's less like rolling. So asking like what do you think the outcome of this will be is obviously going to be faster. Whether or not it's, you know, odds or evens on 2 dice, 1 dice, or high or low, it's just faster.
I literally think Arsenal passed in like a 10-minute conversation about this.
Yeah, well, when the Beers and Blood podcast starts up, and you know everybody's
that's right. We're thinking about doing an adult.
It's not going to be about Fab. I don't know why they're acting like it will be.
Beers and flesh conversations. We do have them, and we were thought about putting a mic on them.
I think that I cannot imagine a more white man thing than going, man, I think me and my friends definitely should be recorded. And we should put it on the internet and people should listen to us.
I don't think they should listen to us at all. I just think it's mainly for our own enjoyment. Oh, heaving.
Heaving. Well, he's seismic and then he heaved. So,
good start,
or Prism did not get to
well, hold on. He still has priority. So.
No, he doesn't. We're heaving in the end step.
Oh. So he couldn't have made an aura?
He decided not to.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, fair.
Because remember, what's the key? You go first. You pass priority.
Yeah. No, this is fair. This is coming in for 7, I believe.
Which one's that? Obviously, Miraging Metamorph.
Yeah, I believe it's 7.
Is it when they break it, you get a spectral shield?
You get a copy of a spectral shield.
Oh, a copy of an aura, right?
An aura you already control.
Yes, so no spectral shield currently.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's just a big spell.
Can he make a window where he goes to pop it and then he can
the trigger
flash
on
one in? The trigger,
yeah. So the trigger on the stack, but the ones that you can flash in aren't the ones that are here. You can only flash in the 4-drops, and you can't copy those, right?
I think you can.
Really? I thought it only copied, like, cheap ones. Like...
No, Chat, would you like to answer this question for us?
Yeah, maybe Chat will know.
Chat will know. I think I'm pretty sure it can copy the bigger ones.
Crazy. It sounds way too good.
No, but I mean, like, is there a window where he goes to pops his Phantasm? Can he flash in a 4-drop?
Yeah, because Phantasm uses the chain or the stack.
And then that effect will be able to clone it?
Yeah, assuming that you can clone the 4-drop ones.
I believe you can.
But he also doesn't have enough resources to do that. Well, seems like it can copy any. I do not think he... but that's a good question. I do know if I want to know. I do not think he does. No, does not look like he plays Legendary Angel.
Kobe does. The Iris player did. He came 9th. That thing is brutal. Sometimes it saves you like 8 life.
Okay, so we just went go again into a aura, into can't attack with the aura. Of course, the aura does not have go again.
No, it's the one. I think it's the one that gets +1 counters on auras on their first attack.
All right, we're about to pop off these 4 seismic surge.
Now,
tokens.
do you take care of the aura, or do you try and deal 10 damage?
You punch him in the face for 10.
You kind of like forced into that play. Yeah, you don't want that stuck in your arsenal too. But
also, these are all about to break, so unless you've got a 4 costing Guardian card.
With go again.
With go again, somehow.
Which you don't.
I wonder what we're discussing. Looks like they're just talking a whole bunch. Probably about whether or not have priority here. He's potentially having the
Arc Light.
Yeah.
Well, he's only got 1 in his deck, which I think quite interesting.
Yeah, no, same. So we've cracked it off. We've made another one, and now we're going to come in for Aura. Wow.
He's just going to leave it there. I was going to question if that was going to happen.
Hey, it's, I don't want you to have auras on the field because I'm scared of them.
But then he gets a full hand.
Yep. And Marnie has a rotting corpse of a thing. To be fair, he's probably planning on crowning it out. Are we seeing 2 counters on there? It's hard to tell with that color dice, unfortunately.
So, where are we looking?
For Spring Tunic up here.
Yeah. Is there even a die? Oh, he's got those little dice.
Yeah, he's,
I'm gonna go fix that. Can I fix that?
I don't think it's worth it.
True, because then it might melt. Well,
it's fine. Like, it's only this one that I can't read the number on currently.
Yeah, but also it might help him remember it. So maybe I won't.
This is why you just put counters on it. Great fun.
Nah, I like dice, but I like big, like chunky dice.
I do agree.
I got chubby fingers, so.
Actually, the funny thing to me is with playing Rhinar, if you just have like a D&D dice set, which is like 4, 6, 8, 10, 10, 12, 20, it actually becomes really easy to do the math for intimidates. Look, I blew up your thing.
Oh, hey, you don't have to deal with an Oaknold. I'd trade that math.
Yeah, I feel like that is always good for you. Flash the Genesis in, bruh. He's got one floating, right? Because that's a war tune.
He'd pay one for the Phantasm Popper.
Yeah, no, he is paying one for the Phantasm Popper there.
And then he's playing Hazebending. Hazebending is a pretty good card.
Which one's Hazebending?
I think.
Is it +2 or is it no?
No, I've drawn a moment. It's been so long. I've just sort of washed my brain of all prisons.
Yeah, no, we're all like, no, she's not legal. Get rid of her. It's not important information to have in my brain anymore.
Because I've been like so focused on CC lately that like Blitz is like almost a foreign yeah. I believe I think it's either I don't think they're Phantasm on their first attacks, I believe, or it's the one that, yeah, I believe it's that one.
All right, so we're seeing, is that another Seismic Surge? Obviously one popped. We're pitched to blue here. Say some words about what we're gonna do.
Just hammer the thing.
Yep, this boy is hammering. Hammer hardware, kids.
I suppose maybe he's just thinking maybe the only way I can beat this prison player is by fatiguing it.
You know what? Respect to him if he's decided that's what he's doing. Alright, I believe that's a 3 now, so it looks like he has kept track of his tunic this whole time.
I mean, Marnie's pretty good at knowing his role. Because, I mean, this was the strat they had to employ back in the day, correct?
I honestly do not remember. Again, no one should have to remember this time in Fab's life. It was not great.
I had a great time.
I did not.
I got to play Chain.
Nah, this is after Chain. Chain was dead by then.
No one.
You were playing Briar at this point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Briar.
Man, look at that. Herald of Erudition pitch. Saving them for later.
Good man, good man, good math.
I believe that's a protection there. Absolutely bonkers card, that one.
Is he running that Herald that has, like, gives the attack actions neg 1?
Triumph? Yes, he is.
I really like Triumph.
Triumph is strong. Strong. It doesn't matter as much here, though. He, like, always has the cards big enough, you know?
It's interesting, like...
Alright, so we're going to see pitch into a... Yeah, I believe this is the +2 attack one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, that'll be Pierce Reality. Right?
Does he need to get that card out of his arsenal?
Nah, no, he's not getting anything. He doesn't get anything.
Or is he just hammer? We're sticking with the hammer plan?
Like 10% ones.
I took them to sea and they just get disintegrated by the salt water.
Oh, wow.
So I stopped buying good vapes and
fair enough.
buying bad things. Anyway, back to the action. Yeah, no, I think he's sticking to the you can't fatigue me plan and pitch stacking.
Well, if he's pitch stacking, they're good for him because I would not bother. Not because I don't think it's important.
Well, there's no time in this round.
Yeah, I'm just really lazy, and the thought of having to do that just makes my brain like collapse.
And that's why he's in top 8 and we're in here talking.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, like untimed rounds in.
You do still have to play at a reasonable pace, as we said today.
Yeah, but
it means you're not likely to like lose the game because.
Yeah, but I mean, Oldhim can just sit there all day.
What's this? Looks like a.
It's coming in for 6.
Phantasmal Symbiosis. I mean, blow it up. Yeah, look at this man. He's just trading 1 for 1. But he's always ahead on the auras, you know?
To be honest, I still think this is sort of going, like...
No, it's definitely going fine for Hayden, but...
Oh, no, I think it's going fine for Marnie, to be honest.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean... like I said, he's ahead on the auras. Every time Hayden plays out an aura and gets attacked.
So see, the way of looking at it is
his cards are going down.
A turn cycle, right? Marnie's losing 1 card, Hayden's losing 2.
Yeah, exactly.
So like Marnie is ahead on the fatigue.
I'm saying every time he attacks an aura, he goes up 1 card effectively because it doesn't cost him. Ooh. Is there another protection?
Yeah, but just pop it.
Yeah, I mean, every time he trades 1 for 1 on those, it seems fine, right?
Oh, fridge. Oh,
that's fair actually. That's an absolute banger.
Get rid of the sink.
Yeah. Choose not to sink anything.
Or maybe he's got his wide open, so he can actually just get that 10 out of his arsenal.
Yeah, I guess. Would it be in hand 2 blues? I forget how much Thunderquake costs. Is it 6? Make another surge. What are we seeing, guys? Can we get it? I mean, okay, so he's pitched Spank Surge, obviously, so we're deciding whether or not Hayden has the Arclight Sentinel in hand. Seems like there's a lot of discussion for stuff that I'm sure both of these players do know off by heart, actually. They just want to be really sure. Oh, wow, yep, just pitch, make, pass, so no damage pushing through there. Marnie's not even going to try for it.
Maybe Marnie's just thinking, like, maybe he's trying to, like, strangle Hayden on defense reactions. Just sort of...
Marnie can always, Hayden can always pitch them because they like soul shields and stuff. So he can
maybe he's got like a D-react in Arsenal.
I mean, maybe, but even then, the D-react in Arsenal will eventually...
So maybe he just doesn't want to, potentially, he's thinking it's a sink and he doesn't want to dig him into more gas.
Alright, let's see, what's Hayden got for this one?
They're all giggling away.
Yeah, so, there's the Cataclysm. That's actually a
Herald of Triumph. One of my
sneaky one of. But the funny thing about the Triumph Blue here is that it's like...
Fine.
Yeah, it's like, it's low, it's not great.
Yeah, it gets armor.
Is he going to get the double block here?
This isn't connecting.
Yeah, obviously. At the very least, he could crown out that Thunderquake from just fucking Arsenal. But,
I hear Carl talking loudly, that means that game is over. I might actually go find out.
Yeah, you can go check up on our things. We need to get a system going. I also need to find a place to plug my phone in, funnily enough. Oh, creaky chair, honestly, is not my favorite. That looks like a Glacial Footsteps.
No, as incorrect. The Dash Oldhim player are both on 10 and 10, and I think the Dash player might be a little bit ahead. I think he just trashed all of Oldhim player's armor.
I actually called that. I think the Dash player wins there.
Interesting. Oh yeah, because he doesn't have all the defense reactions.
I think I was saying that James would likely accidentally get a misstep, like not on purpose, but would just like draw a bad hand, and then Dash would just be like, "What if I have the best hand and you lose?" So that's going to be interesting. Yeah, the crown.
Marnie's just saying goodbye to his daughter.
His son and his daughter, they're going off.
They've been playing Pokemon all afternoon. It's pretty cool to watch. It's weird seeing them walk and talk.
Yeah, we have watched them grow up. It's very fun.
It's weird.
I actually think the crown for Herald of Erudition and obviously the Iron Rot on the thing is obviously very important. Wonder what we're deciding on here.
Make a play.
Yeah, no, I do agree. I do agree not to be that guy about it, but come on, guys, make a play.
Song in my head I start singing, and if I get to the end of it, I'm like, all right, it's so hard.
All right, so we clearly went into an aura after this, sure.
Haze Bending.
Is it? Oh, that's true. It is Haze Bending.
So when an aura gets popped, make a spectral.
Is that what that one does?
Yeah, I think it's actually one of the most annoying ones. Because like, there's a point where they get 2 of them, and you're just like, is it even worth the effort? Do I just start going them now?
And of course, oh look at that, crazy! And he gets a spectral shot out of it. No, of course he does. That's number 1, boys and girls.
First one of the game. Let's go.
Man, that stuff's going to be coming in for one. I miss Genesis. I just miss Genesis. Like, one of the most busted cards I've ever read.
Yeah, I watched a game the other night. Relatively new player just didn't respect Genesis and they had 2 of them. It was funny.
Here's a war tune.
Oh. So we got Spectral Shields on the bottom.
No worries, guys.
Cheers, bro. Have a good afternoon.
Ah, got to get in for the hugs.
Oh, there's little Miss Pearl.
No, it's important to love and respect your kids, guys. They'll put you in a home when you're older and you want it to be a good one. Oh, shaking a bit of the table there, guys. Aye. People coming in to say goodbye. Clearly we're wrapping up the day here. Top 4, everyone else will
Been
be
a big day.
leaving.
A lot of us have been here since like 10:30, 11.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, it's not that big of a day.
You would not believe how sleepy I am.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty sleepy watching this, man. I'm silly.
I mean, he's coming in for 5. Block it with
I just kind of know where this is going to go at this pace.
It's always the same when you play with your friends and you're like, yeah, I know how this deck works. You know how this deck works. Let's just, let's skip to the end where we both have 1 life.
Yeah, we need to get to a point where Hayden can double aura per turn. That's what needs to start happening.
Yeah, but that's really hard to do. Also, he's running him out of the blue auras as we speak. We've seen like 3 of them now at least.
I think it's more than that, to be honest.
Might be the 4th.
Yeah. I think you want to hold that haze bending at a higher priority as well.
Okay, so he's going to pay 1 into the Phantasmal Footsteps here, is it? And then attack with the Spectral Shield, because he'd go again.
I see a sink in hand.
Hard to say, we need a little hand cam thing. I don't know what this is. Are we saying that...
So he's going stab 1. And there's the Earth React. Oh, we got 2 auras, boys. We're on the...
The other 2 decks are a Dash playing an Oldhim as well. Earlier when we went to check, the Dash and the Oldhim both looked to be on pretty equal life totals, but the Oldhim fridge had been broken. So it might be the Dash. Yeah, it might be for the Dash. Obviously, Dash very aggressive. Wow. Pitch channel. Yep. He's saying, I don't want to have any auras on the field ever. I see a sink in hand still.
Yeah, so I believe this strat was actually used against Viserai, where the Oldhim player wouldn't attack, knowing that the Viserai was OTK, and they'd make too many rune chunks and they wouldn't be able to play anything, and then they'd just get choked on their defense reactions. Whilst you're pitch stacking. And gaining life with Tome of Findel.
Yeah, this one doesn't feel too crazy. It's not like you can block. Surely we just we flash in Genesis? Which one's the one that when something is destroyed?
Haze bending.
No. It's like a yellow one. Merciless Retribution? Sure.
Yeah, there was one I came. Oh, we've noticed that the Oldhim player's heads up to that line. He doesn't want to die to that. He's got the normal gloves.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just because what are you gonna play, like Crater first? I mean,
Greater first.
I think that is the 5th aura out of, I believe, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is Shivers of Silver an aura?
Yeah, as blue.
Okay, so out of 8. Out of 8 blues.
Yeah,
but there's
I think Shivers and
there's still like 4, 5.
Shivers and Haze bending
six,
are like the top
6
ones.
Yellows as well.
Also, Hayden, by the way, and Ryan Rinsma literally built this deck 5 minutes before the tournament started. And Hayden's normally like a dedicated one-trick pony.
I thought he was a dedicated one-trick Prism pony.
He's played Dory forever.
I know, I thought he played Prism and Blitz.
No, I'm pretty sure I've just...
Because look, has these like the cold foil and foils and stuff.
He likes pretty things. I like pretty things.
You know what? If we do this in the future, I'm going to need a better chair.
We'll definitely work upon that. And
I can just feel where my legs are.
also, maybe we should get you up and about maybe a bit more. Oh,
Yeah.
Parable's a good one.
Parable of Humility.
Oh, well, it's not... Oh, he didn't pitch the snake. He could have...
Yeah, he over by 1 here.
Could have...
Oh, we're blocking it.
Well, I've already had 1 counter on. I get, but no, we want to get through that because
We're saving it for the Herald of Erudition.
Yeah. Oh, I still got. No, I'm not agreeing here.
I just don't yeah, I think I value obviously another one there. If he blocks out with like Iron Rock here or something, what?
Calm down, Marnie.
That is, you're saving that life.
Why?
I don't know.
Maybe he knows something we don't.
Yeah, definitely. It might be Hayden trying to turn the corner here. Getting a crack that.
I still probably would have pitched. Wait, is that a somersault? I mean, no, that is sync.
No, it's sync. It could be Soul Shield if you're seeing another one and you're not quite sure.
No, I thought it was a generic yellow. I was thinking it was that one. Springboard, sorry.
Make a Seismic Surge. Pitch a blue. Attack the Parable of Humility. We all know how this goes. Flash in the Merciful Retribution. That looked like a sync down there, didn't it?
Yeah, he's choking on his defense reactions.
I mean, is he? He clearly decided not to sync one earlier, so.
I think he believes he's Hayden's holding priority for some end of turn action.
Potentially. I mean, if he is, guys, you've got to be a little faster than this, I think. A little more heads up.
Yeah, still, that's always an interesting discussion. Which is the point where it's acceptably sociable to ask?
I think it is always acceptable to be like, hey, can we maybe play this a little bit faster? Especially in a timed encounter. I think the more people learn to ask that question, the better.
One of my opponents, I had to ask it multiple because I got to sing my song twice. I'm like, all right, come on, dude.
Yeah,
but I did it in the most polite
way
possible.
Yeah, I mean, remember the correct sort of like phrasing is like, I need you to make a play.
No, I didn't ask that. I was like, well, it was more of a hey, bro, just time, bro. Can we please make a play?
Coming out of a couple other games recently where we've been like learning and like trying to like fit within time.
What game's this?
Grand Archive, trying to fit in because it is a best of 3 game. It's sort of very inherently slow in a lot of ways. It can be difficult.
People learning.
Yeah, people learning, and also just like it's like long turns sort of thing.
Oh look, it's a Herald. I think he might pop it.
Oh my god, chat. Vote in chat if you think this is gonna get popped.
So he doesn't have those they want to make 3 spectral shields. I think that's one of like Prism's best tools against Guardians.
Yeah, you should just make them and then you're like
stab.
stab.
When I played Prism, I actually actively went out of my way to go Kodachi for one.
I do enjoy a good Kodachi for one. Chat, put a thumbs up in chat if you enjoy Kodachiing for one.
But like 15 times.
And then Kodachiing for one. My favorite was that I would tap them. Because I was like a Magic player. I'm like, tap my tokens to attack. Ooh, what's this, baby? Oh, we're seeing the picture. Ooh.
What do you reckon the odds are he has another popper?
Funnily enough, it could be he doesn't have another popper here. But he also has one from the Earth React.
Yeah, true. He can't give up the crown anymore. That has to stay there forever until we see a... Oh, no. What?
It's the Rouse.
So he can just Earth React and block with a card to beat the Erudition, right? So it's not...
Yeah, hopefully.
But I don't...
And he's choosing to keep it?
Did he get rid of a card from hand?
I don't think he did. I don't think he used either of it. I assume he wouldn't need to, though, is the thing. Like,
why is he leave? Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure Marnie
does know what he's doing, so it's not like...
He's got a plan, he's just not sharing it with us.
Yeah. We're talking about the Seismic Surge, whether or not we do a thing.
Marnie has 1 card in hand, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think he's casting this Thunderquake, unless I am misinformed about it. Well, he's just passing. Didn't even make the Seismic Surge. Probably didn't want to have Hayden flip in a aura after he makes the Seismic Surge and can't pay for the hammer.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, so he didn't want to like fall behind in that, and now I think we're gonna get aura count out of this.
Yeah, no, he has a plan and he's sticking to his guns.
Yep, no, we're making it through.
Oh, there goes the one Arclight. Oh, apparently.
Another, yep, cool. Yeah, the Arclight. I don't think the Arclight's the answer here. I don't think that it's going to be the thing that, like,
no,
breaks this game. Parable's fine here. It's just not super relevant. It's like attack for 1. He probably just, like, Earth reacts.
It's a 5 costing Spectral Shield.
Yeah, literally. You like Earth reacts. We know that that's a sink below in the arsenal still, I think. So we know that Hayden's play is pretty much just...
Hopefully he has a blue aura. I think it's his only shot to do something.
yeah, I mean, this isn't the worst thing in the world.
I forgot about the shield.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously is trying to keep some cards in hand, and he wants to give him the frostbite. The frostbite shouldn't matter here.
Maybe he's worried about the blue aura, the potential of the blue aura. He doesn't even really want him on two auras at a time, because then he just slowly starts falling behind.
True.
If he keeps going 1 for 1,
true.
It's a good exchange rate.
True. He could have got the second aura up here. Yeah.
I would have been a little bit more conservative with the armor if I was.
Yeah, I feel like.
Oh, he had the blue. He had the blue. Fucking. Oh, sorry, language. A heads up play on
Yeah, no, money was good gauge there.
Yeah, you saw him wipe the relief of sweat off his brow, because he knows if he gets onto double aura,
it is going to be harder for him to get out. I actually think potentially it might not scale as well as people are hoping here, because there's so many. Yeah, there are so many auras that have already gone. I think he's starting to run out. Even if he gets under the double gun of the aura, he might not be able to chain it and keep it going. Well, Dana's off to investigate how the Dash versus Oldhim game has gone, whether or not our prediction of Dash winning.
The Dash player died.
The Dash player died, alright. So it looks like Oldhim has advanced to the finals anyways, which, hey, maybe we've got Oldhim versus Oldhim in the thing. This is a crazy one here. Marnie is throwing up 3 damage, 3 block in front of the Spectral Shield. He is playing super conservatively. Yeah, I mean, it's I guess it's kind of our own personal sort of thing. We're trying not to make it too colourful. All right, so we are seeing. I assume the sort of best play we could see out of No Merciful Retribution then. Wonder what Hayden's got on the crackback then. Looks like pitching. No, I think this might be a Genesis in hand. It looks like he might be pitching 2 to bring out another aura.
Is this still in his own turn?
I think this is during Marnie's turn. It's hard to tell. Yeah, I don't think Marnie's drawn back up, so here we go. Another.
So Marnie's declined to swing or do anything, right?
Nope, Marnie blew up the aura of the Parable of Humility. Looks like we're doing some aura counts here. That or somebody has discovered a 3rd copy of a card in the deck that shouldn't be there.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, it is. There was a story someone was telling in one of the Discord chats the other day of basically losing and then like adding and then like finding an extra copy just in ways that were pretty suspicious. So, not that I think that is anything that's sort of happening.
I believe I've seen it, but I know for a fact it wasn't malicious or intentional.
Yeah, for
like
sure.
People have
No.
been playing for 2 weeks, and I've seen a couple extra of the same brute card in the deck. Pointed out. And
So I'm sorry. Are we still in Marnie's turn here? We've pointed out that he's Winter's Wailed the thing, and now we're deciding whether or not to flash in an aura.
It looks like he's going to pitch the Genesis.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly.
Well, you can see Marnie smiling. He's in a good mood. He's feeling pretty sturdy with this game plan.
No, potentially he's just smiling at some customers. It's not worth it, Chad. Don't do it. Customers don't deserve it.
No, we got Lawrence in the shop. Shout out to Lawrence. Thank you for looking after us while Marnie's playing card games.
Okay, so we ended up doing nothing in that turn. Cool. You don't have to do things, but you should do nothing fast if you're going to. Okay, yeah, no, there's the Genesis that we were expecting, and this is the the Phantasmal Symbiosis.
I don't even know what it does.
Neither do I. I think is it copying a card in a grave?
I don't have a clue. Or is it one you name a card and they can't block with it? Is it?
It could be.
That is.
I heard somebody saying something like that earlier. But
Have us out, chat. We're bad.
Yeah, Phantasmal Symbiosis. Haven't read that one in a while.
Basically, if it's Prism related, I don't know.
As we said, we have scrubbed all Prism from our minds.
And
She does not exist.
And I played Prism for 2 months before I found out that I like Briar more again.
Yeah, cool. So this is the Mucho Grande.
Good card.
Oh, sorry,
Amazing
Macho
artwork.
Grande. Yeah, no, just more poppers to put in front of things. And I'm not sure what
Just think that Thunderquake's still just sitting there.
Yeah, I mean, is he kill him with it? Like, is that the plan? You know?
No, I believe his plan is to do nothing.
Yeah, obviously.
Making your rule. Top 8 has time, maybe a little bit more time, but...
Yeah, so this is the Earth React, as we've seen. Marnie playing the same turns over and over again. And then the Blue Aura, yep. These are the things we expect.
Yeah, it's one of the good ones, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, he has to attack it. That's the Shimmers of Silver, is it?
Yeah, that's one of the better ones.
Yeah, so I think this is...
this one's going to go, and that's one of his in-game power tools gone.
And, yep. We got through this one pretty fast. Is he going to flash in a Merciful or something here? Nope, cool. Nope. Just breaking it. Taking up Tunic and going to his turn.
And that looks like a Genesis and a handful of Heralds.
100 still here.
The Jed.
That boy hanging around. Sorry, we got the
He's a good character. I really
Miraging,
enjoy Jed's company.
Miraging Metamorph.
Yeah, him, me, and Carl have been pretty much playing a week because it's my week off. And then we all ended up locking in Dash, and then I decided I want to play Briar for some dumb reason.
Gotta follow your heart.
Shouldn't have. Should have stuck to our team game deck.
What do we got?
The main reason it scared me off is I don't think you could really beat Oldhim. I knew you'd have pretty good matchup against the rest of the field.
Marnie's, you know, looking at four different poppers in his hand and being like, which one am I going to use? What's the new card you can like defend from Arsenal with? I don't know. It's a card in Outsiders, I think, and it's got like you can defend from Arsenal.
I've been at sea, so I'm a little bit out of date with the new stuff. Do you want to go get the chessboard? Oh,
you should play Icelander.
He's got red Autumn's Touch.
Let's have a look.
Is that red?
No, it's blue.
So it is a blue. So he's going to take some damage here, or is he Earth reacting?
What do you mean? Why would he take damage?
Yeah, here's the pulse. Oh, Earth and Ice.
It's got Phantasm, right? Oh, because it's blue, of course.
Yeah, it's only coming in for it's a 5 power thing. So we've got the pulse, which is going to put a card on top. I haven't seen him pitch an Oakenhold in a while because I haven't been paying attention. But let's see if that lines up.
Right. So he's going to take one here.
No, he's not.
Is this only 4?
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. No, he took 2 damage.
Yeah, so he takes 1 off the.
No, he would
take 2 off the top of the Autumn's Touch in the thing.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, that'll do it. And blow up the water, and yeah.
These are all still pretty good exchanges for money.
He gets to keep that pulse here. You know, might as well be Jova. I think we draw Evanera.
Is those eruditions? I think we're back through the deck.
Yes, we are.
Because I believe he pitched them on the first couple of turns. I think you have to pitch them, cycle through them again. Mm-hmm. No, he's just
that's a triumph.
Big fan of that one. I always say that.
What are we looking at? Mature Grande here.
Oh, Ashi Shield.
And
he's going to take some damage. No, he's not. Is he?
Oh, I believe he blocks with all his cards and then triggers. So this is obviously a
Storm response. What is it? Oh yeah, I'm just gonna hand it a Pokemon deck.
Alright, let's learn how to play Pokemon chat.
I lost him.
Read this.
What's this? Oh no, we got discard your hand, draw 7 cards. I'm in. Have you ever played Dredge?
You can play Dredge like decks. You can play.
I had to switch back to Amulet Titan. Dredge is not in a healthy place because
Modern is not in a healthy place.
Yeah, you get to play Amulet Titan. It's a great place to be.
Alright, looks like that one Spectral Shield that has been sitting there for the whole game, almost, is doing some work.
Maybe you should be playing Iris instead of Lumina.
I just think you get too much value out of Luminaris. It's such a
I believe in the
beater of a card.
Honestly, I believe in this Iris deck as a deck. It's pretty cool to watch.
Alright, back around. What do we got now?
Soul Shield.
More eruditions.
It looks like a handful of heralds. Oh, what's that? Is that a sink?
I think it is still a sink.
Marnie's played this really well. I think he knew what his plan was from the start.
Yeah. Pitching. This is probably one of my favorite.
Maybe a reason why he kept that red in his arsenal is because, you know, like Giga Brain, like pitch stacking, he doesn't want another red to have to deal with.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm not disputing it. It has in fact sat in his arsenal the whole game. Pitching the erudition for one of my favorites. Sorry, this is Ravagers. Deals an arcane if it hits. What a banger.
Why is Prism dealing arcane? That's not a thing.
I actually think it was fine. There was a little bit of arcane in that set. Ooh. So that's 2. That's 4. So that's 6.
Yeah, it's blocked.
Yeah. Oh, and we're sinking a card this time.
Yeah, we're getting closer to our Ogre and Old.
And we're going to see pitching into secondary edition. In for 1. Yeah, cool. That's fair enough. Yeah, he's gonna take the one. The Spectral Shield finally coming in here as a secondary edition. No, okay, this is a protection. Also a banger. All of the heralds, just absolute
nice
bangers.
Because he doesn't have a popper.
Does he? He sunk.
He doesn't have a popper.
Yeah, but he sunk. So he might.
He doesn't have a popper.
No, he really did not have a popper. That was a lot of cards to give up there.
I still think. Oh, he's still up by a lot.
And yeah, Marnie.
Oh, here comes. Yeah.
This could be the turn where he hits a aura. Yes, I think that's a soul shield.
Marnie does nothing. He can make an aura.
So it doesn't actually matter. You would do it on your own turn here, no matter what, because it could potentially give you the go again.
This is true. But if it was a Genesis, I'd do it.
Yes, clearly. There's only one Genesis in this list.
Really?
Yes, there was only one Genesis.
I'm going to have some very stern words with Mr. Hayden Brown.
Maybe they only found... There's the Merciful we've been waiting for about 20 fucking turns.
Language.
Just drown this mic. Alright, so I think Marnie's taken 2 here. Pretty like, sad.
Yeah, well, hand no poppers is...
Well, the poppers don't do anything right now is the problem.
No, but I mean, like, that last turn, like...
Winter's Bite doesn't help. And Ice React for the last card? The last card doesn't really mean anything here. That doesn't do anything.
It could, but Idion, maybe he's playing around the potential because he's got...
Well, he's got no resources.
No, a blue... Has he got any blues left?
Blue auras? I guess. Does he? He might, yeah. I guess he would be able to go again into it.
Yeah, I think he's respecting that because, like, he knows that if he gets on top of him with those...
he has to attack this Merciful.
The Merciful goes into Arsenal, which is nice.
And 2 souls.
Sorry,
yes,
yes. Which is nice.
Yeah. But, has to go here. It's funnily enough, probably a good thing. Oh, too many reds. Looks like, probably a good thing that he couldn't get the Arc Light out.
He's got another Merciful. I would almost consider playing it.
Nah.
Well, Ping Arcane. Yeah, let's go. I guess it's not. Yeah, no, this isn't how this.
I mean, it's starting to look worse.
I still question the amount of armor Gideon would. Mine's got straight up. Mine's blown through all his armor.
Yeah. I think those eruditions that we've seen pitched a couple times now are probably going to start coming back to haunt him. I think Marnie is looking to get to like a Pulsive Eyes and Loft situation, right, where he's just like drawing it like a lot. Clearly, what he needed was all of the a little harder Fiendal up in here.
I don't know if you can afford that in Blitz, to be honest.
No, it's just so bad. Do you think Blitz would be better with like a 5-card sideboard?
No, because then I'd have to work harder.
There's that Merciful that we all expected. Earth React, prevent 1, prevent the second one.
Incoming.
Yep. Stab, and then no 0 cost aura.
Yeah, and it's one of the better ones too.
And it's just clever. He just has to kill it. And then,
No, which one do you kill? Hazebending or?
Probably Merciful.
I think you need to pop Hazebending. What do you think in chat? Hazebending?
Hazebending or Merciful is a good question. I think it's Merciful.
I think it's Hazebending.
Oh, well,
we'll put this up to chat.
Does Merciful put Hazebending into Soul?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Merciful.
No, but Hazebending just gives him more Spectral Shields.
He can Earth React to prevent 2 Spectral Shields.
Actually, no, you're probably right, because then if he gets another aura next turn, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's.
I don't know. It's hard.
I'm pretty sure it's merciful here. I could be wrong. It's possible that he doesn't get to choose to break his hands, right? The hands break when he takes damage.
Oh, maybe there's another reason why Marnie. Oh, he's going for the. Yeah, he's going for that
going
one.
for the merciful.
All right, Marnie.
I love Hayden stacking up his card there. I like, dude, you've got room. Use it. Yep. And then he takes, I assume, none. I assume money is over pitching and looks like, yeah, a blue and a red. So he always has the one for the Northern gloves. Are we about to see another instant speed? Are we going to see like it's not Genesis? We already shipped the Genesis earlier, right?
Honestly, I think you just need to get those shields on board. Make more good.
We've seen both parables. We've seen both mercifuls. We've seen the Genesis. This would be like the Arclight, right? Would the Arclight just be game, basically? You wouldn't even do it here still. You'd do it on your turn, so you have the ability to pitch into thing to give them all go again.
Yeah, but like three Kadachis is big news.
No, he's fucking under the gun now.
Language.
But
he's played tidy, but yeah, Hayden's sticking.
So Mercy doesn't put Haze into Soul.
It does not.
No, it's not light card.
Ah,
yeah, that's what I thought. I still think you hit Merciful there.
No, you're right. I was just curious. Thank you, chat. Gotta go read some prison cards.
No, we don't. No, we don't. Don't think that. Don't make you people think that you have to read Prism. Ignore her.
No, she'll be back in a couple of months.
New Prism.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, I think I was saying I actually think there's no reason that you couldn't just reprint Prism and not reprint Luminaris. Just don't let people Luminaris. Okay, so there's the Genesis. And he's going to make a shield here. Yeah, cool. Okay, so
is
now...
this an end of turn shield? So he can, next to his own turn, he can make the other one? No.
No, it looks like it was...
He's playing patient. He's playing patient.
It looks like it was on his turn. So cool. So preventing one of the damage. And preventing another one of the damage. And now we're just going to keep chaining off them. Fucking hell.
Kadachi.
Earth reactions.
Sorry for tomorrow. That's such a good anti-fatigue tool. You can open old people more times.
Hell yeah. Okay. Oh, there's the third one. Oh my god.
Are we gonna connect?
I think he might. It's like the.
You're not giving a card up for that.
Yeah, no. I think that feels real sad.
Is that one foil spectral and no other doll? You either have all foils and no foils.
You know, it depends. They're hard to find. I think they were in the reprint set, weren't they? They weren't even in the base set as foil. They were in what was it? Everfest. Everfest is shiny ones, which is a sort of weird way of doing it, but you know. I think they've both been there in the exact same amount of time. That Quake and that Sync. They'll probably be like the last plays of this game. Yeah, take one. Take the second one.
Stab.
You know, you're giving up 2 here, and you're going to hit the haze bending, and then you're going to have to.
Now, Hayden, do you almost do nothing to try and him with cards?
Yeah, no, I'm all for doing nothing here. Like at best, if he's got like 3 in hand still, I guess. If he has pitch, I mean the Genesis obviously, so clearly not. I almost, if his hand's like 2 yellows, going Genesis. Going pitch Genesis into play here is like brutal as hell because Marnie can't not kill the Genesis, and then he gets more shields.
Yeah, well, I kind of want to protect haze bending, but I'll put out another card to bait it.
Yeah, I would have put out the Genesis to protect the haze bending at this point. Like, I think it's just about to run over the game here. Okay, so there's the Arclight.
Oh, them coming up together might be a problem later.
Watching Herald, I think, just eats a card. It doesn't.
Yeah, I agree. We should maybe look at Genesis this turn.
Yeah. It was a yellow. I mean, maybe the other card in his hand is a red.
Pop.
Yep.
Oh,
okay.
He's got.
The second blue. It's over. I don't think you're coming back from this one. Sorry, Marnie.
No.
I think that's probably.
Oh.
Like it's a few turns more, but he just needs to survive, right? He just needs to survive. Maybe the Pulse of Eyes and Loft comes back up.
Well,
Channel. I can't believe we can't play Channel Lake Frigid here. Like, I know we can't. Obviously we can't, but I am so fucking sad about it.
Oh, he killed the other one too.
Did he? Was it
Haze Bending still exists.
There was a no phantasm on the first attack. Yeah, I can understand. But like, I suppose it would help. But you like have to count how many heralds are left and how many things are left. Because like, if you look at Hayden's deck, he is running out.
Yep.
There's that erudition pitch
Yeah, that's
for
probably
a.
the fifth time we've
It's
seen
probably
it.
this is exactly why he probably did it. If Marnie's paying attention, he knows the erudition's coming up and he doesn't want to fucking be unable to phantasm it. Well,
Oh yeah, true.
yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You know what's really cool?
Yeah.
After this match, we get to watch this again. If
Yeah,
anyone is.
I know. The funniest thing is that my phone is just gonna have to like take it.
I can find you a charger, or you've got a charger.
I've got a charger, just no slot to put it in. And it's the thing I am tracking chat with, unfortunately.
I can go grab my phone if I remember where I put it.
You just go go plug that in somewhere. We see a pummel. Yeah, I mean that pummel's probably not going to do much more than we can take 3 here.
Just get in the Wi-Fi. The phone will be on here in a minute. Store's empty. Doors are locked. Riley's here.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, finally woke from the dead.
That's good. He can come be in the last half. Watch the final match with me. Here's the herald at the end of this. Yeah, I do agree that I am not positive that this game is going to end up being in Oldham's favour. Yeah, there's the popper. I mean, it's like the mass of shields that have just
come out of nowhere. Well,
what's he got here? What could be? Doesn't have the resource. I mean, I don't think that tunic's up. I think that tunic's a 3. Yeah, cool. So, Marnie had to take 3 that turn, and he even bust a card in front of the thing.
You still got hate.
Yeah, I was going to say make sure that's shut. I don't want to be talking too loudly and having it go over into the game.
We need to watch our volume because the store is now empty.
Yeah.
So they might be able to hear us. We are in another room, but we're still pretty close proximity.
Yeah. I will say that I'm pretty sure that Marnie's turn is like, yep, there is no choice. Kill this haze bending, give him one last shield. I think if we count, there's still a Shimmers of Silver left. There's Genesis and Arclight. Yeah. So there's 3 more, I think that we know of. Yeah, that's the tunic.
If it's
Arclight, I think weirdly,
if it's Arclight this turn,
no, is it? Are we back to it? Because we pitched it like a turn ago. I don't know if we're that fast. I think there might be a turn in between. I could be wrong. I'm not pitch tracking. Yeah, this is the Steel Cataclysm into a Herald, into a Pomper, because we know how this goes. Yep.
You're just doing a deck count now.
Yeah. This
pay for feet.
Yep. Pay for feet coming for 6.
It's a contest for how long a card can stay in Arsenal.
Yeah.
Keep quick. Just think below. Stab.
So this is like Pulse of Eisenloft,
which isn't bad.
No, I think Pulse is like almost at its best here.
What do you think Marnie's got to do to get back in this game?
Potentially save a blue this turn so he can kill 4 shields. Yep, see, there's the Pulse of Eisenloft, so he's going to prevent 2 damage and make him put a card back on top. That's a big one.
I mean, I think I suppose you got the Defensive National, but like maybe Oakenold fused.
I know because he just popped off the Pulse. I think he takes 4 and it swings back for 4 to kill 4 shields.
He doesn't kill 4 shields. He just plays Sync.
Yeah, but
and then we finally got that Arsenal free to do more.
It's unfortunate, but there's no real like 3 costing Guardian attack, right?
No,
like Evergreen maybe, but
But as evergreens are blue. It doesn't, yeah.
That pulse needs to come back like right fucking now. Yeah, there's just too many shields.
Yeah, but also, like, maybe Hayden's going to run out of shields and he can't give these shields go again.
This is true. I mean, I think he's got enough cards to keep going. Even if he doesn't one shield a turn, I guess is like Earth reacted out.
Or when he draws the...
Is this going to be like Winter's Bite? You just can't unless you pay a 1.
Yeah, but another line is like, what if happens if he draws both of those Arclight and Genesis, and he gets the block turn, or he loses his shields.
Still got the same.
Oh, yeah, keep forgetting. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, I kind of think it's probably going to win him the game.
Man, Julian's going hard in this chat, isn't he?
Yeah, no, the man's been with us for a while. He should be asleep, but sleep is for the weak, as they say.
Yeah, Bring Me the Horizon told me that.
Yeah.
Back when they were good.
Yeah, I think Marnie maybe gave up a little too much. Yep, okay, well, here's the fucking make a thing.
Are we coming in for 10?
I don't think so.
He's not even swinging. I don't know what,
Really don't want to be hit with the Genesis here. Yep, that's a Herald.
Alright.
Blow it up. That's, pay for the thing.
You've got to pay a resource.
Yep, cool.
He's still got double soul shields, that's fair.
And then he's going to attack, and now Earth React. Ice React? No, it doesn't matter.
Earth React. It's Earth. We don't need ice here.
No. Like, actually, if this was Pulse again, he would probably be at its best right now. The card winning the matchup here is fucking is the Heart
Factory. Yeah, well, chat. By looks of the next game, I think I will be coming in and out, but we're getting the Riley in here.
That boy needs to come and get some practice.
As I said, like, you two will probably be contacting a bit more often, but I like to play card games, so I won't be in here.
Yes. And we're sleepy. We're so sleepy. Never have time to play card games. Oldhim versus Prism help you sleep? Not me. I listen to other things to fall asleep. Very much could not stand card games. My brain would be thinking about it too hard. I feel like he did his best to respect the instant speed things, and because of that, he's going to die to the shields that he could have cleared.
He couldn't have cleared them though.
But he doesn't know that,
Well, he knows that's a defense reaction. That card's been in this is like turn 1.
Yeah, I guess.
You know that's a defense reaction. Otherwise, Hayden would have done something with it by now.
Yeah, I guess.
But I mean, Money's played really well. He's done some really heads-up plays. Like giving him that frostbite. Respecting the potential of a blue aura following. That was hype. I enjoyed that.
He still managed to get out 2 blue auras at a time, and it was 2 auras at a time, and it was just over.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think Hayden might have been a little bit too quick with just like throwing auras out.
Nah, he's clearly gotten there.
He's gotten there. It's just the power prism, but I think he probably could
yeah.
this down a wee bit.
It was actually really funny. What if he was playing Heart of Ice? If he was playing Heart of Ice here, activate it, and then it's costs more for them to activate their
They just respond to it.
Yeah, but then you force them to respond, and then you can attack the aura, so they can't aura you at the end of turn.
Well, apparently he needed the armor, and also making surges is always pretty good.
It has done nothing this game. Hey man, that card blocks 2 anyways.
I think Marnie's at the point where he's just accepted his fate.
Go to 1, baby.
Right, can you combo kill him?
It's just no shot, eh? It's because you can't break the fucking spectral shields on block, eh? You need a card that's like when it blocks, destroy target aura or something. And for 4, activate this fucking sync below. Yep. Anyway, that's the whole game. That's the ball game right there.
No, they're gonna play it out. They're gonna play it out.
Yeah, what?
He might not be able to. He might not be able to get going again.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't have any yellows.
He always has that, and you know it.
Okay, well, we're still going.
Yeah, no, potentially he can't give his shit go again. That's a problem.
I do not think that's true. I do not think that we know that the hand always produces a yellow and a card that can be played with a yellow.
We know! We've watched it the whole time!
There's the Herald of Erudition. There's the blow up the Herald of Erudition. Here's pay for the Herald of Erudition for the Phantasmal trigger. Honestly, probably could have done it with the Spectral, with the Fiendel Spring Tunic there.
Oh, mate, you're going to use that play Genesis next turn.
I cannot wait for the double Sigil of Solace. Just about to fucking put money back in this game.
No, right. He doesn't play. I don't think he plays Sigil.
No.
We would have seen it.
There's the pummel.
Oh. Good games,
good, great games there. Great games from there. Really, Marnie he did his best. He absolutely did his best there. I think he was a beast for managing to hold off those auras as long as he did, but unfortunately, that sigil, that sink below. I know that the Heave just sat there on the turn where he decided to attack the face. No, he had decided to attack the aura with the thing instead of heaving the 10 attack thing. And decided the course of the game, like how the game was going to play out. He really did. Yeah, he really did decide how this was going to be.
I think he was locked into that play.
Yeah, no, I think he could have decided to attack for 10.
No, you had to pop that aura. If he plays another one, you're like...
I don't think you're behind quite so fast.
You can only pop 1 a turn, and if he's got 2 a turn, like.
But he was also only playing 1 a turn, and they were blue ones, so they were slow.
Yeah, but once he got multiple out, it was over.
No, because he just follows it up with another big attack. Because the 10, he's like taking most of the 10, right? He's taking 5. I think, like obviously.
The thing is, like, we might see this from a different point of view next game, because I believe James is angry Oldhim.
Oh yeah, that's right. James is on now.
Angry.
Slightly different on him.
Let's see what kind of strat he's going to go for.
Hit him in the face. Hit him in the face. Hit him in the face.
Die.
Hey, he's right. Marnie is now discussing how he probably blocked too early with his equipment, and I think that was something we called. We were like, I don't know why he's doing this.
Yeah, I believe there was only 4 to 5 cards left in the Prism deck. Yeah, he was. Well, I mean, each cycle we saw the Oh yeah, remember for Riptide, they were trying to convince me to do a cosplay of this.
I could see it.
Oh,
yeah. Need to borrow some of your work clothes, probably.
No, they stink.
Yeah, obviously. Well, so would he!
Think about, like, fishing gear. You can't... That smell does not come out.
No, it's never
how many times you wash, you cannot. It's not salvageable.
Yeah, no, it was definitely close. I think Hayden got... maybe not lucky, but, you know, the turns where he managed to get those 2 out, it was like, the decider. So I think we say thank you to Dane here for a second. For coming along and filling in a bit of dead air. Giving someone to bounce off is always very helpful. And we might be welcoming in our usual host who has finally woken up from his slumber.
Shout out to Riley. We'll probably surface again, talk some shit.
Yeah, well,
it'll mostly be Riley.
See it by the end of the game.
Door. Riley, get in there. Riley said no, Cam.
Alright, guess it's you and me then.
Okay.
He's so sleepy.
Get Marnie in the booth.
Oh, get Marnie in the booth.
Yeah, Marnie can come jump at the booth if he wants.
I'll just stay here and we can tell him he's bad together.
Yeah, he can tell us all about his Oldhim game.
Oh, James is trash talking him now too.
Well, welcome back, players, to our final round. We have Hayden on Prism versus James on Oldhim. Two long-time competitors.
Marnie's coming.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
He'll be able to come and talk a little bit with us about this matchup we're about to see. Obviously,
We actually just had a discussion, and I was told like maybe it was the haze bending after all, because that did make like 3 ores.
Yeah, but the Merciful could have made more, right? Because it would have had more cards into Soul means more auras made for free.
Like maybe it's much for muchness, to be honest.
Yeah, it is potentially true that there was no rock link. The answer doesn't matter. Looks like they're getting ready and set up there.
Oh, shout out to Carl Wolf for letting me borrow his Riot deck, because I couldn't be able to building it. I made a few tweaks. 4 plunder runs, I wish I could fit in 6.
I think we could fit in 6. Alright. Looks like they're getting started. I'm unsure who has.
I'm going to yell
play.
out something. Ready, fight!
Unsure who has the play here. But it looks like we're seeing a Crater Fist in this matchup. Of the boots are swapped out, which does make sense. But Marnie, of course, was playing Spellfray boots, so he didn't have the null boots.
Also, what else was it? Yeah, this is gonna be a different match. James is angry.
Yeah,
he's very about the E-strike. Then another 10.
Well, there it is.
Wait,
turn one aura.
Hayden was highest seed, so he got to choose.
Sure, true. Obviously, then I don't see them roll for it or anything.
Yeah, no, Hayden's highest seed. I think James is just after him. What do you reckon's an Arsenal?
Let's hope it's a sync. For more of that riveting gameplay.
If we end up going into
oh wow.
Oh, we're going that way.
I mean, the way is this was a handful of reds.
There's a merciful there too.
Yeah, I mean, surely you flash the merciful then.
Yeah, you 100% do.
Okay, it was 2 reds and a blue, so
Yeah, we got probably lower our turret voice so I can actually hear them.
Yeah, okay, I mean, that was what was happening. We all knew.
If we're doing this again, I'm gonna go get money. I don't want to watch this again. Hello? Oh, sorry!
Yeah, I mean...
Was it relevant information?
Okay.
Good. I'm swearing at you.
That's
Sorry,
actually
sorry,
true.
Jeff, for yelling into the mic.
That's actually true. We were swearing at them, just repeatedly. Yeah, whether or not Vambrace makes sense as the Oldhim isn't really the question. I think it's like, do you have the space? Maybe.
I believe he should have played that last turn.
I'm surprised he didn't flash that in for like a parable. It just seems free to like flash it in on the parable destruction and get an extra thing.
I don't know what Vambrace does, by the way.
I think it prevents prevention, so your spectral shields will blow up.
Is it a generic or what?
It is a generic. What do you call it? Gloves.
Oh.
Yeah, nobody's playing them Winter's Blades. Oh, the ice react.
Hayden, buddy, I don't know about this. Actually, we should just be quiet. We questioned.
Yeah, I mean, he won. No, we didn't know. No.
We did question.
I don't know how much we were questioning Hayden.
I was.
Yeah, cool. Into the soul it goes. Obviously preventing the damage. Yep. Yep. Taking up the tunic, drawing up his hand.
Maybe he just wants to stay on his own turn. Do you remember when Oldhim used to play like lead the charge and stuff like that? Was it Oldhim doing that?
Yeah, lots of people were like trying to lead the charge so you could chain into killing two auras. Mage Master's boots was a big one. Sorry, Mage Masters.
You were more doing it against Starvo, I believe, actually.
Time Skippers.
Oh, so he's still on the Herald plan.
Of course he's on the Herald plan. It's not like he's not going to play Heralds.
Yeah. I'm gonna go grab money soon. Well,
I'm sure Prism's going to LL soon, so, you know, so does Oldhim. It just doesn't matter. See a lot of thinking here coming out. I wonder if he's deciding whether or not he wants to footsteps.
Or if he just wants to slam an aura at instant speed.
Or, I mean, I guess you could, like, Merciful him. Merciful him, but just wouldn't do anything, right?
I wouldn't Merciful.
If his hand is blue, yellow, Merciful, then he could.
Sounds like Hayden's arguing with the neighbors. Leave him alone, Marnie.
I think it's fine. I just want to see them get through this game. It looks like I think that's maybe like a war tune in hand.
Yeah, I am becoming very tired.
Cool. So,
but even if he could like prevent, do that, he'd still probably just block out because he wants to keep the shields in the first place. And here comes the man himself. Well, apparently not.
I think we were sitting there like the only point of contention was whether or not you just slam him in the face for 10 at the start of the game.
Yeah, potentially, but yeah. Then he gets this off, and then
I don't think you start losing.
What's the reason you left that card in your arsenal forever? Is it just because you didn't want to mess with your pitch cycle?
Because you didn't crown it to the bottom.
Oh, true. That crowned it.
Forgot to crown it. There we go.
As I say, haven't been playing Oldhim. Don't play Crown.
These are bad cards. Oldhim, garbage. Crown, trash. Yeah. I'm a Skullcat man myself.
Yeah, I almost put Skullcap in my list. It's like that extra block.
I think we did agree that some of that armor blocking was a little premature.
Oh yeah, no. So that was my biggest mistake, and I wouldn't have died at least that turn if I hadn't. But
I think the game was over anyways. But
no,
yeah.
I know. But when I blocked with Tech Plate in the feet, I had two. He left me with 2 Earth Blues in hand, and I was just like, oh, as soon as I blocked through it. So that was one big error. But
alright, well, we're seeing another Wartune Herald. I wonder if we'll see a popper. Oh my god.
30, 40 the card, that's good.
Is that 30 or 40?
I think it's actually expensive. It's crazy.
Single printed crew is a pretty
Just gonna give
pretty important. what, give Carl back his...
Yeah, but I'm gonna give him like a bought any declogs for us.
So I presume he's
Oh, we're still watching this?
footsteps in.
Yeah, I mean,
Riveting gameplay. Riveting.
well, the gameplay is always fun.
He's
It's
done
just
well to get through all the aggro decks.
they're just they're thinking their way through it.
Yeah, I think he had some pretty good matchups the whole day. But you know, such as the game. I'm gonna probably pop out, go and have a break, and I'll come in and say hello at some point.
Get it? Pop it out. It's popping right there.
I'm aware what I did. No, I didn't. That was, yeah.
Is footsteps is once a turn, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you can't be you can't just be like chaining through fucking Water and Herald.
Yes, it's once a turn.
Hey, where you going, Marnie?
It's fine. You can pop out and do your thing. I've got this.
No.
But if you do want to help,
I'm just here chill. I got nothing better to do. I'm probably just gonna go sit there and yell at them.
I was just gonna say, go freaking yell at Riley and be like, "What do we get for food?"
Tell him to feed you.
Well, he'll know what to get, and you'll have the money to pay for it. That's the key part.
Huh.
Oh. I love it. I love it when players really do be forgetting the most basic steps of their decks. It's always enjoyable. All right. Back to this man's turn. He's got a...
Carl is asking if you want pizza.
What kind?
Well, I'm gonna go get pizza from Pizza Hut. So.
Nah, I'll be good. I'll be good.
No,
I can pass on
pizza.
No, I can pass on pizza. Pizza. It won't do anything good for me. Is the problem?
And you're good.
Yeah, I'm good. I'll eat.
Get something else later. Did you see the? I guess I'll talk about it more off stream. But there is a new local fried chicken place that goes pretty nuts. All right, seems like we've got a strike in for 7, which seems reasonable. You don't really want to spend your time passing turns hoping that he doesn't have an instant speed aura, but James here obviously knows that he has a blue aura in his arsenal. Welcome in, welcome in. We're watching some riveting gameplay here.
I know it's a hard one. It's a hard one for me to commentary on because I'll get PTSD.
It was pretty funny. We just watched.
Either way, if James beats me, if James beats him, I'll be like, oh.
Like,
and if he loses,
well, you
I'll
are
be
playing.
like, oh,
you are playing
PTSD.
sufficiently different decks that it is like
Yeah.
it was real interesting there though. Watching Hayden attempt to
Oh yes.
after the second popping.
Trying to
go against her. It's always funny when people forget the most basic parts of their decks.
Yeah, especially when you use footsteps for go again.
Yeah, exactly. Got that action point for free.
But we're in what, turn 2, 3?
We're in line and strike for 7 territory. I don't know. Keeps flipping
Do
this
we know
up.
what's in James?
I don't think we know what's in James's arsenal, but we do know what's in Hayden's arsenal. So it's funny watching him flip it up as if it'll change anything. Old habits, eh? It's perfect. People, you need to make a play. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm a bit slow, as people know, sorry.
Cool, so we're blocking for 2. 5-card hand is Prism. The sink? Sink in hand, maybe? Yeah, okay. So this is 6 on 7. And we sink a second card as well. Really filtering through there. This is too late. This is far too late, isn't it? Oh no, Ward!
Yeah, Ward,
of course. And it makes a spectral shield.
Well played.
Yeah, that's the 7
You
there.
got there in the end.
He did. It takes a while to add like 2 and 4 and 1 together to get 7. This was where you were starting to lose as well. It was just him. Oh, just the spectral shields like starting to build up, and you never had a turn to clear them. Which is unfortunate.
I was a turn or two too late. Like I had the red pummel in there, and I was definitely hoping for a turn where I could just, go ham. But
oh my god, Block the Herald of Erudition with a popper? Where did he learn this technique?
It's funny, I feel like Hayden's playing a bit different already. But probably because James is playing different. But...
Yeah. I mean, James did attack for 7.
Yeah, true. Attacking's pretty good.
I hear that's sometimes how you win games. Alright, cool. I mean, the graveyard has like 4 cards in it, but I suppose it is important to know all of them.
I also should have got my channel out at some point.
Yes, the fact that you were pitching both those, I was like, dude, can we not get this out sometime? I feel like it's good.
I don't know that I had an ice with it.
No, I think that I think we noticed that it was like, oh yes, fair enough. Into okay, paying for it into playing the blue. Did he swing for 1?
Didn't he get a special shield at the end?
He did. I think he forgot to swing for 1 then.
Yeah, he's just saying for that, I think.
Yeah, this is a very different Oldhim deck. Oh no, it's not.
It's slightly different.
I can't believe that
5 cards different, 4 or 5.
well, we were saying that he has the shoes, but you and the Crater Fist, so he actually has more armor than you because you were on Iron Roll leagues, because of your Spellfray leagues. Also saying that if you did have Heart of Ice, it honestly might have been the pick of the matchup because you activate it and then you like play your auras, so you always get to like sort of heads up, kill their auras. Yeah. All right, so we're seeing the Erudition pitch into a blue War Tune, I believe.
How was your experience today, Marty?
Yeah, pretty good. I definitely had a few minor misplays, just from
we noticed.
Unfamiliar.
Yeah, it's been. I've been saying that
You glad you switched, or you wish you stuck to your guns?
Well, I would have played Iris Prism probably at secondary, so I don't know. That would lose to the Luminaris pretty well.
I was saying that oftentimes as the store owner, it's very easy to become burnt out and overworked to the point that you can't get to enjoy just like a simple tournament and stuff sometimes. Did he attack with the Spectral Shield again? He doesn't want to give up the ice react.
Well, that's why I liked Oldhim as a pick. I mean, obviously in Nelson, like, we're smaller, we don't have all these armories and point options for the net season. And I thought six times points would be good. And Oldhim just felt like I could do relatively simple things in most matchups. So yeah, I had a bit of fun, for sure.
Didn't get called on too much to do store things?
No, we had the man Lawrence in the building.
Mostly. Little bit in between, but that's to be expected.
I helped where I could.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. James's list is more aggressive. So.
Yeah, he has
I know. I got
the E-strikes, right? You have 1 E-strike.
Yeah, he has double Red Bum or double E-strike, so that might help. And I don't know if he cut one of his ancients or not. I wasn't liking double ancient.
Rouse is a bit rough, eh? I just don't expect to get it off a lot. Alright, so we're pitching into a the kills the middle.
Sweet, I got a Rouse and a So tomorrow and a Channel.
I got a Roused. Yeah, maybe not a.
This was interesting remembering this card as a leading off card.
We don't remember it.
Or like blocking it, not popping it basically when they have like 3 cards and resources.
Yeah, it's funny because he's about to do. I was gonna say it's probably
fridge.
Yeah, like fridge most of it because you don't have to like fridge all of it.
He's okay with eating a little bit of damage.
Yeah, mostly because like you don't get another Spectral Shield, which saves him damage as well. You can also just Earth React on top of this, and it'll cost him another card to commit to attacking as well. Unless that is a Spring Tunic on 3, in which case he actually could have activated in response, generating the resource.
And Hayden didn't really get a break between rounds, which is a little bit. Oh, he's got to be somewhere in like 45 minutes.
Maybe at 6:30.
Well, stop taking so long, guys.
Good luck with that, though.
And the 40-minute countdown is up.
Does he throw just for the movie?
No, surely not.
Also, yeah, I mean,
he's got to live to Richmond too, doesn't he?
Unhappy wife, cold foil azalea. I mean, you got to wear these things up.
It's not that good of a cold foil, guys.
Whatever you love, Azalea.
Yeah, but it's a young Azalea, unplayable.
Wait, she can dominate red through 12 armor? Oh, no.
Wow, these people have so much armor.
Yeah, I had an unfortunate casual game yesterday against Azalea, and he for turn 1 dominated red at me for 8, and I took it, and then I spinal pulled him back.
Guardians.
Nasty.
Interesting. Okay, so he is flashing it in response. And that leaves him with what? No resources. And then blow up.
James, I think getting that out there, James is in a better position already.
Yeah, no, I actually think that was potentially a misplay.
Getting rid of Genesis now is
Unless the card in his arsenal was another instant speed aura.
yeah.
In which case, like, if it's like a merciful retribution or something, that's like well above.
Good,
Yeah, but
or even another Genesis maybe.
he's only one in the list.
Actually.
Mhm.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Crazy, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think if he has Flash Merciful Retribution in here.
Cool.
Never mind, never mind.
Is there 1 or 2 ALS?
One ALS as well.
Oh my god. I got baited.
Oh, yeah.
That's literally where I lost the game then, because when he was down to 5
Funnily
cards
enough
left,
here, I think you throw like the same, like, you can throw like 6 armor in front of this again if you really want. If he has Pulse of Ice and Loft in hand, this might actually be the most cracked, like... Yep. Yep. And is that it? This is fine, you know, you just, like, you don't care that much about the on-hit trigger. Like, no on-hit trigger, so you just care about not blowing it up, obviously.
I guess I should have Crown as a good use for like the big attack turn, right? If you find like the pummel.
We're saying that the best use is
Crown.
actually to save you from ever not answering Erudition. Finding yourself with like no poppers in hand and then being like, oh my god, I'm going to lose to this Erudition. But I don't think it mattered in that sense because I don't think Hayden was ever playing in a way where Erudition was going to matter.
Look at this, he's pitching out. I don't think he has an arsenal or a card left.
It's very interesting. It's just ALS. But he's not blowing up the things or getting a copy.
He's kind of giving away his...
Well, now those were some... That was an interesting block there.
Yeah.
1 damage.
I mean, I agree you want to preserve, but he's just taken like 5 off 2 things.
Also, yeah, I mean, he's just about to hit like... Yep, hit the fucking ALS. I think unless you have a card like sitting in the back there, then that ALS is sketchy at best. If you drew like Merciful Retribution off the top or something, you're just like, well, get wrecked, then maybe. But I think Hayden's probably feeling the fatigue, eh?
Well, I ticked for Wizard and lost because I didn't. Because I just lost. But I forgot time skippers for the...
Yeah, no, I think the Wizard thing was really interesting. Because as I was saying to people earlier, I do not think that there was a particular play that saved your life there. Saving your life was not taking damage earlier, but the hand of 2 reds, 2 blues, and you can't even like threaten to kill him without overcommitting, even if you had Heart of Ice, would not have done it for you. You know, because you would have Heart of Ice it, and he kills you in response, and you still like pitch the blues out to block, but then he just doesn't commit the Blazing Aether, and you're still like dead. You know, well, you're not dead, but you don't get to threaten him, so he gets a full grow. So yeah, I was very skeptical about how much you would have
But I should have taken time skippers.
That is one of the big ones, eh? Oh well, there's the Merciful Retribution, so you know he's taking the damages. Ooh, that's a big boy. I'm a big boy. Wait. Do they have going? Is that 2
Yeah,
blues?
he's playing Phantasmal Symbiosis.
Right. Yeah, because I was trying to figure out what non-light illusionist
Yeah.
cards are yellow. I'm sure James wouldn't let him
Oh, he's done it. He's absolutely done it.
pitch the other one. No, I feel like you could probably wake up your elemental hero. Shout outs there. Yeah, it's merciful. It's always merciful here. Merciful's going to go to Arsenal, and he's going to pay the extra 1 to prevent.
Alright, so we have
That's
a very
pretty
different
kind.
game already now, just with the channel out, I think.
Yeah, this could be a very slow turn for Hayden, but he could pitch a yellow, attack, because this does mean he doesn't have to do anything to commit to yellow and Arsenal, yellow and pitch. He could pitch a yellow, attack, and then like pitch a blue and play another blue aura, and he's still on like above, like ahead. So I think we might see this Stalagmite block coming out on the second attack here if that's the case. Also, depending, of course, what is in James's hand, he could be trying to keep the channel like frigid for a second turn. He's got an Arsenal and he's got Crown, so we could definitely see some armor blocks coming out this turn.
Could be 12 Dominate with Greater Fist.
I do appreciate having to explain Channel League to people as well that have played the game since the start. Remember, kids, if it's got a semicolon, it's an activated ability and it is affected by these things. Real simple, that one. So is this the...
And he's... Oh.
And I hope. And I hope. And I hope.
Oh, his soul's looking very similar to when I
Oh,
played.
yeah, he's not ain't beating the allegations on not having a soul, eh?
Loving those mercifuls. Just the inevitable soul filler.
That's what they do. He's playing only one Celestial Cataclysm as well, so he doesn't super need it. Okay, so that's a yellow and a blue to play out a 4 attack, so that's a 5.
How are we looking? I was just chatting over Riley. Seems like he's doing well.
Yeah, he's just a sleepy boy, like I said. So we got a 5 mana aura out here.
It looks like he's a bit further ahead now than he was against you, isn't he?
There's a channel like frigid on the field.
Yeah, I'd trade the channel for those 2 auras.
That's pretty much what it looks like it's going to be. If there's like a blue in his hand, he can maybe get like 3 attacks in.
Or is it a blue aura?
True. If he played the fucking... Seriously, man. Come on. We know this.
He played the Arclight?
He did. He played a very questionable Arclight, I think. But you know,
it predicts the other auras, so...
It didn't have any auras to protect.
Yeah, it just But that's how he got me running one Genesis, because I just assumed.
Alright, it looks like we're seeing pitch a... Is it a red into a single spectral shield there?
Interesting he puts it on that.
There's the crown.
Well, he figures that James will...
I told you we'd be seeing some, told you we'd be seeing some... Oh, it was the counter from the Shores of Silver, of course. I told you we'd be seeing some armor blocks here. I think we could be...
We're just going to see a Oldhim Avalanche starting now.
Yeah, I feel like...
I think James is like, alright, I gotta go.
Yeah, James is like, what if I smacked you in the face for 10?
He stroke go again, hammer thing. No?
You could 14 Dominate here. I mean 14 Pummel Dominate. Whatever.
Okay, so there's the thing. Cool, and
It's gonna be
this is
30.
the second... Yeah, no, this is it. This is him just... I do not care. I am going to pummel. I'm going to hit your aura.
Yeah, this isn't a winning strategy.
Oh,
Well,
He gets to keep the channel here, which is crazy. The other channel is, of course, on the bottom of the deck, but...
They're merciful? Yeah.
Yeah, 2 mercifuls in the thing. Yep, that's the start of something.
Something wicked this weekend. He's got a soul too. Oh, the merciful's already in the last one.
Yeah, he's got 2 mercifuls in his soul. He's still under the channel. He's obviously pitching to, I assume, attack. Usually we say what we're going to do and then we pitch, but, you know, acceptable shortcuts.
No.
It costs them.
No. Yeah, literally, you asked us 5 seconds ago, right? Yeah. This is just, he's just doing it to get the yellow in here. Spread it out, I think. Oh no, the shimmers of silver is gone, so well, that's a very helpful tool. I feel like you could stalagmite here, and it would be very funny. Yeah, okay.
What's he got in hand? That costs 1, right?
Yes, no, it does cost 1.
1 floating.
Been a big day, boys and girls.
Yeah, so this is what I'm
Is there
saying.
a chance James has he's got 4 in an arsenal? He could have triple ice, a red glacier and a pummel, right? He can play that and keep it alive for a and just clear 3.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
I think
yeah.
you're losing still at that point if you leave 2.
Well, there's an E-strike, so clearly that's not what's happening here. Pop the seismic. E-strike. And 4-7, go again.
5 go again.
5 go again, sorry.
4 because of parable.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, it might actually matter. Just a U face. Everybody knows the face is the place.
So funny we're seeing
There's the sink.
such a classic. You have to pay for that, did he?
Slam that heart of ice here and pay for it fully. Maybe not. Feels Batman.
Yeah, I never loved reds in my hand unless they were war tunes. And I played Prism.
War tune is good card. I mean, Miraging Metamorph is a pretty viable card.
Pretty real card. Ooh. What's he thinking now?
Let's have a look.
He's definitely thinking.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't
just
wanna
pitch
lose
the
my
pitch the blue, play the fucking swing below and activate. Oh no, because Prism still costs 3. Then you ain't never beating these allegations, man.
Do you think James goes for an aura on the second swing?
Yeah, no, I think he kills. I think he kills passing Mirage here.
What does he go out for more?
There's no point to attacking his face, right?
Yeah.
There's just no point. Also, I do think that he should pay out for the.
But
pay out for the sink below here. Okay, yeah, I guess you can always just block for 3. Now we attack passing Mirage. It's not even frosty. Parable? Really?
Well, that's PS reality. It's not passing, so it can be popped. You can just pop stuff.
Yeah, but you can't pop just attack with my Spectral Shield.
No.
But is it only Phantasm cards it buffs? Or is it First Illusionist attack?
First Illusionist attack action.
And they're Illusionists attacks,
No,
right?
like it buffs like this, right?
Sure.
Not the Spectral. Yeah.
Sure. Julian reckons that the blue aura was illegal and that I think he'd forgotten to pay for the channel tax.
Really?
Maybe. I'd have to ask James. Maybe he noticed, maybe he didn't.
I thought, yeah.
Yeah, I thought
I
because
I thought there was floating, but
yeah, I think he had one floating, right?
unless he chipped in extra.
Yeah, I think he maybe didn't chip the extra there that we thought he did.
Pay footsteps, attack for 2.
Fair enough. Oh my god.
Earth react.
Yeah, you might as well, right? Pulse of Eisenloft here, go crazy. Wow. Draw your pulse.
Oh my god.
No. not beating the allegations. This poor man. I don't know who to pity most. Me or James. James just had to watch this once. I feel like I've been watching this my whole life. Yeah. Goodbye. Man needs to draw Pulse.
Pulse is so good. Oh my god.
It is correct.
It's a crazy.
It's mostly just that, yeah, you do get to activate your silly like ability twice. You know, you're like, it's both halves.
Prevent 2, lose a card is like worth 6, and if in doubt, it's a dead blue D react for 6 that costs 2.
Yeah, it's like a crazy good staunch response. Like,
yeah, literally costs 1 less and blocks 1 more all the time than unmovable blue, or is a soul shield in blue that doesn't go to soul or whatever. Imagine if they're like, oh, we need to make this as good as soul shield, so when you block with it, it goes to the bottom of your deck.
so because soul shield's like fine, right? Like soul shield's pretty good. It's fine. It's okay. I don't mind.
It's funny with the Cataclysm though, and then having no soul.
Yeah, no, this man is never casting a Cataclysm. Blocks in the mirror, like, seems reasonable. I don't know if it's going to get as much value in the past as you were maybe hoping. Flash in an aura in response. I don't know how we can be confused about the same concept occurring later in the game, but hey, why not?
He just likes to double check things all the time.
Yeah.
He doesn't play too regularly, and if he does, it's Dory, so it's probably just...
Here you go. Have one of these. And then attack. And it'll cost you 1. Yeah, I think that's fine. His hand's full. His hand's full.
He's going to pay. He's going to pay.
It's real funny. I think I was saying to earlier to some people about Prism, they can just reprint Prism, right? Like, she's fine, just don't print Luminaris.
Yeah, that's true.
Luminaris was
the nut.
Doing all of the damage, I think.
No one did a meme of Iris being like, this ain't a bow. Or did they? I missed it. Would have been good times.
James was a little put out. He's not even bothering to move up the equipment. He's just like, Earth React? Where is the Earth React? It's Jova.
Prism, eh? Hanging in there. Oh, James is...
It's Jova. It's Jova.
James is not loving this.
It's just no way.
I wasn't loving it.
No, it's just no way anymore. It's just the consistency. Like, he's drawn one every hand. There's not much you can do about it. That's it. I guess.
Oh no, I think he mispitched though. He could have fused that though, right? Because he's got...
We don't know what he's got in hand, I think.
Yeah, but that's gonna be a Blue Autumn's Touch. And he has Winter's Grasp.
Yeah.
So whatever, even if it's red, he could have pitched it and fused. That's what I was hoping to do in my game too, right?
Well, it's 2 cards to fuse it, right? Or is
like it's an ice fuse. It's a 4 cost.
Oh, okay.
It's a 4 cost.
Sure.
So if they block, they get ice spice.
Yeah,
and obviously here, if they don't block, they lose their shield. So it's like,
I think he's just, you know.
He's probably keeping a popper in his hand. But...
It's just Pulse of Eisenloft. That could be very true, actually. Both those cards don't do popping, so...
Is he right though that is Iris an activated ability? Because it gives it to the auras, or don't they just have 0 attack?
Yeah, the auras have the ability.
Yeah, which is an attack though, it's not an ability, because...
Well, attacks are abilities.
Oh, we're just changing it around here. What's happened there? Some miscommunication on pitch. I guess because I think James was telling him like what happens if it's fused, and then like looked at his thing and was like, I didn't show you the right card or fuse or whatever.
Yeah,
So
it could probably be.
Change it
Yeah,
based on intention.
That's fair. You can always be like, yeah, I mean, I told you it was fused, but trying to turn this corner.
So 2 Soul Shield and 2 Sink Below, right?
Yes. Also, Sync Soul Shield will be real fucking funny right now. Just like, you know what? Fucking Soul Shield your dick off. True. I think we burned through both Mercifuls this game though.
Oh yeah, true. They're already gone. Oh yeah, I didn't encounter any Merciful Frostbite stuff.
No, you didn't need to.
Lucky.
You ain't getting frosty. Getting froggy.
Maybe he's not making his movie if he's taking on these. That's a lot to think about.
Yeah, and he's got 20 minutes to get to finish this game and drive to Richmond.
I think it's a bus block. And just pass the turn right and try and get a D-rank or something.
Why don't you just not block it, lose the spectral shields, and then just on your turn play an aura, phantasmal, and then attack anyways? You've still got 2 auras on the field. Unless you're like the only other play here is like lol soul shield, you know.
Alright. Thanks for today. Thanks
No
folks.
worries.
I'm not saying a lot.
I think we're all very low energy by the end of the day here.
Gonna have to go and give these guys
Some
handshakes and prizes. So.
Those are the things that we like.
Thanks for watching.
What are we finding out here, guys? Remember, players, it is always morally correct to say, I need you to make a play, please.
That was a weird interruption.
What was that?
Oh, well. James said he missed pitch. He obviously saw it. And Hayden was like, no, just reverse it. Which is odd, but then it's also put him in a massive predicament.
Yeah, I mean, it's if your clearly stated intent was like, I am fusing this card, and then you're like, hang on a second,
I pitched wrong.
I have put the, like, it's an easy enough fix. I think I would probably.
James wasn't going to do it. And then Hayden said, no, just do it. You've been a good lad. You know, we've had some good, watched you play some good games today. Like, you know, because James is a good character. But also, like...
I mean, I don't think it's that big of a predicament for him. I think he just takes it and has 2 auras on the field still.
Oh, he's got a soul shield.
Yeah, that was the only other thing I was saying. You can just, like, soul shield.
What? Oh, what? No, don't you dare, don't you dare, don't you dare. What is he doing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure he still can because the soul shield costs 4, but he has the mana. I don't think it's correct to do, but he can do that play.
Giving up those boats is
yeah,
huge.
no, I know. No, I don't think any of his play is currently illegal though. He actually has a pitch floating.
Oh, I wouldn't give up those boats. Like,
I don't think it's illegal because he blocks with both of them. The phantasmal footsteps. Yeah, obviously.
Play with the footsteps. What?
The footsteps just won't have any block.
And he had a pummel.
This is so much
I'm
work.
so not a big fan of James actually. Like, I don't know. I believe in like if you make Bobo's like your pitch deck, I think you deserve.
The thing is he said I'm doing this and I'm fusing it, so it's not like
no, he said I could have fused it, but I pitched wrong.
Oh, well, that's different. Then.
Yeah.
Okay, that is different.
But I mean, if he wins off the back of this, because this play is huge.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody gets to decide how much they're willing to let go. And James and Hayden, like James obviously didn't want to change it, and Hayden encouraged him to, and so that's on Hayden.
Yeah, no, I don't know. This still like shifts a lot of momentum off Hayden.
Fucking pummel there. That's good.
Or maybe he's thinking like James has to go the other aura. He's still got like Merciful and the other one, so maybe he's thinking
Merciful's good dead.
Not Merciful. The one that stops. Is it this? That one turns off Phantasm, right?
I believe the first one does, and the second one gives +2.
No, the first one's the one that makes more auras off auras being popped.
Oh, then the other one's +2 on the first attack.
You got to pay one for that. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't like that.
You got the yellow here?
Oh, yeah, no, of course, this is a casual format, but like, I still somewhat try and pretend to, punish myself, because I don't want to make those mistakes when it matters.
Yeah, like I said, I think James had decided to punish himself, and Hayden had decided to be like, no, I would rather win the game on the back of you
not being bad.
Yeah, and then I would rather win the game where you played to your best, and I would rather not win because you had accidentally put the wrong things around or misread something and so on.
Yeah, yet again, this is far from over, and Hayden's still healthy.
Yeah, Hayden's pretty far up still.
Well, I mean, life totals don't really matter.
I think the biggest thing here is that he just doesn't have those boots anymore.
Yeah.
And I feel like I agree that those boots should have never gone in front of that card. Oh, there's the other one.
Stab.
Earth React. I believe James has Impulsivize and often hand now, so
there's tidy.
Yep.
It's not pretty though, so he loses points to Marty. Marty's Pulse was the pretty one.
Oh, the cold foil, of course. Yeah, put the card on top. Stab for another one, and then the final one.
There's another blue aura
in his hand.
Yeah,
it looks like it.
Heralds are pretty much useless now.
They're good at activating your cards.
Yeah, but they're just going to get popped, then you can't do anything about it.
Yes. Well, you just don't need to play the Herald here. You can arsenal it, and then
yeah.
James not have any poppers involved?
I hope so.
What's the symbiosis do?
I don't know anymore. He gets popped, that's what happens to it. I think you get to name the card and they can't block with it or something.
Right.
I could be wrong.
I have heard that a couple of times. Maybe it was from you. Okay, kill your aura. I kill your aura.
Stab, aura.
Nah, pitch 2 yellows, instant speed aura, stab.
Does he have a 4 costing aura?
I don't know.
I only see a blue and a bunch of heralds. Yeah, no.
Come on now. Wrap it up, guys. We are almost done. Hayden can still make his 6:30.
No, he's got to get to Richmond. That's
I know.
That's like 20 minutes away.
Yeah,
No,
10 to 15. Yeah, 15.
Angry wife.
You just speed. It's fine.
Angry wife, bad life.
Please note, do not speed. Do not do speed either.
Don't piss your wife off.
That's also important, but you know. Oh, it becomes an illusionist card. Interesting. So they can block with it, it just won't pop. Okay, well that makes playing it a little bit harder then at least, because that way you can't, you don't like know, you know.
So in a roundabout way, it said what I said.
Yeah, no, you were thinking of the correct card at least. Which is interesting, because against Dash, they only have Throttle.
Nah.
Maximum velocity, true.
Guess what, you're not blocking with it anyway. Guess what, you're not blocking. What are they going to play an aura? You just kill them.
Well, that doesn't even have go again, guys.
That doesn't have a text.
That doesn't have go again. It blew up.
Yeah, as predicted. Like,
yep, set one in bars.
I honestly probably would have Arsenal the aura, not the Herald. Much.
Alright, Spinal Crush.
Yeah, no, like, James is back in here.
It's not dominated, and it looks like he's got a Sing Below in hand. So, I think that's an aura, and if one of those is Soul Shield by the looks of it, then...
Anyway, good night, ladies and germs. I'm going to retire from the booth. Thank you for
fun.
having me, Cam. I don't really want to watch this anymore.
Yeah, fair enough. Did you get an idea for some food off Riley?
I did not. We're waiting for you because we don't know what you want.
I mean... something not shit.
Well, it's takeout. It's all shit. It's from...
I don't know, a curry, that sort of thing. Thai. Oh, careful. Yeah, no, definitely don't want to be pulling on any of these cords. I think they're all relatively important.
Send someone to come hang out with you.
Oh yeah, it's fine. We are very much reaching the end of what's relevant here. Honestly, I think Hayden... There is the Sing Below, I think. No, there. Okay, so there is a Herald. Back in again.
Well, I've got something to talk about now.
Oh yeah.
So, losing footsteps and not having any soul is a real bad place to be.
Yeah, no. Talking about the I think obviously Hayden was insistent that it is a Soul Shield, right? I'm not crazy. Surely this was just Sing Below Soul Shield. That Hayden was insistent that James fix his thing, and that really did put him down. But I don't think it was a good excuse to block with that Phantasmal Footsteps anyways. You know.
I think it might have tilted him slightly.
Yeah, but he's...
You know,
when he named Oaken Old there as well before, there's two in his graveyard. So I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe
I think he's just tired, guys.
It's been a long day.
It has been a long day. We're in round, I think, 8 for Hayden and James. And the man is 7 minutes out from getting yelled at by his wife. So
And his last round before that was also against Oldhim.
Yeah, that was a long
Which
one
was
as
also
well.
a grind. So
It
grinds,
was a long
grinds
one.
on top of grinds. That feels really fun.
So if James gets this, he owes me the gold force.
You're like, man, you never would have made it without me.
Was it
If
gold
one
floor?
Oldhim can't do it, two Oldhims.
Grind him down.
Two shoulders. Oh, no.
Is it gold floor for one?
Cold.
It's a cold foot of Azalea.
Hmm.
It's young though, so it's unplayable.
Oh, hasn't he got the
Wow.
He's got an aura in hand here, I think.
He's just going to Earth React, and then he's going to
Oh, he's got
Instant
Soul
Speed.
Shield.
Yeah, he's going to Instant Speed, pay yellow.
So how was that Riptide, eh?
Yeah,
Enjoyed that
it's
Riptide.
good.
It's quite fun.
It's a good deck.
It's a cute deck.
Was it on camera?
It was on camera and did a very good showing. Oh, Oh wait, that's not an
No,
ice
no,
card.
he
Yeah, he obviously got to have the ice card.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Thank God. I was going to say, imagine if he'd done it twice. I mean, it's on. Like,
It's really good here because
yeah, it's an icy hammer. Like,
well, and it turns off the defense reaction as well. Essentially, you have to pay more for it.
yes, wow. Depends if it's a soul. He's out of soul shield, so I don't think.
Did he just play his last one just before?
Yeah, there's one there and one there.
Oh, yeah.
And he's out of Merciful, so after his next soul making, he's got no soul. To be fair, the only chance he has is if James draws 4 non-poppers and he manages to like double or triple heal.
That's for one.
How do you? Oh yeah.
Yeah, he pitched a yellow. It's actually maybe good for him.
Yeah, you definitely want an Earth React here.
I think he follows up with
Another one.
James is going to go ahead and take another one, and then he's going to pass.
I reckon he's playing open all here. I think he's got it.
They're in the grave. They're in the grave, aren't they?
Yeah, they're both in the grave.
Are they both?
Yeah, they're both.
Yeah.
I thought only one was.
No, that's what I showed you before.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I
Oh,
wasn't sure
he's
where
got the sync, so that's a bit rough. Pitching for the seismic, and then pitching for that's probably it, boys and girls. What's a Thunderquake? 10? Yeah.
10 and Channel Alive.
I mean, the channel alive doesn't mean anything.
Wait, hang on.
Did you have a surge last turn, James?
He did.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
He did.
We saw.
Sorry, I didn't see people. Good comments there, Julian. Loving your input, mate.
So last turn, he went Channel Lack Frigid.
Yeah.
Maiden. Hayden could well be dead, yeah. Oh. Hayden.
Those footsteps kill it. Yeah, footsteps. You need your footsteps.
Yeah, they're pretty important.
You need a footsteps and a herald. Everything. Pretty rough.
Hmm.
And just to keep channel 2, don't you? No. Yes, yeah.
No, it's only one. Oh,
It's a cold snap and a winter's grasp.
No, yeah. That's all GG. Let's see though. See what happens.
Great victory for James. He'll be rubbing it into me for the next month. No, he won't be because we're going to remind him how bad he is. He's not bad. This is such a hole. I'm sorry, I shouldn't just say that. He is in there. Hayden's played well today overall.
He's definitely done his best.
Like getting through an aggro field with Prism's not really good.
They're just dashes. What are they going to do?
Actually, you didn't have to play against him, Dash.
To be fair, as well. And he can't pitch because he doesn't have the resources. So he's going to lose. Yep, same below. He's going to lose all of his shields.
Can he sync in response to that?
No, because the channel is still up. Yeah, literally.
Right.
He just doesn't have enough cards left in deck either. Like, it's over. It's just, who cares? I'll just fucking play some glacial footsteps, why not?
And his face looks like, nope, no sir, I don't like it. I'll just take the 8. That's where I'd be.
Yeah, he's always up there.
It's funny because he's like, I only need to get 2 damage. I only need to get 2 damage in. And there's the thing gone, so.
If he kept Merciful, he might have been able to. He's got hurts. Yeah.
2 blues. 2 blues. No. He's got 5 cards. Okay, so Erudition and Arsenal. 2 blues, a yellow, Parable in hand. Attack with Erudition. He goes to block with the 6. You Parable. It goes to 5. Has go again.
Draw no cards.
It doesn't matter. It's lethal.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's it's same deal. Yeah. Okay.
Oh man.
Why didn't he come in with Dominate?
Yeah,
It's still the same. Why didn't he just play the Dominate card anyway? It's way better to play the dominate card.
It just doesn't matter. He
Yes,
knows.
it does, 'cause
He
he
doesn't.
doesn't have any earths.
Thanks for watching.
All right, players.
He doesn't have any earths. Like, he wins, right? That's why he shouldn't have done it.
All right, players. Thanks for coming to today's event. That includes all of you who've watched for this whole live cast. Very much big shout out to Julian. Your comments have been super helpful as well as fun to respond to. You know, it's been a while since we've all played a lot of Fab, so it's good to know some of the cards. Let's not worry too much about the Earth React. It just doesn't matter. I think by the end of that game, it's clearly over, and that's okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the stream into, I believe, goodbye. Thank you for coming, everyone. Remember to subscribe if you enjoyed what you see. Remember to say any feedback you might have is always very helpful here. We're all very new, so getting to do it better would always be great. And if you enjoyed me today, then say so, and I might come back and do it again. We're gonna go ahead and goodbye to the rest of you.